Oh, good morning, everybody. Welcome to our Rockets Legacy 1K. I'm Michelle Tanner,
I'm Zach Miles.
and good morning or good afternoon. It depends on where you are right now, I suppose. California, it's good morning. But it looks like we're already kind of jumping in here. We have Chaz Tanner, Rockets player, and somewhat of an all-star, playing four color beans, which does not sound very fancy, but has a lot of fancy cards in it. And Tom playing arguably a deck he really enjoys, Abs and Depths.
Abs and Depths. Don't think he's actually on Abs and Depths. I think he's playing Naya Depths right now. But essentially the same list. I mean, the Abs and Depths will run Bowmasters over like Mix and Boo.
Mm-hmm.
Because we could definitely see Mix and Boos in Tom's list.
We
here.
assume up. There we go. Naya Depths. Look at that. Either way, the depths is the important part.
Yes.
What he does with the extra colors, I guess we'll find out.
Yes. Yeah, it is depths adjacent, where it's depths and then whatever colors I feel like playing in my deck.
Yeah, which, for most of the depths decks, a lot of it's just based on, what do you want to play that cares about your lands specifically that you can win with that isn't just Merit Leash.
Yeah. Yeah. And luckily any sort of X color depth deck is going to be pretty straightforward with the build. I mean, you're typically just going to always run Reclaimers, Crop Rotations,
I think
Diamonds.
there might be one in his hand right now. It's a little hard to see.
Yeah.
But I see a handful of green cards.
Yeah. So Tom taking a mole here. I think he pitched a Diamond. He had two in his hand, so I think
that seems
that's totally
reasonable.
fine.
Yeah. Kind of just like putting another land back, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't have Life from the Loam in his list, so he's not going to be getting any of those back, so those are gone.
Minsk and Boo in his hand. Now that is a card.
That is a spicy
I
one.
do think Chaz has a force in hand to stop that potential situation.
Yeah, that's a big thing with these Beanstalk lists, is that they just have so much card advantage that they'll just play all the counter spells. Like a lot of lists running 4 forces plus 3 to 4 force negation. So it's like they're just loaded up on counter spells.
I think Chaz is on 4 force, well, maybe only 1 force negation if I remember the list, but still like an incredibly reasonable amount. If it's something that you can't leyline binding or otherwise swords or get rid of that way, well, you counter it.
Yeah, it's like it's just gone. Yeah, he is on 4 force, 1 force of negation. You do see a sweet turn 1 here from Tom.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Diamond into Zenith for 0 to get that Dryad Arbor.
This just seems like where you want to be, right?
Yeah, super good. So this is going to leave him open to land in Minx and Boo next turn if he feels like that.
Which I have to imagine there's no reason he doesn't want to go for it, because if Chaz doesn't have a counterspell, this is an insane amount of pressure that he gets to put on the board very quickly. But we know Chaz most likely will counter.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, Minx and Boo is a very difficult thing for a lot of control decks sometimes.
Planeswalkers, that's just not something you want to resolve more often than not. No. Even just getting 1 activation is not ideal.
Yeah, especially one that comes with a 4/4.
It comes with a little
essentially
little
a 4/4, and then continues to get bigger, or just throws a hamster at your opponent's face.
Yeah.
Which is terrifying.
And arguably, there isn't a ton of things that you can actually counter in the Depths deck that are significant, right?
Yeah.
Because you're not countering like Merit Leash. You might counter maybe a Crop Rotation.
Yeah.
But I mean, right now, Tom's looking a little light on cards in hand. So, I mean, you stop this, he has 1 card in hand.
Yeah.
The rest of his board, not so very scary.
Yeah, we can see Tom whip out that.
Oh, Terminus off the top. An interesting.
It's like, okay. I mean, that's not too bad here, because I mean, he can follow up with Force of Will still, because we do know, I did see 1 in his hand.
Yeah,
and this Terminus is going to get rid of Dryad Arbor.
It gets rid of Arbor and Reclaimer, and he just won't. We assume he just wanted to brainstorm to find the best pitch to his force, which most likely was the dress down anyway, but it just depends. But instead it ended up being even more significant.
Yeah, even more brutal.
It does show you have to be you have to have a bit of a light touch with this kind of deck, right? You have to remember to flip the top is to find the Terminus and miracle it appropriately.
Yeah, I was wondering here why Chaz didn't get like a Savannah or some kind of green land, because he wasn't sitting on any green But he does have a Trop in his hand, so he'll be able to do that. And we're going to see Forcible Exhibition that. Putting Tom in a rough spot here. I mean, they're both getting pretty low here. It looks like maybe we got an Uro, a Ponder, and then the Trop from Chaz here. So yeah, we see Trop, and then probably just.
I do think that Tom's last card was a Swords.
Swords.
So if he chooses to play Uro, I mean Uro will go to the yard. That's fine.
Yeah.
But if Chaz tries to bring it back, depending on what he draws, there's a good chance that it's gonna get exiled.
Yeah, there's a good amount of graveyard interaction for the Night Depth decks. I mean, they'll have crop rotation and
he decided to besage you away that wasteland before getting wasteland.
Yeah.
It's a reasonable thing to do. You really don't want to just wait and let your opponent have the choice as to what land to destroy of yours.
Yeah, especially when you're not sitting on any green mana except for that Trop, so you want that thing hanging.
Oh, absolutely. And here, we talked about it earlier. It's interesting that he had one Jetmir's Garden in the list, right?
Yeah.
Well, there it is.
There we go.
Maybe it's specifically, maybe it's specifically just to go get it with Beseiju and say, haha, I have all the colors now.
Sometimes you draw it late and you're just like, oh, I'll just cycle this away, I guess. Draw a card.
Can't tell what his other card in hand is.
Looks like a Yavimaya.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah.
Still nothing that's really
See Wasteland here. Get rid of that garden.
Okay. He said
Uro.
Here goes Uro.
Like, that's pretty good. Yeah, trigger on the set, get rid of that bad boy.
Yeah. One Uro down. At least 2 more left.
Yeah.
I believe he has 3 in the list.
Let's find out. He's got 3 and 1 endurance. So.
Is that Minsk and Boo in his hand? In Chaz's hand, I think.
Oh yeah, it looks like the Boros one.
Yeah, I believe Chaz would be quite happy to get his own Minsk and Boo in play, unopposed.
Yeah, especially Night Depths doesn't have a huge amount of answers. I mean, they have swords, and they have Caracas to kind of just like stave off Boo, but sometimes kind of hard. Yeah, I'm just gonna strip mine you with the Sword of Plowshares.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is there. You do what you gotta do.
Yeah, now you're just kind of playing the waiting game. The problem with these types of board states is always that, like, if Chaz has no answers, Tom can literally just go draw Depths, draw Thespian Stage, end of your turn, make it 20/20.
Yeah.
Like, just...
And that's the hard part, right?
Yeah.
That's the part we're talking... That's the uncounterable part, necessarily.
Yeah, just natty draw it, and you're like, okay, there's nothing I can do about that, so it's gonna happen.
I can see why, he was kind of forced into his Beseiju play, but he probably would have liked to have kept it around.
Yeah. See Zenith for 2 here. Get a Outland Liberator. I believe he also has a Collector Oof in the main, but I don't think that's very good in this
I can't imagine what he would be oofing here.
Let's see. He has no Oof in the main. That also makes sense because he has diamonds, so.
Sure.
But yeah, Outland Liberator is definitely a good one.
A little brainstorm action. Is that Leyline, Minsk and Boo, Ponder? I mean, it seems reasonable to just swords that, because I mean, you can't have it flipping and getting all this value for being a wolf.
Yeah.
Not that Chaz specifically has anything for Deblope right now. There's no ley lines in play. There's no beanstalks, but he wants there to be eventually.
I want those to hang around. Okay, we're gonna see
Chaz really digging deep here through all these brainstorms and ponders to just find some action.
Yeah. I mean, really looking for a fetch here to get that red.
And there we go. A binding.
Yeah, I mean, Chaz and then Mix and Boo in hand. They're just kind of both just top decking, waiting here. Just not hitting any fetches that kind of shuffle away the cards that he doesn't want at this point is kind of rough.
Yeah. No red source is really putting a hindrance on him getting anywhere with this Minsk and Boo.
Yeah. 4 Swords, Life from Malone. That's going to be good here. Life from Malone is going to be able to get him back those fetch lands.
Yeah.
Especially getting to pitch those extra cards that he's not looking at.
And there we go.
Point, so.
It's like, let me just grab these back and feel a lot better about my life to hold this Beseiju again.
Then wastelanding.
Yeah, I mean,
wastelanding, Beseijuing over and over again.
Arguably, leaving Tom with not a lot of mana to ever get to do depths thing. You still need mana, right, to activate stages.
Yeah.
Like, you still need these things. And he's kind of cutting him to the quick here.
Let's see.
Oh yeah, it also works on a Mox.
Yes, it does. He's probably
he-
looking to get rid of some white sources here so that when he slams Mix and Boo, then it'll be just in
Yeah.
the clear for him. Kind of just playing
He-
the wait and control.
Yeah, it's like
game here.
he did have a land to go get.
Yeah, ironically, the lands deck doesn't really do too well without lands.
Yeah, right now he's sitting just on pure Yavimaya and
in a
hanging
dream.
out.
Yeah, kind of opposites here because I mean Tom was sitting on a diamond. There is
Mhm.
some kind of value to using the diamond instead. Well, I mean he does have Pasage, so I guess it ultimately doesn't matter. But
Yeah.
it's an untapped white source. That's not just gonna get wastelanded this turn.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Chaz just loaming back destruction
Yeah,
over and over. Tom only has so many lands.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, if Tom gets a Night Require, that creature is gonna be huge.
Oh, absolutely.
It's gonna be one big old night.
Then I think Chaz will be looking to find the one-off endurance in his
Yes.
list. Well, that.
Claimer's definitely a
Oh,
3/4.
hey, but now we get to fetch out some sort of red source, I would assume.
Okay.
That, you know,
That
okay,
works.
that seems red enough to
Yeah,
me.
yeah. This is fetchable and produces red mana.
Yeah,
Excellent.
yeah.
Yeah, we see a Mix and Boost slam here.
I like that our players right now are both over 20.
Yeah.
Nothing has happened in the
Yeah.
game.
It's gonna be turn.
We've gone backwards. And
see.
Mike Seacrest stepping in as Boo in this case.
No attacks here. Someone keeps his Boo around.
Yeah.
Ah, the beans.
Hey, finally,
There we go.
an extra bit of draw card. Now there aren't a ton of triggers, arguably, for the beanstalk. Leyline being one of them, and we already see one in play.
Yeah.
But you know, fourth Erling, like these are all
Yeah.
cards that, you know, casting them is already good. If you get to draw a card on top of it, better.
It's great.
Just better.
Like fantastic. Now chasing with a full grip. Yeah, Tom's just gonna scoop it up
Yeah.
here. It's kinda hard to be when your opponent's got the beans and
You got Minsk
got
and Boo in
6 cards in
play.
hand. Yeah.
He's drawn all the cards, and poor Tom's sitting on like 2 land and a dream. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna take a couple draws for Tom,
Yeah.
and he's not gonna get them.
The world is Sir Oyster. So let's see what we get sideboards options
Yeah.
here. So,
What are our sideboard plans for this shenanigan?
um,
Also, look at
so-
Chaz's deck box. How cute.
Oh, it's so great. Everybody loves a little bit of Pokemans.
Yeah, just a touch.
So let's see. So Tom's sitting on. He's got a Collector Oof, which probably not coming in. Yep, you can see that Teague right on top.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a pretty good one here. He's got a lot of cards that are over 4 mana. So.
Or they have X in their cost.
Or they
Like
have
Boros.
X in their
I mean,
cost.
these are all cards that get hit.
Other than that, Moloch doesn't seem very good here. Endurance, Deafening Silence, and Pyroblast. 2 Elemental Blast, Surgical Extraction.
There's some argument for the endurance, right? Either for Tom himself or against
Yeah.
Chaz with Uro and like things like that,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
just
So
shuffle
I
back.
could see, and it's just another threat. It's
Yeah.
another problem for Chaz to solve.
Yeah, he does have 2 in the main board already.
Does he?
Um,
Where were they?
yeah,
They're
yeah,
hiding out.
hanging out in his deck.
I didn't see them once.
Other than that, not much else.
Mhm.
Looks like Chad's gonna be cooking with. He's got Red Elemental Blast, Pyroblast, Blue Elemental Blast, Meltdown, Carpet Flowers, Beseiju, Force of Vigor,
The other
a
Beseiju.
Singular Plains.
I have to imagine this is the
Macabre.
matchup for that.
Yeah, it looks like not a whole lot coming in for Chess here.
Yeah.
Some optimizing a couple of
Yeah.
picks here, but not anything just like
Oh, yeah.
specifically like you. What I really hate, Merit Lage. Let's get that card out of here.
Yeah. The most I could see is bringing in, you know, the extra Beseiju purely for.
Yeah.
If you're bringing it in against any deck, the lands deck seems to be like
Oh, yeah.
the thing to do, right?
Yeah, it gives you an early answer to when your opponent wants to try to natty draw Merit Lage on you,
Mhm.
like turn 2. It's
If
like,
you can
oh,
ever
okay.
take out one piece, you know, before
Yeah.
the other one hits, like that seems fine.
Yeah, sweet.
Even just
Cooking.
even just cutting him off lands eventually is not an insignificant thing, as we just saw.
Yeah.
He just kind of piecemealed okay, pop this one, now pop this one, now
Yep.
pop this one over and over. And I mean, Life in the Loam
Oh
is
yeah.
it works
Brutal.
good for either of these decks.
Yeah. Yeah. Both of them are solid.
Yeah.
I think Tom's taking a couple of different things here. Bringing out
Yeah.
diamonds. I don't think he would be bringing in oof here.
I can't
Maybe
imagine
just
what it would be
getting
for.
diamonds. Yeah, yeah. I mean, diamonds also kind of rough in this matchup just because of, you know, it leaves Chaz off of bringing in oofs.
Sure.
Setting him off of that if he wants to do that.
Yeah.
And then also, you know, dies to ending.
Yeah.
Which is always really rough.
That
when
is
you're
fair
relying on
because
that.
this is not open deck list, so Tom has to kind of hedge his bets, right, on
Yeah.
what he has seen and what Chaz could have that he did not see.
Yeah.
And when you've seen a bunch of control elements, you just probably feel okay. He's got answers to everything, so let's just try to spread our stuff a little bit out so he
Yeah.
can't just have one good answer for like 6 of our cards, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, see how these sideboards work out. You know, sometimes you get to draw all your sideboard cards, and sometimes you draw none of them.
Yeah. You do put them in the deck to draw them, but there's plenty of
Yes.
times you're
Yeah.
like, did I even put it in the deck?
Yeah.
Did I take out all of my land? Like,
Did I grab the wrong pile when I shuffled them in?
am I
Like,
playing my opponent's deck right now? What's happening?
What's going on? I don't like this at all.
Yeah. But we hope to see, solid
Yeah.
magic. Good plays.
Let's see if we can peek some hands here. Tom's gonna mull that 6-land hand. I definitely saw that. It was 6 lands and a mix and boo.
Oh, hey.
Chaz looks like
I
we
mean, you
got-
get there eventually, but it'll take a minute.
So you got Misty Savannah, Seiju, Swords, Life in Loam ending, and Brainstorm on the end, I think.
I think that's Brainstorm. I mean, that
Yeah.
hand seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Not as reactive as maybe some of the other options he could have, but a perfectly reasonable keep. Especially because we assume Chaz is on the draw here, so.
Mhm.
And then Tom, I mean, depths, like any deck that centers around like lands or just a combo in general, tends to have to mulligan a lot.
Yeah.
They're really looking for specific things, and what they don't want is 6 lands and a
Yeah.
Minskin Poo.
Yeah, definitely no bueno.
This looks a little better. Oh, there's an Endurance. I see it clearly.
Perfect.
So what is that? Life in the Loam. What, maybe a Yavimaya?
That's Zenith. Green Sun Zenith.
Oh, is that what that is?
What's up, Heath? Green Sun Zenith.
so many green
Yavimaya,
arts.
Endurance.
Oh, the Endurance going back.
Okay.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
look,
you
I
get
don't
Zenith for
play
it,
the
so-
deck. If Tom thinks he
Yeah.
doesn't need it, he doesn't need it.
Yeah. I mean, and Tom was one of those players too that it's kind of like the what he says goes, because he's been playing Night Depths for a very long time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like whenever I needed advice for Night Depths, I always went to him. Just because he's just
Yeah.
so familiar with the
He
deck.
definitely- I
He
mean,
plays all the time.
Look, I always, lean towards this person has played this deck way more than I've even thought about this deck,
Yeah.
So if they decide that, then it's probably the right call.
Let's see.
Just go
Get
get
a sweet
little Dryad
1 mana
Arbor.
ramp spell and creature.
Yeah. I love me a Dryad Arbor, but that's because
Yeah.
I used to play Pockles.
Yeah.
Use it for very different things there. Very rarely was it ever a good thing to have on turn 1.
Yeah.
Where here it's the opposite. But I mean, we imagine Chaz has answers to a land that is also a creature.
Like 1 or 2, I think.
Like 1 or 2.
1 or 2 cards. Shortcut here.
No.
Zenith for 2.
Yeah. Is he okay with this?
See?
He
That's
has to.
definitely gonna happen.
He has to start worrying about letting him get too many Zenith targets, right?
Yeah.
Again, I feel like this falls under there's only so many things Chaz can counter, especially with a card like, let's say, Force Negation, if that's what he
Yeah.
has, right? You kind of have to go for the ones you can get rid of sometimes.
Yeah.
Especially if it's leading to a creature that's going to start beating you up.
Yeah. Like, wait, no. Oh, so yeah, that's gonna resolve. Okay.
Oh, no.
That happened. Yikes.
Well, that Leyline binding in his hand is looking real bad all of a sudden.
Yeah. He cannot binding it. I don't think
He can't
actually-
prismatic it either.
Yeah, can't prismatic, can't binding it. He can dress down and then
Yeah.
one of the aboves. He can also swords it, which is obviously not
Yes,
not nothing.
swords is the easiest answer out of all of those.
Yes.
Teague is also something you play in the sideboard of Boggles, specifically
Yeah.
because it just hoses so many controlling, elements, right?
Yeah.
Like Supreme Verdict, uncounterable, but can't
Ooh.
cast it with a Teague in
Yeah.
play.
It's not even an option.
Chalice on one? Not today.
No, thank you. Oh yeah, he also can't Terminus either.
No.
It's
Just
gonna be
because it can
Stalker.
be miracled for one doesn't
Yep,
doesn't mean
make
that's what it actually
one.
costs. So yeah, Teague really locking up a lot of potential cards that Chaz
Yeah.
could have. So, and we already see he has Leyline in hand that is now turned off.
Yeah. Yeah, it's essentially just trying to get, swords at this point.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Tom has 2 cards left in hand, but I mean, he has 4 power in play right now. He can
Yeah.
just start swinging with.
Yeah, Tom also cannot cast either of the cards in his hand because they're a Mix and Boo and a Green Sun Zenith, so...
Well,
Teague
not
is a
not with
symmetrical
that
effect.
attitude. Jeez. One solid land in is just Minsk and Boo in play.
He can't. Teague. Teague is
Oh, that's
symmetrical
right.
effect.
Yeah, that's
Teague is
right.
not just your
I
opponents.
forgot.
Yeah.
Minsk and Boo isn't actually a creature. It's a
No.
planeswalker.
An Uro.
Yeah, Uro
That
is
is
legal.
castable on
That's
the
a
Teague.
legal card. Beanstalk also a card he can cast. Not
I
right
guess
now.
I'll-
Not right now, but
No.
later.
And now's the fetching game so that he can see if he can bring Uro back. Ooh, a blast. Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
that only costs 1.
Like, no. What we really want to see here would be sick as a Sylvan Savekeeper.
Did he
just
have
going
that?
to town.
Did he
Yeah,
have
he
that
has
in
one in
his-
the main.
Oh, okay. He does have one in the main.
That's definitely a big...
Yeah, I was like, it
big
is a
one to see.
fairly normal one to have.
Yeah.
It's just we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. Yeah, Dryad Arbor Beats,
Yeah,
my
I mean-
favorite. Yeah. My land's gonna hit you for 1.
That tree be swanging.
Beans?
Beans. I mean, we gotta draw our answers here.
Oh, there's another Uro.
I mean, sometimes you cast and gain some more life.
So
I
what you
don't know.
need is more Uros.
All the Uros. Oh,
Beans.
2 beanstalks. And he draws the 4th that I'm very sure he wishes he could cast.
Yeah.
He would be able to draw 2 cards,
Yeah.
like have oh, this would be so good. And instead, he's locked under one tiny little Kithkin advisor.
Yep. With
He
his-
always
with
looks
that
so
mustache.
cranky. Yeah, look at that mustache.
He's just grumpy.
That's an official. It's
An
official.
official mustache. Oh, we're gonna see a bog here from Tom.
Oh no.
Not even giving Uro an option to come in a little bit later.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
good here. Could have put him on the back foot. Get rid of some of that extra drop.
good thing he didn't cast the other one.
Yeah. It's like, no, 2.
He didn't give too much away to the graveyard yet, so
Yeah.
slows him down for sure. Absolutely. But
Ooh, Sylvan Library. That's gonna be a good one here. A little bit of
gosh.
extra advantage. They're kind of at the poking stage here of
Yeah.
the attacking relationship. So,
Yeah,
and I mean, Chaz can still force a negation.
he can. And he
presumably
probably
has to.
should.
Yeah. If he does have it, let's see if he does.
I believe that is actually the blue card in his hand, but I
think it's,
couldn't tell you for sure. Or
it's a Flusterstorm.
oh yeah, that is a Flusterstorm.
Mm.
Huh. Well, that
Yeah.
might work.
And another land here.
But nope, he definitely had enough to pay for it too.
See, Uro Part 2. Tom's like, stop it! No more Uros, please!
Well, look, Tom's arguably pretty far ahead right now, so Jazz
Yeah.
needs all the help he can get. He says, sure.
Yeah.
Gain your life.
That's
Draw
cool
your
with me.
card.
You do you. Oh, look, a spell that you can't cast. All right.
Is it a Lorien revealed?
Yeah.
Well, it does. I mean, it does let him go get a land, and he can get it into the yard by
Yeah.
island cycling it. So, not insignificant.
Cycle.
Pretty much the best use of it right
Yeah.
now. To be fair, one less land in the deck, right?
Yeah, just thin.
Yeah.
All of your cantrips all cost 1, so get that Mystic Sanctuary.
Yeah.
To put Lorien revealed on top.
I mean, you can. I can't imagine that's what he wants to do with
Yeah.
it, though. Some other spell is probably more
Yes.
relevant.
fetching. Yeah, I'm just gonna then in here, getting all the stuff you need to
Might as well do
get
it
the swords
now.
off, and then be able to take this game back over. Because right now,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna keep bashing.
Yeah, where are our swords at? Let's get rid of this Kithkin. Because we could definitely answer like a Merit Lage or something at this point.
Yeah. I mean, time also might be sitting here with the 2 open, waiting for Chaz to kind of tap out here at one point before activating so that he can't Swords T. So then essentially, Chaz would have to have swords, and double white in order to deal with Teague.
What would stop him from swordsing Teague?
Always clamoring for a Sajiri step.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so he's like, now that the way is clear, we can Sajiri step here. Or we can fetch here.
That's fair.
Yeah.
It does run into the, you know, if Chaz is sitting on like Beseiju or something like that, you know, he'll take him off it. But instead he gets a thespian stage. If I'm Chaz, I'm horrified.
Yeah. Oh no. I'm in danger.
Yeah, because that means that now Reclaimer can just go ahead and run off, go get the other side of this.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know, the card in the name of the deck.
Yeah.
And
Ooh, and this is Sylvan Savekeeper. Yeah, buddy, that's what we like to see.
you think he's paying the life?
He's gonna pick 4.
At a healthy 19.
Yeah, right. Picking up Windswept Heath and the Sylvan Safekeeper here. Definitely Sylvan Safekeepers here gonna be real good.
Yeah.
It's not much that
As-
has to do with Sylvan Safekeeper plus all the pieces.
Chaz has so much land and just nothing he's allowed to cast with it. And the biggest problem here for Chaz is like, this kind of just looks like the opposite of game 1 where Chaz had Tom under lockdown. Well, this is kind of the opposite, but only with one Kithkin advisor.
Just one little Kithkin
just
advisor.
doing all the work here.
Yeah, Tom's gonna ship it here. Guys gonna see if we can do a little bit
Like
of digging.
Ponder, I'm allowed. It only costs 1.
There's swords. There's 2 swords on there. Okay.
Hey, I would like to keep all of these. Keep all of the cards.
I think those are a little late now, though.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's tricky, right? He does have to.
Well, I mean, essentially, it's not the worst play, but Tom can protect his Gadok Teague 5 times, essentially. Actually, 6 times. Well, no, for the 5 times.
Yeah.
But so, I mean, that's not the most optimal, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
What if? What if he goes to Reclaimer to just go get depths?
Yeah. Yeah, they just Reclaimer get depths, but I mean, Sylvan Safekeeper would just protect no matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's gonna respond with the swords here to the fetch.
Yeah.
Fetch on the stack, so he's like, okay, we're gonna target Teague here. I'm just gonna float a green or float a red or whatever. It's Safekeeper for Teague. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna resolve. Expecting just kind of some miscellaneous land here.
Yeah. It's definitely, the swords would have been good 2 turns ago.
Yeah.
3 turns ago.
Yeah, before
At
Safekeeper.
literally any point in the game before now.
Yeah, and he's gonna go ahead. Oh, can I also activate this, please?
Yeah, he's like, to save time, let me do this. If you have a response, we'll figure it out. But Chaz most likely is seeing that this is not looking good for him, and we're most likely going to a game 3.
Yes. Yeah, with Safekeeper on board, it makes it real difficult. Just being able to protect your stuff here.
Because now it's like, what part are you dealing with? Are you dealing with depths? Are you dealing with the Teague?
Yeah.
You have to deal with the Teague first to deal with the depths.
Yep.
And you can't even do that. He has all that's. It would certainly be frustrating to be in Chaz's spot and have all the answers in hand and be locked under a 2-drop.
Yeah. And this is a good draw here from Tom too. Got a Flagstone's a Troca.
Yeah.
He's gonna take the fetch though here. I mean, it's just an extra land.
Yeah. He probably feels pretty good about what he's got going on right now, to be fair. Not a whole lot else needed in this situation.
Tons of protection, feeling real good. I mean, Chaz got the swords here, but it's probably a little late for that here. So we'll see if he wants to try to play it. He's just gonna go ahead and fetch. think he only has one Savannah left. Yep. Scoop it up here.
Yeah.
Right in on the wall. Yeah, with Sylvan Safekeeper on board, with Reclaimer, with Depth
It's just
ready to go.
Tom just got too much in play before Chaz could draw a relevant card.
Yeah.
Which Chaz has a lot of answers, but specifically with Teague in play, they diminish to like specifically either dress down and card or specifically swords. I think that's it.
Yeah.
So not a whole lot.
No.
Very, very much so asking a decent amount of him. And even getting an Uro in play wouldn't have mattered at that point.
Yeah, it looks like Chaz had brought out the dress downs.
Was thinking, well, what do I need these for? I have answers to everything. He's like, I need these.
Oh no! Oh
Which
no!
was Teague only a one-off in the list there?
Yeah. The only one is a one-of in the side.
So
they can Green Sun Zenith.
Yeah, so if he doesn't Zenith for it specifically, his odds of drawing it are lower.
Yeah.
So if you see a Zenith for 2, you're like, huh?
No.
Counterspell.
I'm in danger.
So we'll see how this works. I mean, Chaz will be on the play in this one. Maybe he can get out ahead of it.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
Yeah. Getting in those one of those cantrips out early, like a Ponder or Brainstorm.
Yeah.
To be able to dig for that force.
Oh yeah.
The force or the force. The
the
will force or
force.
the negation force.
Go full Jedi on it. But either way, I mean, he dug very hard in that game.
Yeah.
I think he actually cast quite a few, ponders and brainstorms. He just literally didn't find what he needed.
Yeah.
And Teague specifically stopping even, a miracle, literally off the top, didn't help. Chaz doesn't have any board wipe, to my knowledge. It's purely just kind of one-for-one cards.
Yeah. Except for Terminus.
Except for Terminus, which is a board wipe of sorts.
Yeah.
It's the cards aren't gone. They're just they're misplaced.
Yeah.
They're wandering around.
They're just hanging out elsewhere.
Yeah, elsewhere. They're
Look
not
at
hurting
that
anybody.
whole hand of cantrips for Chaz. So I got 4 lands,
I feel like
2
you put
ponders,
this. I feel like you put this
Brainstorm.
on him. Do you want all the cantrips in your deck in your opener?
Yeah.
I mean, arguably yes, if you can cast them. Not so much in this case. I feel like I'd want at least one real card, but he gets a heck of a lot of looks. So I can see keeping it and just hoping that the top of the deck is favorable. I mean, he's got the fetches. He can move some mountains around here, but
yeah. Well, that's what's so unfortunate about the hand that he looks like keeping here is there is no fetch lands.
What did he not have a single fetch in there?
I think it was a volcanic, a trop, a tundra, and an island.
I could have sworn he had one.
Yeah. So the brainstorm's gonna be kind of rough here because it's like, do you want to ponder and then keep a fetch land? It's kind of an awkward situation when you're like sitting there and you're like, I know it's on top because of ponder.
Sure.
Like you're like, oh, I take the spell that I want plus fetch land, and it's like if I brainstorm here, I'm seeing 1 less card, but I'm putting 2 back, and then I can fetch and get rid of those 2 cards. But it's like, it's just such an awkward situation.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so would you keep a hand with no fetches but 3 cantrips in this situation? You know what you're playing against. This isn't blind.
I probably wouldn't just for this matchup, just because I would want to have some sort of answer. Like I would want to have one of the forces just so I can hit a Zenith, because he doesn't know that Tom took out diamonds. So I don't want to get hit with my opponent just like Zenithing for Teague on turn 2 or turn 1. And then just like losing the game essentially,
right?
Because then you're just stuck with cantrips, and you're like, okay, like I have to exactly draw swords, or else I just can't.
Your odds are better of hitting a sword with that many looks, though.
That's true.
Well, I guess we'll find out how it turns out for him. I can understand both sides of it, because going down to 6 on the play against a deck that accrues so much value, and then possibly not drawing either enough spells or enough lands to feel relevant. Could be the opposite part of the equation, right? Is do you keep a hand that is playable but very dependent on how your deck treats you?
yeah. Or what he can do is just let Tom mulligan into oblivion, because that looks like that's what has happened.
Well, you know what?
He hasn't had any green mana except for the opening hand, which I think.
Well,
was
he
like
can
5
certainly
lands.
pitch cast an endurance, but other than that, this hand is looking very rough.
Yeah, looks like he's just keeping this one.
I mean,
Plains Wasteland, double knight.
At a certain point, you do have to keep, right? I mean, he's on the draw. So if he keeps a hand that has potential and just needs to draw land, well, I imagine drawing land is something that his deck should be better at.
Yeah, I mean, and this deck has a huge majority of
Green sources?
Green sources. I mean, we got 1 bog, 2 depths, 2 flagstones, Caracas. I think he sideboarded out the Maze of Ith, so we don't have to worry about that. 1 plains and then 2 Sagiri Step.
Yeah.
And then 2 Thespian Sage. But everything else, 3 Wastelands. Oh my gosh. But there's so many green. Containment Priest. Okay.
Huh. We didn't talk about that. I don't remember that being in his sideboard, but oh, okay. Well, he's like, all right, neither one of us has land.
Yeah.
Now, Chad's feeling a little bit better about keeping a hand with extra land in it, right?
Like, okay. Ooh, plains, yeah.
Now, if Tom draws a green source, he can liberate her on 2 and still feel like in it, right? If not, if he just passes, then which he did. So Chaz immediately, right? You smell blood in the water.
Yeah.
As soon as your opponent goes, just a basic go, it's like, oh.
Yeah. Looks like Tom's got 1 diamond hanging out in his hand.
So you didn't take them all out.
Yeah, not them all. You do need a land to play North Style.
Yeah, which at this point, like, you would just play the land, right?
Yeah. That's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah.
These 27 land decks. And
arguably, the game's not over. Not yet. It's just not a great spot for Tom.
Yeah. Boop.
Mike Segrist, a.k.a. Boop.
A.k.a. Boops.
But a quick swing in, and while this isn't, the end, Tom's moving to discard. He's, starting to run a little low here. Now,
Post upkeep.
He could counter it, but if it's Boo, you just gain the life, you make a new Boo, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he did it after.
Yeah, so he slowed him down.
Yeah. I'm going to see 4th Aerolingus here.
Which is also pretty good,
yeah.
from what I've heard.
Yeah.
Oh, and look, Chad, using himself. Sir, those are Goblin Shamans. 4th Aerolingus makes what? 2/2 Knights?
Yeah, I think they're 2/2 Knights haste trample. They do not make treasure tokens. That would
yeah, that would be busted.
Yeah, and you can bust minks on those because those have trample.
Yeah.
So it's like, oof.
Which is so funny too, right? Knights in general don't tend to have trample. It's just an odd keyword for them to have.
Tom's like, look at my beautiful deck.
Yeah.
Look at all these cards I had in hand.
He's like,
like, oh, look at all these answers.
He's like, well,
oh gosh.
I believe that was both forces, right? It was it's a force both ways,
force.
two blue cards for each if necessary.
Perfect. Just chatting about the game here.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't much Tom could do. Like, he kept a hand that had a reasonable upside.
Yeah, without going into Oblivion.
Yeah, and because you can only go down so far.
Yeah.
It's a difficult decision as to where to stop, right? Is a 4 better than a perilous 5?
Yeah.
But if you draw land, it's good. He had what, 2 Knights, he had Outland Liberator.
Yeah.
That's a good
hand. Green
hand.
source here is great.
Yeah, which arguably is most of Tom's deck, is a lot of green sources. So so a little unfortunate to fall short on that last one, but they definitely tried their best. Some really interesting game back and forth in game 1 and 2.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes it's just how game 3 goes, right? It's just somebody ends up a little unlucky.
Yeah. This cool thing about Legacy here, look at it, just like comparing.
Yeah.
Tom's always a good person to talk to.
Oh, yeah.
Super knowledgeable in this.
Absolutely. So, if I had a question about depths in general, I would ask him.
Yeah. Super cool. I see him chatting here.
Yeah. Always good to, talk out, once you get along with people. You
Yeah.
talk out what you might have done differently. It's just, it's helpful for everybody, right?
Yeah.
To understand the other side of what the other person was thinking when you guys were making plays. Yeah. And, like, what did they sideboard? What did they think was what did they think you were sideboarding? Stuff like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so looks like we're going to call it in Chaz's favor here. And I believe we'll take just a short break while we go check. I think there's about 10 minutes left, so we might not have time to bring another match on. But if that's the case, then we should be back in a short 10 minutes or less. We'll go nudge them along a little bit.
We'll see what's going on.
We'll go see.
Make them play faster.
But yeah, so don't leave us. Hang out, get some breakfast or lunch. I don't know what time it is.
Yeah.
And we'll see you guys in a couple minutes.
See you then.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. See, that wasn't so long.
Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah, that's legacy for you. If we're
Yeah.
going to time, I'm surprised. I don't know what's happening, but yeah. So we got some interesting names here.
Alright.
I just noticed what the deck names are.
Like Scammeroni.
Scammeroni. Gio, what are you doing? What are you doing over there? And then art on Beseeched, which, you know, I have to imagine he's beseeching some mirrors for something. I guess we'll find out what.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll get to see the Beseech deck in action here.
Yeah.
It can go really, really well sometimes. But I mean, Gio sitting on some, Force of Wills might just be like, oh, that's a pretty cool Beseech there. It'd be a shame if somebody Force of Will.
Yeah. Would you bargain?
Like, can I offer you a Force of Will instead?
A Force of Will in this trying time. So, I'm not sure. I mean, you would think that, scamming things in, like, Griefs and then having some counterspell backup really would put Geo on the more favored side of this matchup. But I imagine Art has a little hand disruption of his own.
Yeah.
So I guess part of it's who's on the play.
Yeah.
Let's find
these
that
are
out.
both very play draw dependent decks.
I see at least 2 Thoughtseize in Art's hand.
Yeah.
So
let's see, what is that? Is that a Pithing Needle, One Ring, Chromox?
beautiful cards.
Let's see.
Look at these. These are
They're
nice.
so shiny.
They're so shiny, Art. You need to tone it down.
Yeah, right. It's too pretty.
And then Geo with what? Some Ponders.
Double Ponder, Murktide, Scalding Tarn,
Yeah, just
Sanctuary, Daze, Force.
if you didn't tell me that there was black in his deck,
Yeah.
I wouldn't know.
Sure, yeah.
Mono blue control. Let's go.
Yeah, right. Sweet. That's when you need to in Storm.
Oh, and it looks like Art's on the
Ooh,
play. Oh,
It's on
baby.
play. It's gonna be pretty good here.
A beautiful swamp into a Thoughtseize. Well, if Art doesn't know what Geo's playing, he will also be confused.
Take a gander.
Now we all get to look. I mean, taking the Days of the Force is like the easiest thing to do here, I suppose. Now we know Art has a second Thoughtseize, right? So like, realistically, he's going to want to take one of these other cards.
Yeah. See pass here.
I can also, I mean, I can also see just taking a Murktide and say, no, I don't want to deal with that later.
Yeah. Find a win con. Let's see, what did Geo draw here? Looks like Geo drew a Bowmasters, I believe.
Oh.
It was also very shiny, so kind of hard to see.
He's like, aha, look at this. Black and blue. You had no idea.
It was a mystery.
Yeah. I don't know. So if you Thoughtseize him again, you see Bowmasters. Do you take the Bowmasters or the Murktide at this point? Bowmasters represents 2 bodies. Problematic in a lot of Legacy matchups, period, right?
Yeah.
Just in general. Murktide is 1 singular body, but getting closer and closer to being able to just be cast.
Yeah. It also depends what Art's worried about. I mean, he is sitting on a One Ring, which he doesn't probably really want to try to jam it next turn, but ooh, yeah, the Sheldon. So I mean, probably looking to pick off the Bowmasters if he decides to do that again. But I mean, Geo drawing another Force here is kind of like, okay, well, I'm going to put you in a tight spot here. Like, do you want to, what do you want to deal with?
Oh, yeah. If you want to force my Thoughtseize, pitching another guy, absolutely.
Like
all day.
Yeah. See Ancient Tomb.
I will allow it.
Sweet. Second Thoughtseize pop off here. See if the way is clear.
Yeah.
Oh, Pithing Needle. Okay, interesting.
Oh. What is he naming? If someone closer to the game can help us figure that out.
Yeah, right.
Maybe, a little post-it note action. Thank you. Thank you. For us at home.
Okay.
Okay. Just wanted to protect himself a little bit.
Yeah.
Not wanting to lose that Ancient Tomb.
Yeah.
Ancient
Wanna
Tomb
get
definitely
back
worth
to
more than a
that.
Wasteland.
Yes. Yeah, plus, I know a lot of times these Beseech decks will end up running the Vault of Whispers, too, as the artifact attack for the Beseech. So, getting that Wastelanded early is kind of rough.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
And eventually, I mean, if a Pithing Needle doesn't seem useful anymore, you just bargain that away.
Yep.
It's a bargain right there.
That's such a bargain. Yeah, I mean, this also, too, is nice for Geo, because with him Pithing Needle Wasteland, it essentially just makes it free for him to just get duels now.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have to constrict his mana with basics. He could just continually just get underground seas instead.
Yeah. I feel like Geo last turn also pondered and kind of left that same setup on top.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious why he did it again. It didn't seem to change very much for him.
Yeah.
But maybe he's just trying to just, use his cards when he can, get the max value plays in right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he is sitting on a troll in hand, so I mean, he could upkeep troll to get rid of those cards that he doesn't want to draw, unless he does want to draw them.
Yeah, which I think he might have had a reanimate on top.
Was reanimate? Oh,
I think that's what he left on top. It was hard to see what order he put them in. But that could lead to a draw that, go get a land, reanimate my troll situation, which seems fine.
And then just get in there, just get in the beats.
Yeah.
Let me see that other.
It would also be fairly protected from this Thoughtseize right now.
Yeah.
Because at this point, I think you just let it happen, and whatever he takes, you're probably still okay with. If that's Geo's plan to just get the troll into play or something like that, right? I mean, because countering it at this point wouldn't matter. You would imagine Art would be incentivized to probably take the Murktide still, given that Geo has so many spells in his yard. Like, that's a significant Murktide.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty big.
Yeah.
Yeah, double counterspell here. Just thinking if he wants to.
If he thinks that he's going to lose the Murktide, I could see an incentive to force pitch your Daze. It's another spell in the yard. Untap with Murktide and in play and call it a day. That is
pitch Murktide here.
Oh, never mind. I take it back. He didn't care about the Murktide. I cared about.
For you.
Now I do think one of his other cards on top was another Murktide.
Yeah.
So I think it might have. I think it might have been reanimate Murktide or vice versa, just depending on what order he put them in. I guess. All right, untap. Show me.
Yep, we're gonna see upkeep here, cycle that troll.
Oh, so
get underground sea because
doesn't want to draw
any of those
that card.
cards. I don't like any of those. Get them out of here. Shuffle them away.
Okay.
Who needs fetch lands when you have troll?
I thought for sure that there was a way to reanimate the. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I thought I. Oh,
he does have reanimate in his hand. I think he did draw it last.
Okay.
Time, so.
I don't. I think he still left it on top, but maybe he just shuffled it in his hand in a way I didn't see it. Okay, as long as the plan is still what I thought it was.
Game plan's still there.
Because I was like, he's throwing all the cards I thought he wanted. I don't even know what Magic is anymore.
I don't even know. Yeah, another double Chromax here. Kind of awkward. Chromax isn't doing a whole lot.
Yeah.
I mean, he started off with a double Thoughtseize, and the Chromax is like, do I really want to pitch these instead of having that interaction with it? And it's like,
which I think the interaction was reasonable to give him, answers to. I mean, he got 2 forces out of Geo's deck essentially.
Yeah.
Which once he wants to stick a ring and stuff like that is not insignificant.
Yeah.
The problem is that he's not doing a whole lot else right now.
Art's just gonna pass, go into Geo.
And Geo is at 12 if the life total is, correct.
Yeah.
So Shieldred is also just a really good card, right? Like definitely eats the clock that much faster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see what Art wants to do. He's kind of sitting in a rough spot because
and
I mean, he knows that the Daze is in Geo's hand, and he has exactly 4, which is both Shieldred and Wandering Man.
That's why I said I would be incentivized to take that Daze earlier, just because it's such an easy card to keep up. Because, in Legacy, you don't have that much mana to play with. So Dazes stay better longer than, let's say, Spell Pierce in Modern or something like that. Your window to use it stays wider.
Yeah.
Or maybe Art's just looking at his cards, because those are beautiful. I would also just stare at them for a minute.
Sorry, I got distracted.
Yeah, I distracted by my own cards.
Yeah, just going to ship here.
Yeah.
Maybe he's looking for another land to try to get around that Daze here.
Yeah.
You see another cycle troll, all right.
Oh, well.
Take a look. Was that a drown in the lock?
I mean, probably.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised, given the contextual, has a lot of graveyard synergies deck. I could absolutely see. Drown the Lock is just a very clean, well-rounded control card, right? Especially when you're just dumping cards in the yard constantly, killing stuff, things like that.
Troll with the Super Menace, the Super Menace.
Yeah. He's just a mean guy.
Ooh, there's a Karn. Okay, so now Art's kind of sitting here thinking, oh, okay, I've got a bunch of 4 drops. I get to play one
You have to bait out something.
You just gotta start jamming stuff. Like you just gotta get that days out of the hand.
You know that the ring is absolutely getting countered though, so and the ring saves you an extra turn next turn, so I could see going with the Karn.
Yeah, Karn this turn and then
because you can't on Geo side you can't let Karn resolve either.
No,
you don't know what Art's hand is, but
Yeah.
Karn leads to all sorts of possibilities.
Oh yeah,
And it can make creatures. It basically does everything that Art would like to do right now.
yeah. He's just gonna jam the Chromox here and see.
Okay.
I got an inkling he might be baiting here because I don't know if he wants to pitch that Sheldred. So he might be thinking, oh, like if he counters
I
this,
cannot
then...
imagine he would be incentivized to pitch that Sheldred.
Yeah. So this might be kind of a bait like, hey, do you want to counter my Chromox? Because then I'll have enough to pay for your days if you let this resolve.
Now, will Geo take the bait?
Yeah.
Good question. I mean, again, Geo doesn't know what's in his hand, so this is a very reasonable thing to stop. It would make you nervous, you know.
Getting up to that 5. No, he's gonna just let it happen.
I mean, in that case, you're slightly more incentivized to pitch a card to it. Like, as much as you don't want to get rid of Sheldred, like if you do this, you get around the days.
Yeah.
So, at that point, you kind of have to.
Yeah. So now your stuff is free. Probably gonna see one ring here. I mean, I think he's banking on not, him having.
Yeah. I mean, ring just
now at this point,
ring just shores everything up, right? You get a free turn. You're gonna get some more cards. Like. These are all the things.
Yeah.
I mean, Bowmaster's in response. You don't want to see it.
Yeah. It's like, oh my gosh.
You don't want to see it. But the Bowmaster's...
Oh, okay. He's just going to scoop it up. Interesting. Okay.
Huh.
Huh.
Did he... Is he not at 12? Did he not buy himself a turn?
Yeah. I think it might have been maybe a little preemptive. I mean, because, like, he takes 1 and then he has a turn.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, he gets to draw a card and then draw 2 cards, and then he'll be at low enough to fine, I think. But
yeah, I mean, let's just say the players know their own decks better than we do. If Art felt that he was locked out of the game at that point, you know, then there's an argument for it. Maybe he was just a little afraid that, like, once he untapped, had the like he can't really draw effectively anymore with Bowmasters in play, so the ring kind of turned off a little bit.
Yeah.
It would buy him a turn, but then that's what 6, 7, 8 power. Like it's almost lethal power already in play.
Yeah, but it's a turn plus 3 cards from the ring and your draw for turn.
Right, but
so,
then you're
like,
you're taking shots to the face from Bowmasters.
Yeah, but these decks don't run ad nauseum anymore. A lot of times because they have the Siege Simulator now.
We don't have deck lists, so we can only guess as to what. Well, I see some Dothies. That's going to be good in this matchup.
Yeah. So I mean, maybe he was just like, I don't want to play this matchup anymore. I'm done.
Yeah. And somebody commented he probably was at 10 since he tapped the Ancient. He's probably lower than we realized just because they didn't update the life total immediately.
Yeah, I mean, because that kind of works as it would be ring, draw, take 1, go to 9, ring, draw, and then take 1 during upkeep to 8, and then if you drew 2,
and just
you would take 2 and then go to 6.
Yeah, you're probably still pretty dead. Yeah, you're pretty much dead. So
so you have to win that following turn, and
maybe
he was just like, I don't want to do the match.
Save the time. Save the time. He's like, I'm too far behind, and he would know if he doesn't have enough good answer, right? If his answers are like more 1-for-1 type answers or just creatures like Sheldred's great, but like she's not going to stop that.
No, Troll cannot block Troll.
So you got Steven confirming he was at 10. Okay, perfect. So yeah, it all makes sense, you know. Like I said, I trust the players. They know when they're beat sometimes.
Yeah, they probably played the deck once or twice. So.
Yeah, maybe once or twice. I don't know.
At least, hopefully.
To be fair, Beseech hasn't been around that long. So.
That's true. Yeah.
This is a newer deck, but I'm sure Art's, you know, I mean, look how shiny it is. He can't not know what he's doing.
It's so good. And they're Japanese, so you have to know what the cards do.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And thanks. Hey, we're here for the content. We're here for you guys and girls and everybody else. But honestly, Legacy is something we don't get to do in paper very often outside of, gosh, California.
Yeah.
I mean, I lived on the East Coast for a long time, and you just don't get turnouts like this very often.
Yeah.
So it's good to be able to bring it to the people.
Yeah. Some sweet Legacy content, sweet decks.
You don't just have to watch Moto.
Yeah,
like,
no Moto.
No Moto content. So, because we don't have paper deck lists in front of us like we did last one, we're just going to have to kind of guess what sideboard options could be out there.
Yeah. I was taking a little peek at Geos. I mean, we saw some null rods coming in.
Yeah, but it does nothing.
Some Fluster Storms. Null rods?
Yeah, it does nothing.
I'm trying to, like, remember the list. I'm not super...
That's the thing about null rod.
Beseeched.
That's the thing about null rod. It does nothing.
It does nothing.
Yeah. Exactly, please. But yeah, I mean, I could see... I mean, if Geo has access to, like, pithing needles and stuff, this actually seems like... pithing needling the Beseech deck seems like a great thing to do.
Yeah.
Stop their Karn, stop their Ring, stop the...
Let's see.
a lot of other things.
Orb of Palantir, Force Negation, Sheldon's Edict?
Edict seems fine.
Okay. Yeah.
Edict kind of hits everything.
Yeah. He can have some Grief, some Bases of Ponder.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's not. Oh, he's leaving an Edict.
I think Edict's good.
Okay.
Edict answers Karn, Shieldred, all the random stuff that you expect.
Yeah.
A Dothy that's problematic early. I mean, pretty much all of that.
It's kind of a catch-all, which is nice.
Yeah, like, it, it's removal.
Yeah.
Removal's good.
Yeah, plus, I mean, like, he didn't see a whole lot from art.
That's true. He saw just an Ancient Tomb and some beautiful, shiny cards that didn't really get a chance to do a whole lot.
Yeah. I mean, it could also be, he might be putting art on the, what do they call the deck?
Like the mono black coffers deck or something? Oh,
yeah,
no, you went.
Yeah. The, like, I play every single combo in mono black. Like, I play Depths, and I play the Leyline of the Void, Helm. So, like, I just kind of do everything.
I feel like he didn't see any cards that would make me think that, though.
Yeah. I mean, he also didn't see a lot.
Yeah, that's fair. This kind of comes down to one of the things that matters in Paper Magic is if you happen to see the person you're playing against playing earlier, and you're like, oh, I saw the deck they were playing, then he would know.
Yeah, you're walking by a table on your way to the bathroom, and you're like, oh, wow, the deck is so shiny, I can't
Yeah, you're like, oh, like, I was blinded. I have no idea what it was.
Whoa! Okay, we'll see.
So we imagine Art's on the play again. Also, Shieldred's Edict, right? Shieldred and her Edict in the same deck. Oh, the flavor.
Brutal. Seymour, no lands over here. Geosin looks like Sauron's Ransom. I have no idea what that other card is.
I saw Waste Force Ponder. The one in the middle is throwing me though. I couldn't even tell you what color it was. Well, it looks like
Swamp?
I mean, it could just be a land. Yeah. I think that's what it is. Geo's hand seems fine. It's got lands and spells.
Is that a Saw in half, maybe? That second card?
Oh, Lord. is that in the... I wish we had deck lists for this one.
Yeah, it's pretty good with Grief. When you're like, oh, land, pitch cast Grief, Dark Ritual, oh, Saw in half my Grief.
Oh, no,
Discard 3 cards, please.
Art's not feeling these hands.
No.
Or the hands aren't feeling him. I can't tell, but... What I do know is that he definitely doesn't want to keep going down on cards. This matchup is already stealing cards from you.
Yeah.
You're already... Once you're against Scam in Legacy or Modern, arguably, but, like, you want to keep as many cards in hand as possible. And every card you go down feels like 2.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, especially with the Legacy version, where instead of getting hit with 2 cards, you're sometimes getting hit with 3. And it's just like, oh my gosh, it's so...
You're like, so, playing off the top. Okay.
Sweet.
You keep a hand that's fully lands. You do what you have to.
He's keeping here, looks like.
Okay. Art, please. Please. I mean, this seems... These are cards. These are cards. He's got to put 2 things back, yes?
A Hymn, Chalice, Ancient Tomb.
It's a very,
at the end.
It's a very mean hand, right? If your opponent cares about the graveyards at all, his hand is not very kind to them. I could see wanting to keep around the Beseech for later to really get some value out of your deck. It's probably the first card to go from when your opponent tries to look at your hand, but
Pre-game action.
Yeah, that's what we want to
Try to run
see.
a chalice out on one.
Yeah, absolutely. Stops being thought seized.
No, thank you.
No reanimates.
No
None of the cool things. No ponder. None. He's like, no. Okay. I mean, you're not super mad at that though.
Yeah.
Those are significant cards to be gone. I'm surprised. Well, I mean, I guess if he feels like he really wants to keep that daze around, because that would have also been a reasonable pitch to the force.
Let's see. So you got him to Turok and
See, I
Arcane
told
here,
you.
so
Waste on the
land.
ancient tomb. It's just, oh, the ancient tomb is worth so much.
Yeah, I know.
It's gone.
It was so good. Underground here. This is gonna be rough. Our draw's black and then just
Hey, look at that beseech
gets
that we don't
staged.
need right now.
yeah. I can't even cast that card.
Eventually, though,
Yeah.
you could get there.
Someday.
It's a little awkward because you don't really want to play the saga yet, right? It
This
doesn't.
one.
It doesn't really do anything.
Can't activate it. Need that other land.
Yeah. Oh,
Dalthy here.
Dorothy. Well, if that was like an Urborg or something,
Yeah.
this would
We
be
in it
great.
now. We in the money now.
But a lot of double black cards here.
Yeah.
a lot.
Double black and one black source.
Yeah. He really needs just another land right now. Just
Yeah.
just another land that we can get into play, and then start going from there.
Oh yeah. Yes, he does. I mean, got a clock now.
And
So-
another land that's not Ancient Tomb either specifically.
Brutal. Just gonna see.
Oh come on, Gio, why are you doing it to him
so
like this?
brutal.
And you see why Pithing Needle was naming Wasteland in
Yeah.
Game 1.
Yep.
If you weren't sure why, this is it.
The famous words of GTA: wasted.
Oh. The main thing here is that Art already had to mulligan. He
Yeah.
kept a hand that was okay, but not what he preferred, right? Just you put some cards back, you hope for the best.
Yeah.
And then each turn Gio's just been compounding this mulligan with oh, you have a land? Not anymore.
Nope.
Oh, that land? No, also no.
Also gone. Yeah. Dude, Art definitely needed what he just drew. Another Thoughtseize.
Oh,
That's
absolutely.
what he needed.
If he had a way to throw it under something for mana,
Yep.
sure.
All right.
But other than that, not great. Not great. Oh, sure, Gio. Just show off
Oh,
with
wow.
your way to
Look
get
at
through
how
your
many
deck.
Cards I have.
So many cards.
Yeah.
And what is that? Land in play? A wealth of resources.
Amazing. Yeah, Gio's got
Truly the
another-
scam over here.
Truly scamming.
The scammeroni.
Sitting on another wasteland too, so
Just in case Art gets any
Yeah.
impossible thoughts about being able to cast cards.
Finally, I get to cast this. Surprise.
Unfortunately, it's not a great side to be on. We see, Legacy's really good at showing just how mean lands can be, right? No other format is just ripping your mana sources out from under you like Legacy does.
Yeah.
That's why Ren and 6 got banned, right?
Yep.
Could you
Yep.
imagine?
Oh, it'd be the best.
Life from the
Just
Loam.
kidding, it would be
Life from the
nice.
Loam is your Ren and 6, I
Yeah.
suppose. That's your closest comparison.
Yeah. You get some Ram and App action in there too.
Sure.
Art's just like, I don't really want to play this saga into this wasteland, so
Yeah. Like to keep a full grip, feel better about myself.
You gotta have something nice to look at while your opponent's smacking you for 2 every single
Yeah.
turn.
I mean,
Slog.
the downside of Urza Saga, right, is that it never sticks around, and it doesn't tap for a color. An arguably very powerful land, but not when it's your only land.
Yeah.
When
Then
you
you
are
want it.
accruing 0 value out of it.
We're gonna see some sweet piles here.
I was like, is he getting Factor Fiction? What happened?
I wish it's Sauron's Ransom.
Oh, that's not nearly
Not
as
quite
cool.
as fun.
Not nearly as cool. Still, not great for Art either way. He said, there you go.
He's giving him the 4-0.
And Gio's like,
He's like, wait, can you do that?
can,
I'll take the 4.
yeah.
Art's like, I guess so.
A true
Yeah, he's
champion
gonna
of the
scoop it
people
up.
here.
Here's your 3-mana draw for you. got it, man.
Yeah, I mean, what is Art supposed to do there?
Yeah.
He's turns and turns behind. Gio has a full board, a million cards in hand. I mean, and it's like Art just didn't get a chance, which, again, mulligans are tough. They really are. But to get even further punished by your opponent just stripping you of your mana sources without really too much effort from them outside of playing their own lands, right?
It's like, oh, I don't even have the option of playing the game.
Yeah.
I don't like this at all.
But on the plus side, arts cards, beautiful.
Beautiful.
Beautiful cards.
Oh.
But yeah, so unfortunately that one was over a little bit faster than we had hoped. But, you know, good plays all around. Everybody tried their best. Arts deck will have to step it up to try a little harder for him next time. But, well, let's take a short break. We'll see if we can get a backup match, given how much time there is. But Legacy moves pretty fast, so we don't even know how many matches are still going. We might go out and there might only be one match go. We don't know.
Last one. We don't even know.
So don't leave us. Just hang out. Put us in the background. You know, we'll be here. But yeah, so we'll take at least 5 minutes. We'll go take a look around, and if we're gone longer than that, just keep waiting.
Yeah. We'll see you in a little bit.
Bye. back, everybody. Did you miss us? I'm gonna assume yes, or
I'm
you wouldn't be
assuming
here. But welcome back. We are in round 3, I believe.
Round 3.
And, you know, it was a little bit longer than we had hoped in between rounds, but, you know, a lot of solid Magic being played. So we come back to you. Round 3, we have 2 undefeateds with Greg on Red Prison. Always a favorite. And
yeah.
funny enough, against Jeskai Control, this is going to be a grindy matchup, I would guess.
Yeah, we'll kind of see. I mean, a lot of the control decks will run a lot of basics now because they're kind of hedging against those decks that are not running
As you
any.
should.
Yeah. So then we'll see how the prison deck wants to do that. But I mean, even sometimes you're just like, oh, I'm just gonna play a Goblin Rabble Master on turn 1, and then good luck. Like I'm just gonna start jamming. So.
That's fair, and at the same time not fair. But
Yes.
I like that Greg has red sleeves and everything. He's fully selling us on that's what's happening in this deck.
This is what I'm doing.
Yeah, I'm all about it. I mean, I guess it depends on a lot who's on the play here as to how much quote unquote prison element Greg gets to kind of get in early.
Yeah.
To really slow Michael down from doing significant things. Like a good, maybe a chalice on 1. Stops a lot of the cantripping and you know, it doesn't seem as significant, but it does slow a lot of things down for Michael.
Oh, look at that.
Oh.
So for people that don't know, so yes, that is a foil City of Traders. They were part of a very limited run of test prints, and they are real cool to see.
Yeah, that's talk about pretty cards.
Like, wow. You don't get to see those too often. Definitely sweet to see. It's nice when you get to actually foil out your entire deck.
Oh, absolutely. And we see Greg showing all of that off to cast.
Yeah.
An arguably difficult card to read.
Yeah.
But his cards do look nice. I'm assuming this is in response?
Yeah. Fetch Breach no one responds. I think Mike was probably just aiming to just force a it regardless.
Pitching the Narset? Pitching a Narset? I mean, Greg's probably okay with that exchange. Force pitching Narset. You're like, okay, fine. Yeah. We'll play at your speed, I guess.
Yeah. You slow down a little bit. Looks like that's a Trinisphere, I believe, the Masterpiece one. Greg's got some good options here. We're getting the Fable. We have another one of those. Let's see. Oh, he's gonna jam a Trinisphere.
He said, "How many forces you got?"
Yeah. Let's go.
Oh, that does look like a Force of Negation. I think he grabbed, but does he have another blue card? Michael also has a lot of foils and very fancy cards. And sometimes it's hard to see when a card's very shiny. Oh, okay. Yeah. I can see pitching the Supreme Verdict. It doesn't seem at its best in this matchup. Outside of if he's already behind and it lets you catch up with, you know, a bunch of goblins in play or something like that. But what are the odds that Greg just goes ahead and just casts a Simian Spirit Guide?
I mean, he
wouldn't be
the
first.
Caves of Chaos Adventure in his hand too.
Fable's great.
Oh yeah, Fable's
especially with City of Traders being able to hold off on playing the lands and like getting treasures and stuff is it's probably about as good as it gets, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. See what sweet token we get.
Oh, no Chaz Tanner, no Rockets Chaz Tanner. He will be crushed.
Yeah.
He'll rewatch this later and say, "Oh,
that could have been me.
It could have been me." I see comments. Hello out there. Any decks using Scrubland? Not that I've seen.
No, I haven't seen any.
You can keep an eye out. You let us know. I haven't seen any yet. Doesn't mean they're not out there.
Yeah.
Don't think they'll show up in this matchup.
Yeah. Greatly in a good spot here. I mean, he can jam this Caves of Chaos adventure this turn. And he is thinking the clear. I mean, he's got swords, but it's like, that's fine. I already have the initiative. So
yeah.
That's all I really care
about. Once he gets initiative, it's so hard for Michael's deck to take it back. Like, he has no real way to do that, right? Like, Narset's certainly not taking the initiative in any way.
He's got 4th Aerlingus, but he's also missing the red for that right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, jam and Narset. I don't want you getting any extra cards. No, thank you.
Yeah. Ah, and somebody else noticed that Foil City. Yeah, it is
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah.
What a cool card.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
not something you get to see in the
The heck of a
wild very
flex.
often.
Heck of a
Yeah.
flex on camera there, Greg. And yeah, Jeskai, I mean, also, like, Michael's deck is very pretty in a different way, right? Like, he has a lot of interesting, like, altered and, like, other things, and all carried by the Superman sleeves.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you gotta love the little anime Narset. She's so cute. Oh, but
Ooh,
Greg does
Shadow.
not love her.
No.
Send her to the Shadow Realm.
Let's get out of here. I'm just gonna see draw pass here for Michael.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if he's gonna stop this shaman from tag. Does he have anything in hand to really? He does have a swords.
Swords.
Is a goblin shaman worth swords? Arguably, kinda, sorta.
It's like maybe.
Nice.
Move to
Oh,
combat.
a dress down. Ah, sure, you can swing for 2.
Yeah,
That's-
get him.
I mean, that does
Yeah.
effectively do the thing we do, like, just staves off an extra mana.
Yeah.
Every time that Greg has to decide if he wants to play a land or not. Oh, is that the after combat Rabble Master?
Yeah.
Oof.
Kind of rough. I mean, looking maybe put up a bunch. Just gonna go ahead and just swords that.
Yeah.
I was gonna. Okay, that's fair enough.
Huh.
Gaining some life in your mono red deck. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go.
You would assume that Michael has another answer to what's already in play. I guess maybe. That's a blood moon in Michael's hand. He could give himself access to the red mana.
Yep.
But
And nothing else.
And nothing else. But Greg would be thrilled
Yeah.
if all of a
Sure.
sudden his City of Trainers was just a land that he didn't have to get rid of.
Great. See, attempt at a chalice here, and it's just gonna force negation.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so many things to force a negation specifically, right?
Make some
Because
combos.
Greg's kind of already cast a lot of his non-creature stuff. I mean, you could maybe catch a Fable or something like that, but
This Rabble Master's hitting for 4. It's a big game there. 4.
yeah, I mean, I'm a little
6,
surprised that he didn't get rid of the Rabble Master instead of the flipped Fable.
Mhm.
Uh,
Oh, and then a Guru Mountain. Yeah, that's reasonable.
yeah.
Yeah, totally fine.
The flip
Gives
Fable
you guys some
definitely represents a lot of options, though.
Yeah.
So both are arguable. It's more just what did he favor at the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, Greg taking the initiative, swinging with a lot of goblins, and
Oh, yeah.
this game over a little bit faster than we expected.
Yeah. Yeah, some great draws from Greg here. I mean, it's very helpful when you can just cast 3 drops on turn 1.
Oh, absolutely.
Just starting with the Chromox and then a city, and you're just like,
Yeah.
sweet, I'm gonna start jamming 3 drops every single turn until I start jamming 4 drops, and it's like,
Yeah.
good luck.
And then when they look beautiful on top of it.
Oh, yeah.
Where can you go wrong?
Yeah. It's like, you might as well. It's gorgeous.
Any painter players? I mean, there is usually a handful around sometimes. I haven't seen any in the room today, but that doesn't
Yeah.
mean they're not there. I might just not have seen them yet.
Yeah.
But we do usually have a couple that turn up.
Mm-hmm.
Painter players tend to be dedicated.
Yeah. Yeah. They're dedicated to their craft.
Yeah, that's it. It's just paint.
They just
Paint the town. Oh, and mono black. Yeah, so there's a new card, Beseech the Mirror. It really pushes mono black strategies because it lets you tutor, which a lot of there are already black tutors, but Beseech specifically, if you bargain it, which allows you can sack a token or an artifact or an enchantment to bargain, and that lets you tutor, but also the additional effect is you get to cast or put into play off Beseech?
Cast.
Is it just cast?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So
people are using it with Guy as well.
Right, that's
as
right.
Their, like, alternate Yawgmoth spell that's actually legal.
Right, 'cause
because
you
the
can
suspend
cast,
cards,
yeah.
you just get to cast it without paying its mana cost.
That's fair.
So then you can kind of storm off, and then also just get value.
Yeah.
Because it's 4 or less. So
Yeah, it was like as long as it costs 4 or less, which also
Yeah.
counts 0 and everything in
Yep.
between, then you get to just cast it
put it right into play.
and being able to tutor and cast the thing you tutored in the same turn
Yeah.
is pretty good.
Yeah, especially when your spell costs 4 mana. Like, you definitely want to be getting your value.
Oh,
out of a
yeah.
4 mana spell.
4 mana in Legacy,
Yeah,
might
what
as
is-
well be a million.
Yeah. Yeah. It's so many.
With
All
I
the
mean,
manas.
that's why you see it like in the black deck. What we see like Ancient Tomb and things like
Yeah.
you know you're taking a little beating off it, but it's not really that bad because you get to cast cards like the One Ring and Beseech and like
Yeah.
all these things
Yeah.
that arguably catch you up
Yeah. Get to,
at the low price of a couple life.
an extra mana to kind of speed up your deck a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
We got some tapping going on here.
Tapping,
Tip tap tap
tip
tap.
tip tap, some conversation maybe.
Conversation happening.
Somebody saying, "Oh, I'll be on the play here."
Yeah.
Probably Michael saying, "Ah."
Yeah. You have more foils than me. How dare you?
You do have to wonder what sideboard option. Again, we don't have deck list in front of us for this one. And this already seems like a reasonable matchup for Greg, so it's more of a, what does Michael want? What does Michael want to have more of?
He's playing Jeskai control, so he probably has some sort of blue blast in his side to counter some red spells for
Yeah,
cheap.
could see that.
He's probably gonna be fetching a little bit more aggressively for basics in the early
Oh,
game.
yeah, I could absolutely see that. Especially he has Blood Moons in his own deck. I bet those are the first thing he took out.
Oh yeah.
So whatever fits in the Blood Moon spot
Yeah.
is probably just better off literally anything else. Probably just the blue blasts, and if he finds anything specifically helpful, he's got some extra answers to maybe some artifacts or things like that. We already saw he has Supreme Verdicts and everything else.
Yeah, maybe meltdowns.
Yeah, I could see that.
Definitely a good option side.
Again, anything that's not specifically Blood Moon, that's just even an iota better. You just go, yep, and throw it in here.
Alpine Moon?
Alpine, sure. Does anybody have that in the sideboard in Legacy?
Very much doubt it, but it would be a sick tech.
The poor man's Blood Moon. I mean, it does only cost one. If there's significant things you're worried about, it's not like the worst thing, but I mean...
It's like, sure, your name, Wasteland.
I mean... So Alpine Moon, let's say, is probably its best when you have a specific land that you're worried about, but you don't want to turn off your own lands.
Yeah.
If you are worried about sagas, right? Like Urza Saga or Depths or something like that, right? Then Alpine Moon actually seems fine.
It's like serviceable.
And when you play it, you draw a card. You don't get to do that with a Blood Moon. All right.
Some fast gameplay here.
Yeah, I mean, a quick...
Chalice one.
Yeah, a quick challenge into just being prismatic away seems fine.
Trinisphere. That's going to be rough for my
Yeah.
there's this third line. Okay. So at least he got that third line. He was not second.
I mean, paying 3 to ponder is not great, but what else is happening? Not a whole lot, you know?
Now this is going to slow down.
I think Greg has 2 Rabble Masters in his hand.
Oof.
I think he has Fable, double Rabble Master, and something else. And if that's the case, which I think it is, I just can't tell what that other card in his hand is. Everything he has so shiny.
Yeah, it's
hard. It's hard on his commentary. People trying to read cards.
Like, wow.
The glare. Well, Michael on the plus side has plenty of land, but he's definitely constrained under not being able to pay for like 2 cards in a turn, right?
Yeah. He's just gonna go to 1 to Fable here, just 1 to the Rabble Masters. I was gonna be thinking, oh God, why are you discarding 1?
Yeah, I would be actually horrified.
Yeah. What do you have in your hand?
Like, what do you mean? It's one of your best cards against me.
Blood Moon. Okay.
See, he's incentivized to really try to lock Michael out. Now, Michael can still fetch. Go get what we have to assume is at least 1 more basic out of his deck. Probably a white source.
Can't. It's a Sculling Tarn.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Yeah. Greg probably saw the opportunity and saying, "Oh, I can cut him off of white."
Yeah. That's true.
You have your double blue.
No verdicts. No nothing like that.
No verdict. No ending. No swords.
Blow to white. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, okay, getting those stacks pieces.
Yeah, and pay the extra too.
Yeah, it's like, all right.
Not much that you can do about that. What a show of strength to just toss a Rabble Master. Though.
Yeah, right. Yeah, who needs this?
Yeah,
I don't need
yeah.
this.
Win conditions? Ah, not where we're going.
It was interesting draw for Michael. You drew Ruination here. I mean, casting that here is really rough because it's like destroying 2 of your own lands in addition to their 2 lands, but then they get to flip. It's like, oh man.
Yeah. Not the greatest thing.
Yeah.
Well,
definitely no bueno.
You see Teferi that you can't cast. Yeah, I could see keeping
So
just
take Ponder,
take Ponder. You look for something better.
Yeah, dig for white.
You're really digging. Digging is what we're doing right now. Flipped Fable, you know, not attacking this turn, but it definitely represents the Rabble Master. Did he draw another Rabble? Never mind. See, Greg knows exactly what's up. He said I can toss a Rabble Master, keep one in hand, and then I'll just draw another one.
Easy day. And so has the 3 mana.
I have to admit, I mean, I would think
he cannot activate that Ancient Tomb because he is at he's a Blood Moon on the battlefield. So tap 1 more mana for that.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, Blood Moon is
all lands. He legally can cast this card here. Oh no, he was just casting a Pyroblast? Or
yeah, but he still has to at least play 3 because of Trinity.
I think they just no, they didn't just realize it. This seems a little questionable. What's happening right now? Those are all mountains. What's going on, friends? So let's back it up a little bit.
What's happening?
Judge? we might actually need to like express something real quick here. If they don't figure it out.
Just hanging out here. Yeah, because Ruination will work. Because
Ruination's fine, but we shouldn't have got that far.
Yeah.
We should have backed up before that.
Yeah, I mean, Mountain's tapped, but I mean, it is still a legal play. This is something that is possible to do. It's just it has to do it a little bit differently, and getting Greg 2 more life.
Yes, like he should have never paid life. I think our
it's essentially just like this Mountain taps instead and whatever.
Yeah. If they very well could have talked to this part out.
Yeah. They just kind of bypass.
Yeah. They might have realized the mistake. Now, it's not a huge one only because Greg could have paid anyway.
Yeah.
He would have just needed to tap the land. Now, if he had left the land up to try to cast something else, well, that'd be a little awkward because Trinisphere is still in play. So, I
see the 4th Earlingus for Michael here. That's gonna be rough to get out of this with Greg. With Greg only sitting on 1 land, not being able to cast anything. It's gonna hit him biting him in the butt now. So
yeah, I mean, not being able to pay for his mana sources, the Blood Moon in play, making it so that's just a mountain.
Nope, still can't do that.
Come on, friends. I feel like we just talked about
Blood
this.
Moon is a very difficult magic card to play with.
Yeah, see, I told you there's a problem with not being able to read that one.
Yeah.
Even Greg forgot what it was.
Yeah. What? Yeah, you see 4th Earlingus here.
Yeah.
It's gonna be looking good. He's gonna start donking in for 4, and then
look at the fancy ones here.
Oh.
I think those are actually the fancy sleeves, maybe. But yeah. Good to remind people that they have trample, because again, not a normal thing for night tokens to have.
Nope. Right, Greg get his 3rd land here, so
he said, "Please, this costs me nothing."
Yeah. Rabble.
That looks oddly like not like a goblin at all. We'll take your word for it, Greg, that is a goblin. Does that say "do work" on it? Not an official token, I think.
Everything is an official token. Try hard enough.
Yeah.
Ooh, I could draw a comet. I mean, at this point, it's kind of like, let's just keep going. Like,
yeah.
I'm just gonna jam first.
Pay
extra for swords.
Yeah, I was like, you only have to pay 3.
Yeah.
There you go.
3 mana.
Only 3 for a sword. It's a tiny bit.
Trinisphere and Blood Moon are difficult cards to play with.
And if there's anything that tells you that there's a possible... Well, I guess I'm surprised he didn't attack with both. He didn't really have a reason not to.
He can protect his Monarch this way.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I guess if that's the thing he's worried about,
but spoiler
that's
alert.
Reasonable.
Wow, and initiative too.
Yeah. Look at all
It's
those
like,
basic
okay.
mountains. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking.
Now we're cooking. Wait, they're all mountains? Always has been.
Yeah.
And another mountain.
And another mountain.
Yeah, because if the foil city wasn't flex enough, check out those guru mountains.
Yeah, you know, they're just basics. What are they, like $1.50?
Yeah. Yeah. $150? Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Yeah, now we kind of sit in this limbo here because it's like, okay, well, they can't.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he can still switch off with if he attacks with both of the Aerolingus tokens, because that Goblin Villain being a 1/1 would still get trampled over for 1. So
Yeah, the initiative creature is a 4-drop.
yeah, it's a 4-drop.
So
Yeah,
it's the iron cost over here. Just flat them out.
Yeah. Yeah, getting in for that one, protecting your initiative and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I will also search for a basic land.
Yeah. Which I'm sure he's super happy to just have access to more lands that can actually tap for mana of a color that's useful to him.
Oh yeah, there's that foil city now too. Ooh. We're gonna see the mountain for good plays, or we're gonna see the city for flex. Yeah, city for flex. Yeah, and that's a different one than what we saw earlier.
Yeah.
that one is a different
Just in
color.
case you didn't realize.
Yeah.
Goblins for days. One gets eaten, one gets through. Monarch switches the crown switches hands over and over. Initiative
Back and forth.
all of the things, right? Initiative was taken. I'm assuming he just puts 2 counters on that cute little Rabble Master there, who's gonna swing super hard next time.
Oh yeah.
Life total's not irrelevant here. If we assume that these are all correct, right? Greg at 8, Michael at 13. The initiative matters.
Yeah.
Quite a bit right now.
Oh yeah. Yeah, getting close to
He said, I absolutely will block.
Yeah.
Is this a supreme verdict, maybe?
Yes, please. What? Oh yeah. Oh, what?
Well, he still does do damage. He will take the monarchy back for the turn.
Is he just like pre-announcing verdict?
Yeah, good
where,
question.
Where did your other
So where to
go?
go? So maybe yeah. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I was like,
He needs another white for that. Also, he can't trap triple blue for that.
Yeah.
It's 1 white, blue.
He has the
And
correct
then it's
mana,
gotta fix.
but he's got to fix it.
Judge.
Yeah, just untap an island, tap that plains, please.
Retap. I mean, it is actually relevant in this situation.
Yeah.
I think he had. Oh no, he used the March. So,
There we go.
There
Thank
we
you. I mean,
the commentators see all. Nothing escapes
we do
our
okay.
watchful eye.
We do okay sometimes.
Sometimes.
But I mean, with the Trinisphere still in play, right? Like, there's not a whole lot he can do with 2 mana regardless.
Yeah.
But
it's maintaining.
Oh yeah. We
keeping
should
people
let's play
honest.
by the rules, guys.
Yeah.
But in this case, it probably wouldn't have changed too much.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah. Never let him know you're next to me.
Yeah. As long as it's a legal move.
As long as it's...
Well, Greg with a crazy, just empty board over there.
Yeah. Everybody's hanging out.
The fairy. Not what you want to see if you're Greg. Not exciting.
Last.
He said, no, thank you.
Like, nope.
I mean, you got to do it now.
Yep.
Go for it.
And what's great is Michael might play his other Teferi in his hand, and then I think Greg has another one. No, he doesn't have another. No, dang.
I mean, he could bounce the Blood Moon.
Yeah.
He could use his last fetch to fetch something.
Yeah. Turn on the cities. You're like, oh, okay. He's gonna bounce one. Okay. Sure.
Okay.
Greg has so much mana.
Yeah, I mean, Greg can do whatever he wants now.
The world is his oyster.
Unfortunately, what he didn't need was more mana.
Yeah.
Is that just like all mocks in his?
He's
That's
sitting on
3.
8, so.
There's 3. He's
Blood Moon.
Blood Moon. Yes. Let's tap appropriately. No need to go down any further, right? And then yeah, it's just
Take 5, go to 1, and then kind of sit here and wait till somebody damage. He's gonna make his 4/1 here.
4/1.
4/1 skeleton.
Yeah. Funny
I
enough,
guess it works.
we mentioned in game one, you know, it's hard for Michael to take any of these things from Greg as far as monarchy, initiative, any of that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Not in this game though.
Nope.
And Michael just on so many basic lands.
Yep.
Very pretty lands. Look at it, very
Yeah.
sparkly, very nice.
Galaxy, just so
The galaxy foil
universe.
is pretty. But yeah, that I feel like that little skelly right there is gonna go the distance.
Oh, look at that! Not even pretending to know.
Ah.
Just like, nope. We're just gonna do this. We're just gonna get this Narset off the top, and then.
I
play it.
mean, Narset, Teferi, a 4/1 skeleton. It's starting to look like the writing's on the wall here for Greg. I have to imagine we're going to a game 3, but he might surprise us. Let's find out.
Yeah. We'll see.
If he's got a way to deal with Michael
Yeah.
being at 13, an arguably healthy life total.
Lava axe you.
Oh, that still wouldn't do it.
Cast his own fourth Lingus.
He said, okay.
I'm done.
All right.
Tired
So,
of this.
on the plus side, Greg gets to be on the play for the last one, which is exactly where he wants to be.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you could say everybody wants to be on the play, right? But some decks definitely function much more, just with much more strength overall when they're on the play. And I think a prison deck really is like a good example of that, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, you want to guess that Blood Moon or Transfer on turn 1.
Yeah.
Either like just essentially make your
Turn 1
Mac
Blood
answer.
Moon, if Michael has no response, which Michael realistically is probably more incentivized to hold a hand with some force in it, knowing that is how he can get locked out. I would imagine he would consider mulliganing if he didn't have that, only because once you're locked out, it takes so long to unlock yourself.
Unlock your potential.
Because then you have to find the right combination of land that you don't have to fetch your white sword. You have to find like a prismatic or like something that you can do.
Yeah.
But then still, like, how are you paying for a prismatic with basic mountains? You know.
Yeah.
So
it's like you need like exactly Plains Island miscellaneous land.
yeah, like
in order
before
to
it resolves, you get you all you need is a force and a blue card.
Easy.
Force and another force. It doesn't matter, right? After, if you don't have that, it requires so many more steps, right? So many more cards that I can't imagine wanting to deal with that.
No. See, I'm not seeing any forces for Michael. Greg's hand's looking real good.
Yeah. Is it a meltdown? Ah, he did bring it in. Or at least we discussed it. It was probably an option, right? Was that just like ponder?
There's that turn 1 Blood Moon. Brutal.
Oh
Absolutely
man. Okay,
brutal.
he has a basic.
He's got
I think
Plains, though.
his two. He had a basic and then he drew, unfortunately, the same color basic again, right?
Yeah, it's really he's looking for blue because he'll be able to cast that ponder, do a little bit of digging.
Yeah, interesting that he played the fetch. Does he? I think he has a red, or no, he just has a meltdown, right? He doesn't have a reb or anything. Okay, double red, double red. Melt down your mocks.
Yeah, like okay.
I mean, slow him down by time.
Yeah, that works. It's gonna be a good old pass here.
Yeah. Are we ready for the slog, the grind?
Yep, now the waiting game. Oh, there's another Chromox. It's gonna be good here.
Yeah, just throw any old card under the. Oh,
Fable?
when you throw Fable under
I don't
it,
need
Michael's probably like, ugh.
Oh gosh.
Toss Pitch Spirit Guide, get Rabble Master. Now,
Yeah.
funny enough, because Michael has white source, right? Greg does have to imagine, if he's got the swords and stuff, like he can still cast it.
Yeah.
And nothing Greg could really do about that.
Yeah. Ooh, good draw from Mike here.
He has
fourth.
fourth. I mean,
It's like, woof.
castable. Definitely castable. And also something that doesn't get blasted.
Yeah.
Not that he could have done it this turn anyway, but
Well, what if we're just gonna see them just start smacking each other back and forth?
yeah. Who wants to be the monarch? Who wants to take initiative? Who's got the right stuff?
Bash.
I mean,
Greg hits a little harder here,
He
though.
does.
So, and his is gonna
hurt
continue
more.
to go, like.
Michael still has plenty of outs.
There's an ending that doesn't quite do it though. He
Nah.
gets rid of one
Ending,
goblin.
yeah, say ending for 2, not really good enough here. You really are looking for 3. A basic island from anywhere in the deck would be super significant.
Yeah. Ooh, cast into the fire.
He can
Okay,
he can ping both the 1/1s off.
Yeah.
I mean, that slows the Rabble Master down.
Yeah, it's either that or get rid of the Mox. So kind of
Yeah, I mean,
interesting
if you're looking
here.
at Greg over there on not a lot of land,
Yeah.
I could also see an incentive for cutting him off further. But the problem is that this is just a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Like, he can block Rabble Master, he takes out 2 things, he's only taking 1. Trades with the Rabble Master. It's a reasonable exchange, and now Greg has supposedly no other way to be popping out goblins.
He's got Monarch now, so that helps. I mean, essentially, Michael has to keep attacking.
He did draw the land, but I'm sure he would have liked to have played it in the same turn.
Yeah.
Prismatic Way, your last one? I mean, what other... I mean, if he doesn't want to wait...
It's like, okay. Michael did draw a force here. Greg with his 3rd land here, so now he can start casting.
Did he just draw a mountain? Like did Michael draw his basic the only like basic mountain in his list? And I'm sure he would love for that to have been an island. I mean, you can play Fable, or play the Rabble Master that's not Rabble Master.
I'll ponder your Legion War Boss.
Ah, yeah, a force. And he said,
Ooh,
nope.
Okay.
I knew he was waiting. He was just waiting for a reason to use that.
Yeah, it's essentially the same thing here, so.
Yeah.
I recognize this. This is weird. It's like deja vu. It's like just watch this.
Now, do you block here or no? I mean, I feel like you can't really let Michael take the monarchy back. Yeah. You still have a creature in play. You know you have Fable in hand. You just don't want him to draw a way out of this. Let's call it a soft lock. He's not. He's not 100% locked. He does have access to white mana. Like a basic island out of anywhere changes this game significantly.
Yeah, all these Ponders are dead. Spellpiercer's dead. Fairy's dead. It's just like, just kind of stuck here. And I mean, guys probably also thinking like, I'm just dead to a 4th Earlingus here anyway. So. And here's the puppy.
Also a castable card.
You had a sweet mono red and sweet
Funny enough,
Boros.
Comet doesn't actually just win, like the dice rolls are significant. And I don't have his list directly in front of me, and it looks like he rolled a 2.
2.
So what does that mean for?
He gets some loyalty.
It's the squirrels.
Squirrels.
Okay. They come in with haste, I guess.
Hasty squirrels.
It looked like he motioned to only attack with 1 and then changed his mind. But Greg said, all right, I'll block one,
Greg with another Chromox. New edition Chalice and Chromox.
He did leave, he did leave Comet wide open.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, Comet's at 7.
Yeah.
That's pretty big.
It's not insignificant. I mean,
Fury too.
Greg could send, like, the Shaman. Well, I mean, the thing is, Michael's at 9. He might not actually. Greg might not even care about Comet that much.
Yeah. I mean, it's just really just him making stuff every turn.
Yeah. But with. Is that a Fury?
Yeah, he did draw a Fury. So, I mean, he could kill Comet here and just kind of not deal with it.
Because it's at, what, 7? So you could attack it for. No, you'd have to attack it all the way. You don't take the monarchy back. It's a little awkward.
Oh, now he can though, because he can hit. Well, he could hit Comet and then pitch Fury 3 and then 1. Like, yes, but I don't really know if he really cares too much about it.
Yeah, this is
kind of getting Michael dead.
This is contextual on how much Greg specifically cares about Comet.
Yeah. Yeah, draw from Monarch. He's got another Rabble Master in him. So, I mean.
Oh no, he found it. He found it. But does he have a board wipe? I don't think he does.
I think it's a little late for that.
Teferi bounce what? I feel like that's what Teferi's gonna do here is bounce something.
Blood Moon? Yeah, Blood Moon.
Okay.
Just kind of free up your mana a little bit. Draw a card. Maybe he was digging for Verdict.
Yeah, because I mean, if you bounce Blood Moon and find exactly what you need, you can fetch out to cast it. And then you're in a much better position with Comet still in play.
Yeah. I think that's squirrels. Oh no, let's get something back.
Oh. What do you get?
I'm always confused with Comet.
Because I mean, without the list in front of me, I'm just like, what does this dog do?
See if we can
what do you
reference the internet.
What do you do, Comet? Your text box is so small from here.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like he makes some squirrels, he gets some stuff back. There's only one that's like, is it one that you roll and like you get to roll again?
Yeah, so you always roll.
Yeah, rolling always happens.
Yeah.
It's one of the, I meant one of the numbers you roll.
Let's see. So you roll 6-sided dice. So 1 or 2, you get 2, and then you create 2 squirrels with haste.
Mm-hmm.
The 3 gets -1, and then return the card with mana value 2 or less from your grave in your hand. 4 or 5, it deals damage. You can have loyalty counted on him to a creature or player at -2. And then the 6 is +1, and then you can activate his ability 2 more times this turn.
Yeah, see, it's because of the fact that Michael has to roll, is like, if he rolls well,
Yeah.
Comet's insane. But if he just happens to roll out some squirrels or something, it's like, you know, he makes some blockers or things like that, but it's not killing Greg.
Yeah.
But with enough counters on him and he hits that roll to just do like, he will kill Greg.
Oh, yeah.
Like, so yeah, definitely a tricky situation here.
It's like, take a bunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to get 4th Aerolingus here. He might just jam it.
I mean, if he doesn't,
wants to jam it for 2 here.
Gosh, if he doesn't have
if
he doesn't have specifically Verdict, right? Then even the Fury's just gonna clear this out.
Yeah.
Like, he literally can just go ping off a squirrel, ping off to fairy, throw 2 at Comet,
Yeah.
why not?
Like, okay.
And then swing for lethal.
Yeah.
He can pretty much already swing for lethal now, though. So I'm not sure what else. What did he get back?
4th Aerolingus.
Okay, so he.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. 4th Aerolingus! It does have an exclamation point in there. I apologize.
We've been saying it wrong the whole time.
I know.
Okay, so he can make, what, 2 tokens?
Yeah, 2 tokens.
Okay, so then instead he can still ping off 2 of the 2/2s. It would only leave a squirrel to block,
Yeah.
and he would still be dead.
Yes.
Which I think is what's going to happen here. Which, you know, it seems like it's his best out
Yeah.
to trying to survive.
Yeah, because you know Greg has a Fury. Like.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean,
it's-
you have to play the card that matters right now, and right now the board state is killing him. So any of the cards in his hand that don't either wipe away creatures or create creatures don't matter really, right? And he got, I guess you could say, unlucky in this case to not make more squirrels.
Yes. Yeah. Let's see what goes on now. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, he's at 3. Just taking the blockers away, I believe,
Yeah.
is just lethal. Like, just everything that Greg has here, all he has to do is resolve the Fury. If for some reason he doesn't have a way to do that, like, Michael has a grip.
Yeah.
So there's always a chance that Greg is just concerned.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, but he's like, look, he's got what? Spell Pierce, Brainstorm, another Narset, a Ponder. Plenty of blue cards.
Yeah.
Just not the right blue card.
Yeah, not quite there.
And it would a Force of Negation wouldn't even done it. He specifically had to have a Force of Will.
Yep. Yeah.
Which I think we already saw at least one gone. So his odds of finding another one are lower.
Yeah, that early Blood Moon really kind of gets.
Oh,
you.
absolutely.
You're not ready for it.
I wasn't fully expecting to see exactly what I talked about happen, but
Yeah.
sometimes it is like that, and it shows. You know, Michael still had a good fight. He has a lot more basics, I think, than maybe some other decks do. So like he naturally drew an okay amount. If he would have naturally drawn an island earlier instead of that mountain, then I think he was actually more favored in this matchup. It just took him too long to find it to reasonably profit from.
Yeah,
it
well,
at
he drew
all.
a lot of ponders.
Yeah.
And it was just kind of like, man, I really wish I could use
Yeah,
these ponders today.
he just couldn't cast his cantrips. You know, eventually he could toss them to like a Force if he found it.
Yeah.
But he would have much rather been able to sculpt his hand better each turn
Yeah.
to find the verdict, find the
ending,
things earlier
Anything.
to not end up being so low at the end.
Yeah.
Because Greg wasn't at a super high life total. Like a really big Aerolingus or something, or just Comet with enough time.
Just like make 5 guys attack you for like, oh my gosh, like,
absolutely,
it's big game.
So he had a lot of ways out there, but that was a really interesting match overall. Everybody kind of just did their thing.
Yeah.
Some beautiful cards, some good matches.
Of course, cards.
So I believe we have 10 minutes or less, let's say. So I don't think that'll be enough time to get anybody else. But on the plus side, this is Legacy. So
yeah,
I imagine our matches are probably pretty close to already being done. So we're going to go double check and see what our 4th round might look like. So again, don't leave us. Hang out. Just turn us down. Put us in the background.
Yeah.
You're probably just sitting at your computer playing a game. Maybe hanging out. Maybe on some Reddit. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't judge you.
We just hyper focused on this gameplay, and that is okay too.
Yeah, I mean, I personally was just blinded by lands.
Yeah.
Just beautiful lands all the time. But yeah, so we'll be back in 5, maybe 10. So stick around with us, and we'll be back shortly.
We'll see you then.
Bye. Oh, welcome back, everybody. Looks like oh, Storm. I just noticed a little typo in the deck list name there.
Storm.
Storm. Ah, there we go. Looks like Storm. But hey, we're back. It's round 4 of 5 of our Legacy 1K here at TC's Rockets in beautiful, maybe slightly rainy San Diego. I'm Michelle Tanner.
I'm Zach Miles.
And thanks for coming back. Thanks for hanging out with us. If you didn't leave, we appreciate you. And if you're just new and turning the stream on for the first time, checking out some Paper Legacy, great. Happy to have you.
Yeah, welcome. So we got Joey here. He's going to be playing, looks like so it's essentially mono black, but it's, a little bit of blue, a little bit of green for Veil and some card interaction, but it's the Beseech the Mirror Storm deck. So using Beseech the Mirror with Gaia's Will, and then, just going off with Tendrils of Agony, and then Hong is sitting on the Boros initiative.
Which we can clearly see his hand as Joey is on the play here. Turn 1 Thoughtseize is the classic setup.
So graciously showed us.
And taking the Archon, which is probably the most problematic card out of Hong's hand, leaving him with, what, a Chromox, Chalice of the Void, and Solitude.
And I had no idea what that was. Looked like a red-white card. It might have been 4th Arrow, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it is Boros Initiative, so we do have to assume that it is an accessible card.
Yeah.
Actually, we don't have to assume. We have his deck list right here. Which, you know what? I actually see 4 of them in the list, right at the top. So, could very well be.
Let's see. It's just gonna... Hong's thinking here. Okay, so he's gonna Chromox here, bringing Solitude, and then Chalice for 0. Okay, that seems fine. I mean, like, you can't bobble, you can't Gaia's Will.
Yeah.
So it's kind of Beseech on hard mode.
Turns off a couple things. Yeah. Joey, the very simple, just preordain or ponder, check out some things.
Pondering his decision.
Yeah, we're basically all doing the same thing. Just looking at some cards, looking at some more cards.
One blue, look at some cards. All right.
Decide which cards you want on top. Joey chose none. I think.
I don't like any of these. Let's ship them all back.
He said, no, thank you.
It's gonna be kind of a. See, kind of how this goes, because I mean, if Hong is holding that 4th Aerolingus in hand as that last card, he does not have any red mana, so he can't even cast it yet.
Yeah, a little awkward having to put the Solitude under Chromox.
Yeah. Oh, I think maybe a Fable.
It's funny because it certainly feels like he could have put. He could have put something else under the Chromox if he was worried, but maybe Solitude's not really at its best in this matchup, so I can understand wanting to use it more as a mana source.
Yeah, I think Joey might just have 0 creatures.
Yeah, and with no targets, it's definitely just better off being an extra white source.
Yes, he has 0 creatures in a 75, which is... Oh, sorry, there's a Shelter the Apocalypse one on the side.
Not exactly what he's worried about, and this is not open deck list, but I mean, if he's seen the deck play at all, he's probably assumes he just doesn't have a lot of targets. And Caracas to bounce is shielded forever anyway, so you're fine. You're fine. So yeah, Hong really just looking to draw some sort of red source and use all this mana he has to cast something.
I mean, this can still be a pretty good Storm turn for Joey.
Yeah, he's got a decent sized grip here, right? And
trying to think here, because he can't Gaia's Will, because that Chalice on 0 is really putting a damper on things. But
could he Veil to get around the Chalice since his cards can't be countered?
I thought it was just my blue black spells.
No, it's just your spells can't be countered.
Yeah.
It's like the weird line that people sometimes forget on the Veil is because usually you're veiling in response.
Yeah.
But to my understanding, you could Veil and then cast your spells.
Yeah.
If the Veil resolves. So starting with a Veil,
all right, everybody now. Storm counts at 1.
So arguably, if he's doing the thing I think he can do, which so he's using the Veil as just a way to force through all of his 0 mana spells which is probably the best use of it here because against Boros Initiative, they're not countering you. Like, they're not doing it. He's not going to stop him naturally. So Joey's picking his moment here to really pop off, as the kids call it.
I mean, Storm counts at 2 here. I mean, he needs to get to like 10 here, which I think is totally doable.
Yeah.
I mean, with having his spells not be countered this turn.
Yeah. Not that he was so worried about that anyway, but the chalice specifically putting a damper on things.
Get a dark red, get a dark red.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate that cute little storm count.
That's we're 5 now.
Mm-hmm.
Besiege.
Okay, so Besiege cast.
6. Sack this. Get Guy as well.
Like the base is carrying the black mana here
Yeah.
for us.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, looking for that Guy as well. There it is.
Mm-hmm.
Guy as well.
So he's giving a quick count. Just double checking the math here.
6.
Yeah. And Beseech does cast, as we talked about earlier, so.
Can't play land. Lotus Petals.
Mhm.
7. Yeah, this is gonna be it here. I mean, dark red. Yeah, Hong's like, yeah.
Yep.
I know. I see the writing.
Definitely makes sense as to why he would have Veils in the main deck anyway, but specifically because the way Veil's worded, he can just use it to force through a Chalice lockdown that he would have otherwise been
Stuck.
significantly hindered by.
Yeah.
So yeah, a little bit faster than expected. I really thought Han was gonna have a few more creatures in play before Joey got a chance to kind of pop off like that. So
let's take a look at Hunk's sideboard. Sorry, Joey's sideboard first. So, really, Abrupt Decay, Chain of Vapor, Dress Down, Echoing Truth, Carpet Flowers, Empty the Warrens, Fluster Storm, Shelter the Apocalypse, and Tolmod Script. I mean, not too much. He's probably looking to bring in here. Maybe Abrupt Decay and Chain of Vapor to deal with the stacks pieces that Hunk's trying to play here.
yeah.
But not a whole lot.
I mean, and that's something you don't expect to see too many changes in a Storm deck, right? You only have so many slots to work with that don't take away from your actual plan.
Yeah, I still need to be able to combo off in addition to preventing that. Hong presumably taking out swords and solitudes.
Yeah, I was like, the Solitude's not looking great.
He's got Fair Macabre, Magus of the Moon, Blood Moon, Lorn of the Third Path.
I mean, I guess
Fine.
the Blood Moons and stuff are fine. Those effects can certainly slow Joey down.
Yeah.
He wants to be able to use his mana appropriately, but Joey also has ways to create mana that don't require his lands to exactly match the color.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, Lotus Petals and LEDs.
yeah, it's like
not carrying too much.
you might slow him down from setting things up though. Like he might need to find more pieces. And arguably just better than like Solitude or something like that doesn't have any targets. So I could see bringing in some amount of that just to slow Joey down and like hope to get out ahead of him with some Boros initiative. You know, you're playing red white. All you want to do is just go fast.
And it's definitely better than just having swords and solitudes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No matter what, even if they don't do a ton, they're just actively better than cards that do nothing. But with, Hong on the play here, supposedly, I can't imagine otherwise, he's got a little more time to get some creatures out and hopefully knock Joey down to not having enough time to get those pieces together.
Yeah, not having your Archon Thoughtseize against the Storm deck.
Oh yeah, absolutely. that was fairly brutal. And again, he doesn't really have a ton of ways to stop that though. Like he's most likely not playing Archon on one. So if Joey just untaps Thoughtseize, it's a similar thing, right?
Okay.
And I can already see in Joey's hand he's got like Abrupt Decay and some other things that also kind of get in the way. Yeah, and it's fully reasonable, right, for Joey to just go on the opposite play, like the empty for even not a ton, right?
Empty for like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
That gets there sometimes.
Yeah, I mean that's a significant amount of stuff, and Hong doesn't have like the 1-for-1 removal to keep up with that.
Yeah. Song's looking at some good turn ones here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Touch of Spirit Realm, City, Lotus Petal, Krakus Cavern, Dungeoneer, and then 4th Aerolingus.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard pressed to keep hands that don't have turn 1 Archon.
Yeah.
Because that's definitely gonna have an important, like, giving him time instead of like, oh, you have to deal with this Archon before you go off here.
Yeah, essentially, that's all Hung wants to do is just buy himself the turns necessary to beat Joey down.
Yeah.
And whatever he needs to do that, he will do that with. Yeah, to answer the question, we do try to have backup matches. It just depends kind of on how long, like how much time we have and if we can grab people in between matches. For our store setup here, it can be only slightly more difficult to like go get people from a table, bring them over, try to keep a board state appropriate, that kind of thing. And legacy games tend to move a little fast, so, but we'll try to bring you guys as much magic as possible today.
Lots of magic.
But yeah, so we're off to a good start. Not a blisteringly fast start, but I mean, Hung has things he can start doing. And there we go. You ready to dungeon dive?
Taking the initiative and taking that land.
Yeah. I mean, it's not so bad to get rid of a mana source when your initiative allows you to go get a mana source.
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, I mean, he had 2 options here. It was either that or 4th Aerolingus. So I mean, this is gonna start putting some hurt down, and so is 4th Aerolingus. Like that's just gonna start dealing a lot of damage. So
Oh,
I
yeah,
mean, sometimes just let's see, like you don't have an insane start. I'm gonna get you dead before you can.
I also could have seen an argument for Fable, but I mean, taking an initiative as quickly as possible is like just more powerful, right? Like, and especially
the game does go long.
Yeah, and you can certainly follow up a Fable. Like he got a basic mountain, so he knows he can untap next turn. Still have access to stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, playing a land after City of Traders just always feels bad.
Float 2, sacrifice my city.
Yeah, but he does need the color, so. And Joey's deck not exactly set up to deal with the initiative specifically, right? Like he doesn't have really creatures. That's not his game plan. He's just hoping to string together some cards that either let him kill you or put a bunch of goblins into play. Either way.
Yeah.
I can appreciate either one.
It's an explorer. Wants to do, you're probably kind of a hard situation, like because you don't have another source to cast for Aerolingus currently.
Yeah.
So it's like, do you want to just give up that 2? I'm just gonna see float 2 chalice for
0. Well now he can't veil through it, but it won't. But I mean that it stops his cantrips. It stops a couple of things.
Yeah.
The tech would be if he could get it on 1 and 0.
Yeah.
Joey will not appreciate that.
Good
now,
luck.
if I remember correctly, though, Joey kept a hand with an abrupt decay in it, so
yes.
You abrupt decay what you gotta.
Yeah. And Hong can cast Aerolingus next turn, but
yeah, he could. It won't be for very much anymore, though.
Ooh, a pedal. That's gonna be sweet here.
Okay.
I mean, because I think he's sitting on double LED right now.
I think you're right.
Plus Infernal Tutor, so and Dark Ritual.
Like he's I feel like he's kind of got the like he's just off like a card somewhere. Yeah. He has the things. He's got the beginning and the end.
Yeah.
He just needs like a little extra middle.
It's like it's ready. I see Aerolingus for 3 here, getting a bunch of damage. Yeah, so I'm gonna get my opponent dead before he can storm off.
Don't give him the life to to do things. Like just get in there. Oh, and the almighty sleeves coming in.
Yes. The perfect tokens.
I believe these are 3 2/2s with haste and trample.
They also could be 2020 Mineral Age creature tokens.
Yeah, we don't know.
Or 1/1 human creature tokens.
Somebody get this man some knights.
Some nice knights.
Yeah, or at least a Chaz Tanner goblin shaman.
Because at least those are 2.
No, because he actually has fables in his deck.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, this hefty life swing. It looks like we're putting Joey to 4.
Yeah, so be abrupt decay here. It's very possible that Hong is dead.
Yeah, I mean, he gets rid of the chalice. So let's see. I mean, this is Joey's turn.
Yeah.
If he can't stop Hong, then
Lotus petal.
yeah, storm count, please.
1.
So Dr. Wiley will tell us, but
Dark ritual first. Okay.
that's why we couldn't keep that chalice on 1 around.
Thanks.
Also
LED.
signed. How fancy.
LED.
Yeah. Funny enough, I mean, Storm, a lot of it's just you
LED.
making sure you're casting things in the right order. Some of these
Yeah.
don't matter as however you get your pedal, you get your
Yeah.
LEDs in play.
Totally.
They all cost 0. They're all there.
Echoing truth, the LEDs. Interesting. Okay,
Oh.
increase the storm count.
Yeah, I mean that works. Still got all this black mana floating.
Get an infernal tutor here.
Mm-hmm.
Sack some stuff in response.
Yeah.
Yep, and writing on the wall.
Yeah.
This is just gonna get just tendrils, just channels you out.
Yeah. I mean, that's how it goes sometimes.
Oh, of course. It's
Oh.
always the next card.
You shouldn't have looked.
Never look. Never
you know you shouldn't have
look.
looked. He knows you shouldn't
Yeah,
have
he's like, oh man. He's like, I bet Zach and Michelle getting a kick out of this in the booth.
I feel like everything we've talked about has come to fruition today. I should go buy a lottery ticket.
Yeah, right. Or a booster pack.
Whoa,
Ooh.
the sickest of lottery tickets.
Hey, those confetti Mystic Cities are like $500 now. so-
Oh, I'm sure they are. As I play in sealed events where literally people across from me and next to me open them, I do not.
Yeah, you can watch everybody else enjoy those. sweet
I was like, that
confetti
could have been me.
balls. No.
Well, let's take a look because I know there's a decent amount of time. So we will at least take a 5-minute break, see if there's any kind of backup match we can grab.
Yeah.
If so, we'll be back shortly. If not,
hope
I don't
you
know.
stick around.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. You're gonna have to hang out with us a little bit longer. There's 5 rounds before we cut to top 8. This is round 4. So we have 1 round left, no matter what, and then we'll see how it shakes out.
Yeah.
So we will
Yes.
see what we can do about maybe getting another match in here. But if not, then hopefully just put us in the background and we'll be here.
Just wait for our voices to tell you magic's ready.
Yeah, please. Don't leave us.
We'll be here.
I
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Thanks for sticking with us and tuning in to the Legacy 1K we have here at TC's Rockets. We're going to our final round here. Looks like we got Hong returning here on Boros Initiative, and you got Ryan on some Sneaking Show.
I was expecting to see what. Well, okay, so here's the thing, right? We probably don't have any undefeateds that actually want to play.
Yeah.
Because they probably drew this round.
Yeah.
So we get a little repeat of. We get to see a bit more of what Hong wanted to do, most likely.
Hopefully. For him.
Yeah, I'm gonna say he probably doesn't have nearly as cool of things to be sneaking and showing as I don't doubt Ryan does.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Hong has any Emeralds, so
Yeah.
yeah, not too good.
We did see his list earlier, right? And pretty standard Boros initiative cards. Let's see if we can pull up Ryan's list, though, just to have a better idea as to what he could possibly be sneaking and showing.
See, I'm gonna make some presumptions here.
Yeah.
So
All right. You make your
it's gonna
guesses while I look it up.
2 Emeralds, 3 Archon abilities, and 2 Gristlebrand's.
Never pull a burrito.
Not
out of
quite.
me.
So I can tell you for sure there are 4 Emrakul
Okay.
Daeon's Torn in there, 2 Atraxa,
Ooh,
Grand
Atraxa.
Unifier,
I like Atraxa. Okay.
and 2 Archons.
Oh, I forgot Atraxa was actually a magic card.
Well, Ryan did not.
Yeah, yes.
Which is why there's
Which is
2 in
good.
here. Outside of that, there's 2 Omniscience. Also a reasonable thing
Yeah.
to just, throw into play.
Yeah. Sneak it in.
Everything else is basically just lands or ways to help get this stuff done early with, a one-off Simian Spirit Guide, some Petals,
Yeah.
some Force Will, some Days to Brainstorm, the
control.
the typical thing, the Ponder that he is casting right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, 4 Ponder, 4 Brainstorm, lands.
Mm-hmm.
Typical blue-red control stuff, so.
I heard last Tuesday Ryan was on 0 Gris. 0 Gris. Still 0.
Yeah. Which I think is right.
Well,
Masters exists.
Atraxa is arguably just better, right?
Yeah.
She also doesn't draw the card. She just what we call hands them.
Yeah. These are for you.
You make some choices and they go directly where they're supposed to.
Yeah. Chalice for 1, okay.
I mean, Chalice for 1 is all right. It stops a couple things. Not the most important things,
No.
but it stops Ryan being able to kind of spin his wheels a little bit to find stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of getting there. See, I got.
To be fair, I don't think Hunk can put Chalice on a number relevant enough
Yeah.
to stop Ryan from doing what he does. Okay.
I mean, he does have 2 more Ancient Tombs. He could cast it for 3.
Okay, sure. What's that stopping?
Shonto.
Yeah, but it's not gonna stop him from sneak attacking.
That is correct. Yes.
But now that he has his own 3-drop in play, sure, I guess he could have
Yeah.
put it on 3.
Yeah.
Got him.
Yeah. Most of my deck are 3 drops, but I don't care.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it looks like this Archon's just resolving. We got some fetching.
Fetching action here.
Funny enough, I don't actually think that, at least game 1, Ryan doesn't really have any answers to creatures specifically. I mean, he doesn't really need to when his creatures are just better. Archon is, I guess, arguably the answer.
Yeah.
Does he have 2? Is it 2 brainstorms in here?
Scalding Target. Yeah, 2 brainstorms.
Ugh.
With your fetch line coming into play tapped.
Chalice
Like,
on
oh my
one
gosh.
is rude right now. Rude.
Yeah, this is gonna be a little bit of a slowdown here.
Yeah.
I've got 6 colorless mana.
But what are you doing with it?
Get your red mana. Take 4.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Han already put himself to 12th.
Yeah. Just with ancient tombs.
Yeah.
Ouchie.
But, taking the initiative, it won't take him too long to beat Ryan down with this particular board state.
Oh yeah.
That's just a lot of damage.
Yeah.
That's what, a swing for 7 with
Yeah.
not counting anything else.
Yeah. And then he eventually he's gonna get some counters on there too.
Yeah.
If he draws some other stuff like a 4th.
Yeah, I mean, 2 counters, it's almost a 2-turn clock.
And then Ryan drawing 1-drops.
Yeah.
He can cast those all he likes.
Oh, what was that? Ponder, 2 brainstorm, and I can't tell what.
Omniscience.
Is that what that was?
Yeah. It
Oh,
was the
the crazy border.
yeah,
one.
the
Yeah.
art is just phenomenal.
One of the more acceptable of the
Yeah.
the Amonkhet bordered ones.
Yeah. Just because of art. Planes. Bash.
A land that doesn't kill me.
Huzzah.
Three ancient tombs. It's almost just full on, right?
Yeah.
I don't have his list in front of me, but I assume there's 4.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he has 4 and 4. 4 ancients, 4 city traders.
Yeah.
So.
It's such a
Yeah.
mean board state.
There's so many.
Yeah, this clock, unfortunately, is just looking real rough for Ryan.
I mean, Ryan has to draw. I mean, it's rough because Archon just doesn't even do it here. Because,
I mean, Archon would make one of these things go away. But it would come intact.
yeah.
He would gain some life. Han would lose some life. It'd draw, discard. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad thing.
Yeah.
I think exactly Archon would actually be okay.
He's casting it for 4. Ah!
I'm sorry, how much life did that cost him?
6 life. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Never. I don't think I've ever seen it when he casts a chalice on 4.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh.
All right, Hong said, please, I am not losing this game to
Yeah, I
a
know.
sneak attack.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. Wow.
Jeez. Okay. Oh man.
Friends.
No, Omniscience doesn't do it here either. Cause
No,
he only casts on 1 spell.
it really does not.
Yeah.
Ryan is in a bad spot. Through no fault of his own.
Did he? Yep,
And
scooping
he's
it up.
easy. Yeah, I mean, he didn't draw anything anyway,
Yeah.
but he had no opportunity to even try to find something
Yeah,
because
no
of
dig
just being
in.
locked. Chalice on 1. Oh, well, if all you have is just cantrippy effects and you're never going to be able to cast them, there's a lot of those in the deck.
Yeah.
Usually you're using them to cycle through the deck, so when all you can do is draw them but not use them,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's like it
Pitch to force.
yeah, which if you're lucky enough to find one,
Yeah.
then with no help of the actual
Yeah.
cantrip. That was let I told you we need these bingo cards. Although I'll be honest, I would not have Chalice on 4 anywhere on that.
No.
No, not even a little bit.
Yeah.
Chalice on 4, achievement unlocked.
Achievement unlocked,
100
for sure.
XP for Chalice on 4.
It's like, oh geez.
He's like, well, the game's kind of locked up, but you know what I don't want to deal with? 6, wow.
no sneaking in. No thank you.
Yeah, that was, I mean, hey. If you think that you can do one thing, pay a bunch of life, and lock your opponent out of a potential comeback, you do it.
Yeah. Oh man. All right, so let's see if we can get some sideboard ideas here.
Yeah.
We got Ryan's list here, so let's see. You got 1 Force of Negation, Flusterstorm, Blood Moon, Magus of the Moon, Grafdigger's Cage, Surgical Extraction, 2 Fairy Macaques, 2 Meltdowns, and a Braid, a Brotherhood's End, Pithy Needle, and 2 Lightning Bolts. So probably see a combo of a whole bunch of artifacts, like Artifact Haste, and then maybe Lightning Bolt. If he feels like bringing that in, but
I mean, that makes sense. Not a ton of things that really differ. And I think Han's sideboard is kind of a similar setup where probably not much he's worried about bringing in outside of the, Containment Priests are an option. He's got like Blood Moons and Maguses, but I don't see this as being the matchup you really want them. It doesn't really matter. Fair Macaques, again, this isn't really a matchup for them. The 4 Sword to Plowshares, however, reasonable.
yeah.
Reasonable. Gets rid of Archons, gets rid of Atraxa. Emrakul's kind of like,
Yeah.
whatever.
No, thank you.
But I would imagine those are the options. You just shave
He doesn't have
down
any
here and there.
blasts hanging out in there.
No?
No blasts. He did not feel like blasting today.
No blows. He said nope. But yeah, I mean, outside of that, the main deck kind of already doing the things, right? Archon's pretty good.
Yeah.
Archon
Yeah.
kind of holding things back on its own. And again, I mean, Ryan just doesn't have a lot of ways to deal with resolved creatures.
No.
So I would imagine that his forces would be best suited to countering Archon or an initiative creature or something
Yeah.
of note like that, right?
Yeah, something to buy him a little bit of extra time and save off some damage. So that's why like Bo might be fine here because Archon's probably staying in on Hong's the Archon's on Hong's side, staying in
Yeah.
to prevent any sort of omniscience and shenanigans.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
If Ryan ever gets to stick in Omniscience, I mean, funny enough, Hong has like one Lorn of the third path in the side. Or I'm sorry, 2. He has 2. So but it feels like it would be a little late.
yeah,
Unless you get, like, he drops the lore. Like, some weird situation like that.
show and tell.
Yeah.
Put in Lauren.
Yeah.
That's why I will always shout out Detention Sphere.
Detention
Always.
Sphere does a lot.
Pitches to Forest. It's just, hits anything that they show and tell in. It's the best.
Yeah.
So good.
It is arguably easier to deal with than some other things, though, being an enchantment.
Yeah.
Besaju's running rampant and things
Yeah.
like that.
Besaju's disgusting.
I mean, the creation of Besaju as a card did kind of bring some amount of points down on enchantment-based removal, right? Just because it's such an easy card to play, and there's so many decks that have access to it
Oh,
just
yeah.
naturally.
Yeah. Selayan.
Oh,
Oh,
it looks like
looks
Ryan
like
didn't
a
like
wall.
didn't like his hand.
Hong's got some goodies over there. It's like Case of Chaos Adventure. He's got the city.
Does he have the red
Pirates.
mana though?
He's no red mana.
So
Look,
this,
look at him tanking there.
yeah,
like,
this certainly looks like. I mean, he's on the draw. His hand looks quite good with red, but without it, what is he doing?
Yeah. This is pretty much just Containment Priest and chill.
Yeah, which is not like awful, but if you don't draw a red source in the first like 2 turns,
Yeah.
you're gonna feel very behind. And he is solitude, like he's got all the things. Now, what about Ryan? What does his hand look like? I see some lands. I see an Atraxa for sure.
It's a Preordain, a
Is that a
Sneak Attack,
show and tell?
Show and tell, and
Okay.
an Archon.
I
So you
mean,
got a couple goodies in there, so
what are you putting back here? Maybe one creature or the other, maybe. You can't really put both in.
yeah. Yeah, they're both. It's kind of hard here because which one do you want in this matchup?
Atraxa. You just put more cards in
yeah.
hand, and she's huge. So it's
Yeah.
like,
I mean, Atrax is probably just always the right answer because Atrax.
I mean, so Archon's good because no matter what, even if they deal with the Archon, they still have to get rid of something, right?
Yeah.
But in certain situations, the initiative deck might just have a couple of 2/2 tokens.
Yeah.
So in that case,
That's
it's like
true.
not great, right?
Yeah, not quite as solid.
Whereas like Atraxa doesn't get to do anything like getting rid of creatures, but she fills your hand again to do it again,
Just
right?
a bunch.
She probably finds you Emrakul to do something else with, or something like that, right?
Yeah. And I mean, the deck does have a pretty wide assortment of card types too.
Uh-huh.
So it's not like you're gonna be hard pressed for any of that.
Yeah, so I'd say both are arguable for different reasons. In this specific matchup, Archon might lose a little value, where against like the mirror or something, Archon's insane. Like,
Oh yeah.
So hey, you just
Slam that
toss it out.
Take this Preordain.
I'm like, oh, that was a quick one.
Yeah.
He definitely knows what he's looking for. He's just, yep, that looks great.
Oh sweet. There's a
Probably
city.
just any amount of land. Just let's get the land in play.
Yeah.
Let's do this quicker than a Chalice on 4.
Yeah. Ooh. Ready for the show and tell mind game?
Oh yeah, I mean he does have a solitude, so no matter what, right? Problematic. He said,
Yeah.
okay, what you doing?
So it's like, because I mean, Ryan looks like shitting on a Omniscience and an Atraxa.
Mhm.
I didn't see what Hong put in here.
I mean,
Oh,
you have
I got him.
Ah.
Oh no.
what did I say? I feel like I'm shock calling too much
Oh,
today. Oh,
man.
my gosh,
Oh,
I'm
man.
sorry.
It was such a toss up, like
I'm so sorry.
brutal.
He does still have a sneak attack in hand.
Does still have sneak attack, which is good. I mean, it's rough though because he needs to hit a red here.
Yeah.
And man, with Hong
Man,
sitting on,
and I agree with Ryan is that playing the Omniscience is safer.
yeah, and hitting the because there's less answers
Yeah.
for that.
Because
so-
like, if Han would have just put the Solitude into play,
Yeah, does nothing.
It was literally a toss-up. It was a toss-up between both of them. You know, Ryan going Omniscience makes more sense, because if you Omniscience, then you just get to cast Atraxa anyway.
Mhm.
And your turn is insane.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But instead, got
God.
by a 3-drop.
Yeah, literally, just, Hong's sitting on a containment priest here too, so the sneak attack is not looking quite as good as it did before.
Yeah. And like, well, you got another, like you got another Lauren hanging out.
Yeah, just chilling.
Containment
Oof.
priests.
All right, Ryan's like, all right, show and tell on hard mode here.
Yeah. Han's just got like a little bit of everything. His timing of that, Lauren just ended up being brutal.
Yeah, it's like, oh my gosh.
Like, you put the cards in the deck to play them, and sometimes they come in exactly on time.
You draw them at the right times.
And the initiative. He said, I'll go get a land that doesn't hurt me. Well,
yes, the classic island.
not what we wanted.
No. Yeah, cut your deck. Get out of here, you hate pieces.
Yeah, I mean, what's Hung sitting on? Just another land, a chalice. Are we gonna see the classic chalice for 4? No, he doesn't. He doesn't have that kind of mana this turn. Put 2 counters on Lauren, sure, why not?
Yeah, this game's probably gonna be over pretty quick here.
Yeah,
Ryan's
I
not
mean,
hitting with a whole lot here.
this was.
I mean, really, like Ryan wants to hit exactly Bolt next turn.
And please.
I mean, even if Hong plays Chalice on 1, then I don't think anything that I mean, if Ryan put in a Braid and he draws exactly a Braid, if Hong decides to Chalice on 1 here, then it's like, okay, cool, we're in the money. But,
Yeah.
so that seems fine.
I mean, Archon is not good, though.
Yeah.
In this situation. Like, he's just. I mean, Ryan's at 2 now, so he's locked out of a lot of stuff. I mean, this is just I don't know what he's going to draw this turn that's going to matter. I mean, Archon is just a problem.
Yeah.
Because you either have Containment Priest being a problem, or you have Archon being a problem, but I don't think he has a single card that's going to answer both at the same time. Is it a Preordain? A Ponder?
Preordain. I mean, this can still work here, because he could play Island Preordain and then just hopefully dig into a removal spell for Containment Priest.
Yeah, I mean...
Okay. Maybe he's just going to scoop it up here.
Well, because in the
Brotherhood's End doesn't really work, because you don't have the other red to be able to sneak in Atraxa.
I mean, clearing the
Which I
board...
think he wants to get some more
Clearing
cards
the board
away.
would still buy him time.
Would buy him time.
But was that even in his
with
list?
his hand? Yes, he does have one in the sideboard.
Oh, 1. Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, this is really buying time, but sometimes you just don't.
Yeah, not exactly how he probably expected it to go.
Yeah.
And purely just bad luck that Han decided, hey, I feel like this is an Omniscience.
Yeah.
You know, because Han had a choice.
Yeah.
He literally could have just picked the Solitude, got blown out himself, and then having Atraxa come in for free.
Yeah.
And this game was wildly different. But because they both made their choices, it's such an interesting thing to see happen.
That show and tell roulette is just kind of like, oh man, like what is it? What are we hitting? What are we putting in? Like what's going on? What do I think they're gonna put in here? So
yeah, and it's so funny because let's say even if he didn't have it to drop in right then, even if he hadn't, it would have been very awkward.
Yeah.
Because he still could have played Lauren like the next turn. He probably would have just played his land and done it. But the Atraxa would be in play.
Yeah.
The damage would be done, and there'd be a Solitude that couldn't do anything because it already exists. Like, it just came in like, whoop.
Okay. I'll just hang on to be a 3/2.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
So just interesting to see how people's decisions change what could have been a game swung wildly in Ryan's favor. But instead, whoop, just went exactly the opposite.
Yeah.
All because of kind of a coin flip choice.
Yeah. Because if it wasn't Lauren, it would literally just be, okay, get a track, so look at top 10. You probably hit Emrakul because you're running 4.
Sure.
Because, why not?
Yeah, you put a bunch of cards in your hand, you play all these cards, and like, Han probably can't win anymore. Like, it's just, just how it would have gone.
Yeah. Man.
So yeah, super interesting. That one definitely moved a little bit faster than we expected. So again, we will make an attempt. We cannot make any promises because this is the last round before top 8. Now on the plus side, we don't expect this round to probably go to time because there's only a handful of matches that like need to finish up. Well, you know, a lot of the top undefeated players and whatnot drew. As in, they're not playing, so we can't get their matches because they are literally not playing.
Yeah.
They just drew into top 8.
Yeah. Like, I would just take this guaranteed top 8.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, we will go and see if there's anything we can do about that. If not, you know, we'll be back sooner than later just because there's only a couple matches happening, period.
Yeah.
So don't leave us. Hang out. I'm sure you want to see top 8. We want to see top 8. I really want to know who wins.
Yeah.
I'm hoping maybe Greg made top 8 with that fancy.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he was up there. I think he was undefeated.
Yeah.
But a lot of cool decks. You know, a lot of very fancy cards.
Oh yeah, pretty
And
cards.
yeah. So we'll be back soon. Just again, just you know, put us in the background.
Just be a little bit. Well, hello everyone. Thanks for sticking around. Looks like we got a backup match that we can watch here. So we got some Anthony with some Sultai Alurin. We got Sheldon on Witherbloom Control. I'm presuming CTO is.
Yeah.
So
Just like the computer button.
Yeah.
You know, for all you computer people. Did we pull up deck lists? Maybe. I'll take a look.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. Let's see how...
Here's,
You'll get to see Alurin super often, so it's going to be a pretty
here's
cool...
Sheldon's, if you want to take a little peek.
Yeah, let's take a little peek at Sheldon's here. I mean, you got Urza Saga's Wastelands, some utility lands. Obviously, Urza Saga little package here with some Mock Simon's, Life from the Loams, trophies. Liliana of the Veil. 4 Liliana of the Veils.
So
Got
it's
2
a
Sheldons
handful.
in the main. Some hymns. Smallpoxes. 4 smallpoxes in the main, too.
Oof.
And a Worm Harvest. Oh.
Does anybody even remember what that card does?
Oh, the worms. I'm really glad to see Worm Harvest. I love Worm Harvest.
Would you love them if they were a worm?
I would love them if they were worms.
And then we have Anthony's on, you know, a fairly straightforward Sultai list. Anything that you expect to see in those colors is in here. Baleful Strigs, Ice Fangs, Bowmasters, Uros, you know, maybe some one-offs or the, like, 1 Brazen Borrower, or like 1 Aether Channeler, which is a pretty fun one. And then you have just the kind of things you would expect to see with a controlling aspect of it. You have Abrupt Decay, 4 Forces, you know, 4 Ponders, 1 Assassin's Trophy.
Sheldon's really excited to get to play on camera with this deck. Just throwing his cards all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Anthony probably has the sweet combo finish 2 with the other birdies, then get to go off here.
I mean, the Cavern Harpies?
Yeah, Cavern Harpies, so gonna do some fun stuff. Just gonna ponder here. This is gonna be, I think, their either second or third game. Looks like maybe this is their third game.
I believe they were going into the third game.
Yeah.
We were able to just snag, you know, a matchup for the camera.
Yeah, so this is post side, so I mean, probably see some weird stuff. Maybe Anthony's probably got some Veils, maybe Spell Pierce. Definitely
Pernicious
not
Deed.
Carpets. Pernicious Deed. That's probably gonna be a good one here.
But yeah, a lot of one-offs, a lot of silver bullet type creatures.
A lot of good utility here.
Yeah.
Ooh, turn to him. All right. Let's
You
discard some
know,
cards.
you know. Are we rolling a die? How are we figuring it out?
You gonna do the dice or the point and shoot?
I like doing the dice only because it feels a little more fair, you know. But I mean, they're
I
friends.
like that
They do whatever they're comfortable with here. There's no way of knowing for sure. He's feeling it out. Like, these ones don't feel right. Okay, went to the dice. That's fine.
Okay.
What is it? Why? Oh, it's just 6 and 6 again. Unlucky. And 3. Whatever you decide 3 is. That one? Alright, what are we getting rid of?
Oh, okay. Energy Flux and
Just a
Water
land?
Grave.
Depending on how many lands Anthony has, that's probably okay.
Yeah. Let's see, he did Ponder, so let's see. The Evolve looks like there's a forest in there.
Yeah, I think
Polluted Delta.
He's got at least 2 more lands, I think. So that's probably fine. He was like, oh, thank goodness, not a card that I can actually cast.
Yeah.
Hear you.
Maybe is that a Bowmaster's hanging out of his hand? That'd be pretty sweet here.
Yeah. I mean, a great 2-drop to just kind of start moving along with.
Ooh, Saga. Ooh, Energy Flux is gone. Let's play my Saga now.
Yeah. You feel safe, feel secure.
Liliana? Ooh, spicy.
I mean,
Ruh-roh, Ratty.
costing Anthony a lot of cards here.
Yeah. Did you
like,
want some cards?
If this resolves, which I think it will, I don't actually think Anthony has a way to stop it.
Yeah, I didn't see any counter spells.
I mean, they both have to discard. He can certainly beat it down if that is a Bowmasters.
Yeah. I get a little less in here. And then it's like, man, I sure wish this Forcible was in my hand before.
Yeah. And what does Sheldon have in hand? It looked like a lot of land.
Yeah, he just have a pretty good amount of lands. I mean, he's playing the very loam-centric deck, so you want to have a lot to just pitch to Liliana and loam back with a lot of utility. So.
Oh, yeah. So it won't really hurt him too much, no matter what happens here. And with Saga in play, it's like you just get to start making things, toss something, and pass.
Yeah.
You know,
Easy. Making some dudes.
make some constructs.
Yeah, whatever I'm feeling here.
So yeah, this looks like
In response, there's
yeah,
the Ballmasters.
throw some damage at Lily, and then yeah, we'll discard, I guess.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, they just have a lot of draw spells in this deck, so
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, this won't be enough to just straight up kill Lily, but.
no. She get pretty low.
Oh
and
yeah, I
plus
mean
next
it
turn,
won't
but-
it won't be she won't be in minusable territory, and if Sheldon, next turn all he does is make a construct or something, he can still run blocks for her if he
Yeah.
wanted to. Yeah, it's kind of just dependent on what he values,
Discard land and Lorien reveal.
which is kind of just a land in this case
Yeah.
probably. So
yeah, just another land. I see a Leovold here.
that seems reasonable.
Ah, yes, the
Yeah.
boy.
I hear that's pretty good. Throw my Lily, yeah. I
Yeah,
mean you kind of
put
have
him
to.
down. I just gotta get rid of
You can't let lilies just sit back and start getting towards ultimate territory.
Yeah. Yeah, the cool thing is here too is that a land here for Anthony would mean he could discard Uro to Liliana this next turn and then
Oh,
just
and then
keep
he
it the
has
following turn.
1, 2, 3. He has 5 cards in the yard right now.
Yeah,
so
so he's in Uro territory,
Yeah.
so it's literally just getting that other land, so
that is true and fair. Now we just don't know what Sheldon has in his hand because I feel like he has one spell, but I can't tell what it is. Keeping him real tight,
there's a Life from the Loam and a
It might, yeah, I think it might have been a loan.
Barrenmore, the cycle land.
Do you plus first? You make decisions.
Making game actions. Yeah, plus. Discard Life from the Loam.
Yeah,
These are
an
pretty
easy,
solid.
a pretty
Yeah.
easy one. Is that a Force of Vigor?
Force of Vigor.
I mean, there's no targets for it right now, so that also
That's
seems
true. Yeah,
reasonable.
totally fine.
So maybe he didn't have the Uro?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe I saw it wrong. Because that would have been like now Uro's.
Or maybe he just really wanted to cast Uro and actually draw off of it and
Yeah.
like do all that, which is fair. That's totally fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is kind of a weird situation too, because like Uro is just rough
Mhm.
because Sheldon can just get a piece of graveyard hate,
Oh, and-
and they just be real sad.
Yeah.
About...
So Construct came in to essentially get rid of Bowmaster specifically.
yeah.
Liliana down, and now Uro gets to gain some like draw, do all the things.
No land here.
Yeah, which if I'm Sheldon, I'm actually kind of worried that wasn't another land.
Yeah. Oh, and he drew another Uro. Oh, brutal.
Okay.
And the Lorien revealed. Oof.
Yeah.
That's a brutal surgical.
Yeah.
So now he doesn't have to get his he doesn't have to get that graveyard hate now because it's not as
Yeah.
relevant at
Uro-
all anymore.
I was like, Uro's kind of the only thing that cared
Yeah.
about it. That's unfortunate because if he would have tossed the Uro and then just bought it back,
Yeah.
this would not be the situation
Yeah,
that he
yeah.
is facing.
Like, oh man.
But
Yes,
I on the same tip can understand if you want to get full value out of your Uro, like cast it,
Yeah,
do all
yeah,
the thing,
yeah.
like
do the Uro thing.
yeah. I mean, if he didn't, like, if he already had the surgical, then
Yeah.
whatever, right?
Hmm.
Like that doesn't
Yeah.
change. So if he just popped it off the top, well, that's unlucky.
Yeah.
But
Like, okay. Yeah. Which here. Lots of shuffling.
the best kind of magic.
Oh yeah.
Now that everybody's figured out what's going on.
Alright. Go to my turn. Normie draw? Oh no, he's gonna dredge here.
Yeah, as you do. And Wasteland
Make
not
a
looking
construct.
great.
Yeah.
Anthony on quite a few basics.
Yeah. Get rid of Bayou, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Let's see if Sheldon wants to get here. He does have diamonds, so he can't always get a diamond here.
Yeah.
If he has on land, but it's, graveyard hate's kind of not as important at this point.
No, I mean with Uro gone, I don't think there's any other specific card that cares.
Yeah. No Ewit.
If anything, you're more worried about this Leovold in play, right?
Yeah, I don't want to keep targeting and drawing cards.
Yeah, like the target your anything.
It's like, oh no, no. Still looking for some tokens to represent stuff.
Yeah. What you making over there? Is that a construct?
0/0 construct gets +1/+1 for each artifact.
So right now we have an orc army token, and then also a construct.
Yeah.
Both being represented by the same red sleeve.
Going to the red zone, so it's perfect. It's gonna pass here.
Yeah, I mean, there's really nothing else to do, right? It's just kind of I have a 2/2 in play.
Yeah, it's a hangout matchup.
Yeah.
Just chilling.
I mean,
Chilling's gonna start going off here.
I mean, you can certainly attack with Leovold. There's no downside to that. It's only a 2/2.
Yeah.
What's it gonna do? Block?
Block. He's like, oh yeah, I forgot that was a 2/2.
Is he oh, I was like, is he giving him the option?
It's like, I guess.
It would be interesting if you had another like Bowmasters or something.
Yeah.
You like flash it in, trade your thing.
Yeah, trade
You know,
options for it.
that-
Okay.
That could be a thing. But I think he just I think they agreed he wasn't actually attacking with it.
Yeah.
And they're talking about a lot of interactions like off, like we just can't tell what's being said. So as long as both players agree with what's happening,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Draw. Thoughtseize.
Sheldon keeps looking at the top of his deck like there's a miracle in it.
Yeah.
He lifts the way he lifts the card. I was like, did I miss that on his deck list? Is that in here, or is that just something he's used to? Because it's kind of funny.
Some loam here. The Barrymore Saga Wasteland. Ah, the trifecta.
Yeah, why not? Eventually, you start hitting the good loam, huh?
Yeah. Wasteland. Okay.
I think we know
Good value.
Anthony's still just sitting on a Lorien revealed, right? I
Yeah.
think that is his last. Which at this point, he just wants to draw another land so he
Yeah.
can draw 3 cards.
Yeah. And he gets to draw a card from one of his permanents being targeted with Leovold. Oh,
Yeah.
So spicy.
The value.
It's like, yeah, my value's gone. That's okay.
Well, at this point, you might actually consider using the Lorien revealed for a land, but he doesn't have anything to cast currently that matters, right?
Yeah.
So just holding it and waiting is still perfectly
Yeah,
reasonable.
just like shop for a bit. I mean, he pretty much has to get it.
I think most of his stuff costs less than 3. Let's say, right?
Yeah, I think pretty much all of his creatures cost less than 3.
Yeah.
for sure.
But the only things that like spell-wise don't is the Lorien revealed and like the Force of Will specifically, stuff like that.
And one snuff out.
Yeah,
It's like,
which
sure.
that snuff out definitely doesn't matter right now.
Yeah. Nope. Ain't killing nothing.
And I said, ah,
Ponder.
aha,
What are you pondering? Chop, Force of Will, Allurin. Okay.
yeah.
So there's one piece here. Kind of need some creatures to go along with that Allurin.
I mean, he's probably thinking, I would like to keep these 3 cards.
Yeah.
He also has no.
No, I don't want any of these.
I mean, he has no black source right now either. Maybe that's
Yeah.
something he's considering.
I think he did draw another Misty, so he can search for
Okay,
Sea
you
here.
know, then sure, he's still got the.
There's also, do you want to, knowing that your opponent could just wasteland you over and over again?
I mean, he could, if he didn't draw a fetch, right? He could still just island cycle
Mm-hmm.
Lorien revealed for whatever's in his list
Yeah.
that's black and blue.
Yeah, like some feeling, whatever he's feeling. So.
Yeah. Mostly because I just don't know what he has left. He had at least a water grave. Is that what? We haven't seen that yet, right?
Yeah, I
So-
didn't even see it. No, he discarded that early, and then he's got an underground sea. I saw it when he was fetching earlier.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, there's exactly one.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so kind of awkward here. He's got one swamp, but Misty Rainforest and Lorien Reveal do not get swamped. So, ooh, that Shadow Speaker's rough.
Shadow Spear, Lily, and just
Yeah.
Boseiju. Not amazing. I mean, getting sagas back over and over is really the meat of what Sheldon can do right now.
Yeah, that's the kicker here. It's just doing it over and over, get constructs every
Yeah.
time.
It means that Leovold cannot attack for free any longer.
Yeah.
And there's
And my
only
Sheldon's
only
fine, yeah.
one Leovold, so it's like if you
Yeah.
lose him, he's gone.
Yeah.
And you don't want to just throw him away to a bad attack, that's for sure.
Cycle Barrymore.
Sure.
He cannot draw a card, I believe. Because he drew return, right?
Uh,
Because of Leovold.
is this on his turn?
Yeah.
Or was
because
that
he
the
drew
end of his... Or was it the end of...
Well, he still drew for turn, and he can't draw more than one card per turn.
Oh.
I don't believe he was able to do that. Huh. Okay. Magic's a hard game.
Yeah. Mostly just... I wasn't sure about the timing of the...
Yeah.
Like, but if he drew first, he cannot do that again.
Yeah, because I think he cycled Barrymore end of turn, drew a card, and then untapped. He dredged. Well, I guess the dredge is replacing his draw. So.
Yeah, so he doesn't actually draw.
Yeah.
So that's...
Yeah.
That
that's
actually
fine.
probably
Yeah,
is fine. Specifically because it replaces
Yeah.
it. So he's like, draw. Nah, he didn't
We
draw.
can allow that.
Yeah. Makes sense.
See. Oh yeah, they can get the swamp now. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Maintaining magic game state. I will tap this land, sacrifice it.
Yeah. Sometimes I just forget that they tap.
Yeah.
It's only when something occurs to stop you,
Yeah.
whether like, oh, your lands come in tapped, or like
Yeah.
Arcana, good example of,
Yeah.
oh, your non-basics come in tapped, so all your fetches come in
Yeah.
tapped. So you have essentially no land right away.
Yeah, because when you fetch, you don't tap it. You just shake it at them.
Yeah.
And you're like, fetch. and
Half
you
the time you're already throwing it in the
gesture.
yard.
Yeah.
They're vaguely aware that you're getting a land
Yeah.
type.
They're like, I'll lose one, and you're like, cool. Why?
Yeah, you're like, what is that? Oh, yeah, sure.
And he has all of his basics on the field.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely is safe from most land destruction
Yeah.
effects at this point.
Yeah. Sheldon have any ghost quarters? That's the
I
trick.
have to
here.
imagine no.
Yeah, probably. Oh, he's got one ghost quarter. He's got one ghost quarter. Turning ghost quarter into strip mine. Let's go.
Oh, I mean, he does have loam. He could
Yeah.
just do that.
Yeah, just start ghost quartering those lands away.
Anthony's got to keep his fingers crossed that Sheldon doesn't find a way to. But at the same time, like,
Oof, double saga. All right.
yeah, Sheldon kind of needs to use all of his land to start making some tokens.
Yeah. Thoughts easy.
Sure, go to 6.
Trigger Leovold.
Yeah, I don't know.
Draw a trop.
To show you nothing.
Yeah.
Basically,
Ooh, force of vigor.
this
double
force of
honor.
vigor he can't pitch though. Yeah, you take the force. That's brutal. He was
Yeah.
probably really banking on
Yeah,
being
it's
able
like,
to get rid of
No!
2 tokens. It would have hindered Sheldon significantly,
Mm.
and instead is gone.
It's like,
Which I don't know.
ooh,
I don't know how many forces he has access to. I can't imagine it's a lot.
2, 3.
Um,
I'm worried about.
2. He had 2
Okay.
in the side, so 1 down.
Yeah, one down. Oh, I
Uh,
draw an oof. Okay.
Oh, I was
I was
like,
like, did he just draw another?
I was like, that would have been the natty
Yeah.
draw on your your last one.
Just absolutely savage.
Force.
Ooh, is
Maybe a
that
Strix or something.
double quaddle
Is it a
force
quaddle?
of will?
Some
That's pretty good. Here.
some sort of flying snake thing. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, some snake.
I mean, he's got all the snow-covered lands he could want.
Death touch here.
It's actually the thing that matters the most is that they can fly.
Yeah.
I mean, Sheldon's at 6.
Yeah.
He
off.
he honestly can't take much of a hit.
Oof. Okay, shutting Diamond off.
Yeah, not much else though. I mean, anything that Sheldon can get with Saga specifically,
Mm-hmm.
if it has an activated ability. I mean, we already saw Shadow Spear go to the yard, so I don't know what else Sheldon has in his, silver bullets to get.
Yeah, I think most of them are just going to be, I'm just going to make my construct tokens bigger now.
Yeah, I mean, he has 4 Mox Diamonds, he has a Nile Spellbomb, and then the 1 Shadow Spear.
Yeah.
That's the main deck, so
Yeah.
you can imagine the only things he could still get is the Spellbomb, and
Yeah.
that's pretty much it.
And that just hangs out on board because Collector Oof is just now just saying sweet artifacts.
And there's really nothing in the board outside of the Pithing Needle, which I don't even know if he has a reason to bring that in this matchup. But you're not really Pithing Needling anything.
No.
They all kind of just do what they do.
Yeah, just casting spells.
Yeah.
I see Cycle Baron more here. Get that black. I get the loam back.
Yeah.
Is that Sweet Trophy? Double Boseiju. Okay, in the yard.
Okay.
Yeah. He's like, okay, pass.
Yeah.
End of turn. Make a 3/3.
Yeah. These Pokemon tokens really holding it down.
Anybody get that code? Get that free pack from the Pokemon?
Oh no. They're just giving it away.
Alright, now what?
So,
what are we doing here? Upkeep.
yeah, I mean, when you're at 6, I don't think you loam here. I think you actually just want to draw a card.
Well, Loam's in his hand. He Baron more.
Oh, is that where?
Yeah,
Okay. I thought he was picking it up to make considerations.
Oh yeah.
For the viewers at home, my mic is in front of part of the screen to me that specifically covers Sheldon's deck.
Yes.
So there's every now and again I can't see 100%, but
those Urza sagas need to trigger. There we go.
yeah, I mean I can understand if he's just deciding if he wants to like float a mana or not, but
Construct for the mana. Make a
I mean,
construct.
the only reason you would get an artifact is to make your tokens bigger.
Yeah.
They do nothing else right now. But the problem is, like I said, the flyers will still kill you eventually.
Yeah.
Not that Sheldon knows that Anthony has access to more than like one Quaddle or anything. Like that's still a 6-turn clock, give or take.
Yeah, with one Quaddle, it's like, ugh.
What Sheldon really needs is that Shadow Spear that's gone.
Yeah.
Not that he could like equip
He
it
could
specifically
use it
with
currently.
Oof, but if he had a way to get rid of the Oof, then that's different. But
It's a big oof.
I don't really know that he does.
I mean, he has, well,
No?
no direct answers, I guess, huh?
I mean,
He pushes.
he has one Assassin's Trophy.
There we go. There's some construct tokens. This is a
Oh,
lot
look
better.
how cute they are.
Little
Oh,
Wally tokens
yeah,
here.
adorable little guys. But yeah, he has one Assassin's Trophy, 2 Abrupt Decay. I mean, 4 Liliana, but they're not targeted by any means. And then like 2 Shieldred Edicts, again, not targeted. 4 Smallpox, again. Now these are all giving Anthony a lot of decisions, and I don't think Oof is the thing he would.
And allowing to gain him cards by targeting.
Yeah, it's like wait, target him. All right, draw.
It's like, sure.
Yeah.
I won't say no to that.
So right now, I mean, these Saga tokens are not insignificant, and
Yeah.
honestly, this is probably his best use of them is to start swinging.
Yeah. Just getting in for beats.
Yeah, I mean, Anthony's at 19. Oh,
Block
okay,
one,
sure.
block the other. Swing back for 5. Put him to 1. No, well, he'll block the 3.
I mean, unless Anthony has an answer to this one token in hand.
Yeah.
Because, like, Spellbomb can't activate, the Mox can't activate, and there's just a...
More Quaddles. More snakes. That brainstorm.
Yeah, it's just one of the,
Special.
what's it, the spell book?
Underground Sea, Harpy, and Brainstorm again?
I mean, I would just keep all the flyers, get rid of everything else, or
Yeah.
put it back on top.
Yeah,
It's not doing anything.
Yeah, Force isn't doing a whole lot here at this point.
No. You already see, like Sheldon's game plan is just to make a bunch of tokens.
Yep.
That is the
that.
plan.
Let's see. Fetch.
Yeah, I mean,
Tap. Fetch. Use 1 live.
you gotta fetch. You don't want to accidentally just draw another land. There can't be that many left to draw, to be fair.
I mean, there was an underground that he put on top. So
Hey,
there's
there
the
it is.
underground.
There it is. Yeah, with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in play.
Yeah.
Maybe probably an equal amount in fetches in the
Yeah.
yard.
Yeah, I think he's out of fetchable sources at this point.
Yeah.
Because he has 2 island, 2 forest, 1 swamp.
That's all of them.
Watergrave, underground sea, tropical island, bayou. and everything else is a fetch land. So yeah, so he's out of fetchable sources because that
Okay.
water grave and that bio we know are both in the graveyard.
Yeah.
So
A little awkward when you still have brainstorms.
yeah. I lose 1 life to shuffle my deck. It's like, okay. Ooh, Brazen Borrower.
I mean,
Okay.
that's
Yeah.
the money. That's
Yeah, that's big game here.
oh yeah. I mean, because he can go 1, 2. He can't cast it though. Like if he, I mean, he had no way to tap any differently.
Yeah.
But he can't bounce something and flash him. But he can swing for pretty much lethal right now. So
Yeah. Well, he still I'm pretty sure he still has that other Ice Fang Quaddle.
yeah.
So he can still like.
He can
guarantee
yeah.
himself 1 damage.
He can still do that. So yeah, you just bounce it, attack,
To 1.
put your opponent to 1, and say go.
Yeah. We'll see if Sheldon wants to go out the honorable way and fetch land himself to death.
I mean, anything's
Man.
possible. It's like, bye bye. Bye bye. Swing in for
That-
5.
Beats 5.
Yes. Yes.
That construct's a little smaller too.
He might have hesitated
5-1.
thinking, oh, what if he activates the saga? But, oh, oops,
Nope.
says no.
Big oof.
Big oof. And yeah, I mean, the Besagian hit, like, none of the cards that Sheldon has is really doing anything. I'm surprised that he didn't go ahead and play the Coatl, though.
Well, I mean, you can just kind of leave it up, like if it's like, I don't know,
Is it?
Wraths,
Is it?
Damnations
I was
or
gonna say,
something.
is his last
Yeah.
card a force?
Yeah, it's a force and a Quaddle.
Okay, so I mean, arguably he was thinking to keep it for pitching if he needed to.
Discard a land.
Probably
Make
no,
my
like
constructs bigger.
yeah, it's like he can't attack through these constructs. So maybe he's okay with just waiting an extra turn, playing it a little bit slower to
Yeah.
guarantee himself victory.
Yeah,
Which is
kinda holding
understandable.
off, and he can eat both of those creatures, and then just
Mm-hmm.
hope his opponent doesn't have an Ice Fang Quaddle, which, unbeknownst to him,
You know.
it does.
Well, I mean, if he just like he has enough mana to get Borrower in on end step regardless.
Yeah.
Play the Quaddle, draw a card.
Yeah.
Like there's just it's not a whole lot of windows for Sheldon to really like piece
Yes.
anything else together yet.
Yeah. Quaddle.
Yeah. It made sense to just wait for it just in case.
Yeah. I bet that's exactly what Anthony probably said it too. Ice Fang? Yes.
Yeah.
Resolves. Oh, look at Sheldon giving him the smoke here. Just, yeah,
Yeah.
that
go ahead.
resolves.
He said
Attack you for 1
he said this one?
in
Oh.
response.
Beside me your player. Oh, trigger.
Yeah, target draw.
That's an illegal target.
No! Oh, the Tropical Island. Oh, that's a pretty sweet Besage Strip Mine here, too. I'm going to search my library for no reason.
Fail to find.
You're going to put on a show here.
That's funny. You can just hard cast the Force Will.
Yeah.
That's funny. He's like, look, I gotta do what I gotta do.
Oh, man.
I thought for sure he was just playing around aiming it at the ice
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, right.
He's like, yeah, he,
I was like, okay.
I mean, we can see Sheldon's in
Yeah.
Thanks to
Oh, man.
Steven dropping that life
Yeah.
down, just in case anybody was confused.
I like that we're 2 for 2 on like last rounds and like
Yeah.
C1Ks where they're just like blowing smoke, just yeah.
Yeah,
uh-huh.
I mean, why
Oh,
not?
just bombs.
Why not? Eat up the time. Thank you
Yeah.
very much, friends. But great. And I mean, we are at time. There was only 2 other matches happening when we were lucky enough to
Yeah.
grab these guys. So I have to imagine we're just gonna announce top 8 here and then get top 8
Yeah.
going on. So,
rolling.
you know, probably 5 minutes. So super short break. And we'll be right back
Yeah,
with
cheers for
your,
you.
you know, Legacy 1K top 8.
Yeah.
See you in a minute. And we're back.
Welcome back, everyone.
So here we are, finally at the top 8 of the TC Rockets Legacy 1K. Welcome back. Thanks for hanging out with us, joining us, wherever you're at in your viewing journey here with us. I'm Michelle Tanner.
And I'm Zach Miles.
I don't know why I sounded questioning, but I was like, Tanner, maybe?
Is that my name?
Having an identity crisis here.
I'm just so focused on these players' names because they're the ones that are important right now.
We saw a little bit. I believe both of our players have been on stream at least once today. I know Greg has. Yeah. Tyler was too, I think, right? Or
no, there was a different scam.
Other scam one. All right. Well, we have a different scam. So top 8, for those of you that don't know, we tend to do it open deck list only because of the fact that we've been streaming all day. So at this point, players might have gotten a chance to see significant information as we go along. So we just try to keep it as fair as possible. So right now, players get to take a look, know what they're up against. No pre-sideboarding, of course. But at least they have a better idea as to what's happening.
Yeah. What hands keep, what hands not, what they want to keep a lookout for.
Mm-hmm.
So.
But yeah, so Greg is first seed, which means he gets the choice of player draw, which I would strongly believe that he will take the play.
Yes. Have an inkling. Especially with the scam matchup. Wanting Trinisphere.
Anytime you can get ahead of the scam deck in Legacy or Modern, you're happy to be there.
Like, don't mind if I do.
Yeah. And then, since this is top 8 is untimed. Legacy matches overall tend to go a little bit faster than most other formats, though. So we got, our players on camera starting a little bit sooner while everyone else is still getting settled, getting their decks. So we'll just try to keep bringing you matches as they go until everyone's done. Like, we're here with you. We just want to see some magic. We want to see some cool stuff happen.
Games. Get to look at Greg's deck some more. I'm definitely down with checking out those cities.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Also, Tyler has a really cool playmat. Look at him showing off.
Yeah, when you get some paper Legacy, you get to see the sweet stuff people play. It's like, oh man.
Is there a list of who top 8'd? Yes. The short answer is yes. Is it in front of us right now? No. We'll hopefully bring you a lot of those people who did top 8. And we always follow up on our Facebook, Instagram, with a little breakdown of all the decks that made it. We try to post the deck list for each event that we do for top 8 specifically, whenever we can. So hopefully we'll have all that stuff ready and available, Monday to show off. Yeah. Monday, Tuesday, I don't want to lock myself in
somewhere
here.
Between.
Somewhere early in the week. Did Chaz make it? Very specific. No, unfortunately, he wasn't carrying enough luck with him today to go the distance. We've seen some Chaz Tanner tokens on camera.
Yeah.
Those Chaz Tanners made it.
Yes.
But for the real life one, unfortunately, no. But he's enjoying some ice cream, hanging out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can all enjoy a little bit of ice cream every now and again.
I did have the option. Oh, look at that.
Handshake. Look at that
sportsmanship. That's
Yes.
sportsmanship.
Oh, beautiful.
What a good start already.
Yeah, it's going to be a great game.
So you can't shake anybody's hand in Moto.
Yeah.
That's just not a thing.
Yeah, you can only yell at them in chat. If they have it up.
So, quick glance here. Right. I don't see anything to reanimate out of Tyler's hand, do you?
Yeah, well, there's a reanimate itself.
Yeah, I see that.
There's Ransom, Underground, Flooded, Force of Will, Ponder, and then I don't know what that other.
Looks like all the pants, nobody to wear them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're going pantsless for now.
Yeah, it's not a good idea on camera.
No.
Looks like Greg did he draw a hand yet? I actually looked away to Tyler, but no. I'm assuming Greg mulliganed. It seemed like he quickly picked it up.
Yeah. 7 lands? Yeah, no, I don't think so.
It's a little tight. Not ideal.
No, hard pass.
I feel like if you're not, both of these decks, funny enough, are trying to cheat in, quote unquote cheat things in quickly, right? Whether it's someone locking the other person out or just getting in an early creature to steal things.
Yeah, sneak them. Yeah, Greg did Mole.
Okay.
She's got Ancient Tomb.
All right.
Chalice on 1.
A painful start. Chalice on 1. Okay. Turns off a significant amount of cards for Tyler. So I was gonna say I have to imagine he's incentivized to force this.
Yeah.
because you're not reanimating things when you can't.
Yeah, yeah. When,
When they're just gone. Look at that force, very fancy.
Oh, yeah, nice.
But yeah, so a solid force seems reasonable. You know, Greg had to pay 2 life for that.
Yeah.
Essentially.
It's like, oh, okay. Pay
Just,
2
it
life.
was just like a really good Thoughtseize.
Yeah.
Thoughtseize take 2 cards. Yeah, sure.
Oh, and lose a life. Oh, so good.
Yeah. But now Greg has to fingers crossed that Tyler doesn't have a super solid follow-up to this. Because that's what you would worry about here, right? Is, oh no, now that I can't stop him, what if he just has it all?
Yeah. Just has the whole world as his oyster. So, Tyler's smartly getting a island, kind of presuming, oh yeah, he's probably gonna try to Blood Moon me next turn. So.
Yeah, which I see with Force Days and another blue card. I think is one that was there.
Like, oh.
With just the most basic of islands to be fairly safe anyway. He said, yep, these are fine.
Sweet. Cool.
These are all good cards.
I'm down with these.
And Greg with another little ding to himself, and sure enough, there's a Blood Moon.
There it is.
I mean, worth dazing. You know, time walk yourself a little bit, but if you don't, your mana's looking a little awkward out of blue-black specifically. You get no benefit from red mana.
Underground Sea. All right. I was like, okay, cool. He doesn't have that, so
yeah.
The Trinisphere looks like so.
I mean, reasonable. Turns a lot of these cantrip effects into just very expensive, awkward divinations.
Oh yeah, and Tyler's sitting on force, but no other blue cards.
Yeah, so. I mean, we saw a lot of his blue cards are on top of his deck.
Yeah, they're just hanging out. So you know, Greg's kind of got some free reign here. We'll see if we just kind of see him jam smashing here. Like, oh no, okay.
No, Fable. Yeah, I was like, Fable's a very good option right now. I mean, he could go ahead and, you know, play a Fury for just value next turn if he wants, right?
Just jam it.
Which seems fine.
He's got Shadow Scroll smashing in there too, so.
Again, we did not get Greg a Chaz Tanner token.
No.
This is a travesty.
Yeah. It's like, no.
We gotta get him one. Oh, and then a fatal push. Legacy All-Star.
Oh,
but,
yeah, so good.
But quite good against one Goblin Shaman, huh?
Let's see what we're pitching here. The Trinisphere Shadow Skull? Or is he thinking about not?
I mean, you don't want 2 Trinispheres. Like, that's not doing anything. I can absolutely see pitching that. And, I mean, you keep the Fury. The other one's a removal / land. So, I don't know. It's that one's pretty close.
Kind of hard.
I think it's easy enough to get rid of Trinisphere. And then the land was kind of questionable based on more what he's thinking.
Yeah.
Oh, let him attack. Huh.
Getting in there.
Okay. I'm a little surprised by that, given that he has an answer. He has the black mana, right?
Yeah.
I'm not crazy.
Kind of optimizes his mana too, since everything is gonna cost at least 3.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I don't know if he drew another blue card. Maybe start to leave force open.
It's interesting too because I'm wondering if he wants to. He probably doesn't want to use his waste because he needs 3 mana to do literally anything.
Yeah.
But if, I mean, the push would have cost 3, but he could have done it.
Yeah, he wouldn't have the treasure here. For this
and
Fury.
like, it's like now he just gets to hardcast a Fury.
Yeah, and that does not get fatal pushed. So
no, it does not.
Yeah, he does have the one floating, so he can also pay for days. But yeah, he's got the force so well with the blue card, so that's probably what he was looking for. Is I don't want him to slam something else.
Yeah, I mean,
that's gonna deal a lot of damage here. I'm not seeing any other answers. I don't know what those other 2 black cards are. Maybe they're both pushes. They look like both
I was like,
pushes.
one was for sure, so the other one looks like it was the second copy.
It's similar side of Magic card.
I mean, this seems like something to force here. You really can't afford to just start getting slapped by
Yeah.
by 6 damage off
Oh,
of the
yeah.
Fury.
Can be a Murktide, looks like.
Okay.
So cast Murktide. Murktide is a big.
Yeah,
big
just because you
here.
can tell, it doesn't change the fact that it still costs 7.
Yeah.
That's a good amount of spells. This is
Yeah.
a very
It's
large
7/7.
Murktide.
Yeah. Make my big old Murktide and pass.
Which, interesting, because Greg has spent so long using those Ancient Tomb, kind of leveraging his life total for mana,
Yeah.
he's at 8.
Yeah, he said 8.
He cannot tap his land anymore, or he dies to this Murktide.
Yeah.
Or I'm sorry, he can tap the Sokenzen. He can do that.
Yes, he can tap for a red.
He can't pay for
Yes, he
anything
would.
though, because his own Trinisphere has him locked.
Yes.
He could copy something on his next turn with his Shaman.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you brought up a good point. You can just reanimate the Fury this turn,
That would also be fine.
or just
It
bash.
doesn't. The thing is, it doesn't change the math though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's good value. It's fine.
Yeah.
But Tyler's just winning now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, Greg's in at 1.
Yeah, Greg should effectively be at 1 life,
Yeah.
which means that literally because of his own Trinisphere, he can't he has to tap
Yeah.
land. He didn't have anything low cost to cast anyway, right?
Yeah.
But he had 2 Ancient Tombs in play.
Yeah. I mean, because his hand was also not looking too good. It was
No, it didn't.
double Chromox, Simian Spirit Guide, and then he
Yeah.
drew the Caves of Chaos Adventure that last turn. So
Yeah.
I mean, no, it wasn't really doing much
But then-
regardless.
That's the thing that happens, right? Is you play a lot of these cards to have a way to rush out something on turn 1. But if you don't initially start with that, then you tend to draw them later when they don't do anything.
Yeah, that's what's always rough. Kind of like pitching your bigger spells to Fable, and then you just end up drawing Chromoxes, and you're like, oh,
Yeah,
okay,
you're like,
cool.
I would have just
Great.
kept that instead,
Yeah.
you know?
If only I would have known.
So the players have deck lists right now to look at to make their sideboard decisions, but we do not.
Yeah.
So you'll have to join us in trying to read what's already out here. Whereas we can see, for Tyler's side of things, he has Brazen Bar, Dress Down, EEs, Flusterstorms, Force and Negation, Hydroblast, okay. Null Rod, is that Palantir? Plague Engineer, and Surgical Extraction.
Yeah, because I think I did see Tyler's deck a little bit earlier, and he was playing one of the Palantirs on the side. Which can be pretty big when you mill like a Murktide in the forest.
Oh, yeah.
All right, just take a bunch of damage. It's like, oh my gosh.
I mean, if I'm Tyler, I could see bringing in like the Brazen Bar, because Petty Theft is just a really good answer to some stuff that Greg could
Yeah.
like rush out, right?
Yeah.
Like a quick Trinisphere or a super fast Blood Moon. As long as you have a blue source, you can get rid of it.
Yeah,
You can
single island, like-
you can buy yourself a turn to establish, fetch, do whatever you need to do, and then if they cast it again, you've at least gotten yourself out from under it.
Yeah, maybe even draw your force that you need.
Right.
Your days that just kind of stop it in its tracks.
So I could see that, and maybe Flusterstorm. That seems okay. You might catch something.
I don't like Flusterstorm
No?
because it only hits Shadow Skull Smashing.
Is that really all it hits?
Yeah, it hits blasts out of the side, but it doesn't hit anything in the main board except for Shadow Skull.
Yeah, I was mostly just thinking it's nice to have access to a little more counter magic overall, right? You don't want to
Yeah.
you don't want to always just be like, well, it's Force of Will or bust here,
Yeah.
and Daze is fine, but Daze against a deck that has ways to create
So
extra
much
mana is so not great, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah,
Like,
because sometimes you
it's
just
just-
get gone. They're just like, oh, I'll exhaust Swimming Spirit Guide. And
Yeah.
It's like, oh man, like brutal.
yeah, and it was very awkward to just be like, well, hope they don't have it.
Yeah, it's like sometimes they don't. Sometimes they don't.
But yeah, and I could see Plague Engineer on Goblin. That makes
Yeah.
sense. Like you hope to be ahead. You
Goblin's-
hope to be ahead of them, but if not, I mean,
Yeah.
decent. And then out of Greg's side, again, I mean, he has a pretty straightforward thing he's trying to do, so probably not a ton of changes.
Yeah.
I'm trying. we
Yeah.
both have our heads turned trying to read
Sideways
the...
to read here.
Leyland.
Oh no,
Void,
Tyler, don't cover it up.
Dead Gone. I can't read that first card. Fiery Confluence. A little expensive here. Blasts. It's like Pyroblasts.
Yeah, I mean, outside of the blast, I don't know. Dead Gone's probably fine against Murktide specifically.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Probably.
And that's all she wrote.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Leyland Void's kind of
Awkward here because it's like, oh, do you want to try to shut off Murktide and like,
Yeah.
that's essentially it.
Which Murktide is like, funny enough, like kind of the backup plan, right? It's not
Yeah.
exactly, you're not scamming in a Murktide. Like,
No.
it's not what you're doing.
Mhm.
But Murktide's a great way to use up all of the early cantrips and spells to an effective killer.
Yeah.
Like, without having to do anything busted. It's just, well, here you go. Here's a big old dragon.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I mean, I guess, Leyland also helps with the reanimator package. I mean, Greg did not see that game one.
Yeah.
So no reanimator or anything like that, so he doesn't know that Tyler's on that. But I mean, you can be presumptuous.
I mean, you can see the whole
So,
deck list now.
yeah.
He should know.
That's true.
He should know everything.
Open deck list helps,
Yeah,
yes.
I was saying before the game, they had a pretty good idea what the other one was doing.
Yeah. Look at all these cards all over the place.
Yeah, which one's the side?
Yeah.
Which one's not the side?
I don't know.
Tyler, you're giving me
Give me some
anxiety. I don't know what's
patience.
happening. We have to remember, Greg mulliganed down in that game.
Yeah.
He probably kept a hand that was okay, but not the optimal hand, right? When you're down a card, it's already not as good. But yeah, I imagine it's probably difficult for him to deal with a resolved Murktide of any particular
Yeah.
note.
Yeah.
Like one Fury is not gonna kill a Murktide.
Yeah. It's not like Modern Scam where you're like, oh, I'm gonna Fury twice. It's like, no. you
Yeah.
Fury once.
Yeah, it's gone now.
Yeah,
Like,
it's just
it's
finito.
4 damage, and I don't think Greg has a whole lot of ways to interact with a big creature outside of that.
I mean,
he
it's
could
gone.
Yeah, but I'm saying out of the board,
Yeah.
that's what you got. But like game 1, just
Oh, yeah.
not really.
Yeah. Cast this giant creature. You got it.
Yeah.
Cool.
Neat.
Let's see if it kills me. Oh, it did? Okay, go to game
And
2.
it did. But I mean, we assume Greg's on the play again. I see lands, I see spells.
War Boss, Simmon Spear Guide, Mountain.
Seems fine.
There's a Trinisphere, Shadow Skull Smashing, and a
Chalice. So,
I
lots
mean-
of hate pieces. Lots of options for turn 1 plays. So.
Yeah, I mean, Chalice on 1 is fine.
Yeah.
That's probably what you want to resolve before Palantir or Trinisphering yourself out of the game.
Yeah.
So
Yep, there we go. It's that
Yeah.
one. Greg was thinking the same thing.
yeah, I mean, it's the one that makes sense because if it resolves, Tyler has way less options.
Yeah.
Never 0, but just okay.
Wasteland.
All right,
okay.
he's like, let's even things up a bit. Now no one has
Mountain.
anything. There's Basic Mountain go.
There you go. There you go.
Is that an island? Just
Yeah,
basic
hang
island
out
go.
a couple turns.
I mean, Tyler
Basic
definitely has.
island go.
He has plenty of land.
Yeah. He's looking
Uh,
solid for that. I mean, Greg does still have 3 mana this turn because he does
Mhm.
have the Shadow Skull Smashing, which he can cast, and a Spirit Guide. So,
Yeah.
just like, do I want to run these out into, a Force of Will or Days?
Yeah, but you don't really gain any value from waiting on them either.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler just gets to draw more cards. It gives him a
Yeah.
better shot of having
Yeah.
one of those.
More answers.
Yeah.
Get a Chromox in Greg's hand too. So,
Because, like, he very well could just get Trinisphere into play and say go.
yeah.
And that's fine.
Yeah.
Because his next turn, with 3 mana, like, he can just play the Goblin in his hand, and that's good.
Yeah.
That's
chill.
It's a great way to be.
Psycho Troll.
Yeah.
Paying the troll toll.
Now, see, this is the kind of thing where, if a troll's in the yard and Tyler happens to draw, let's say, the Brazen Borrower, end step, you can just petty theft away a Chalice,
Yeah.
go ahead, reanimate his troll,
Reanimate
and then say, yeah, go.
Yeah.
Like, sure, you want to chalice on one again,
Yeah.
I don't care anymore.
Here's my
Like,
6/5.
yeah. In the same way that the Murktide was a problem, if mostly unblockable creatures it might as well have flying.
Yeah. Do that swamp. Some mana set up here.
Mm-hmm.
There's a city.
Yeah.
Gonna do some board expediting here.
I mean, moving things along.
Yeah.
Okay. Not getting dazed.
Thinking Trinisphere here.
Yeah.
It's like, huh.
So I think he was just trying to be reasonable.
Counter.
What?
Oopsie.
The test.
I forgot.
I think he was just trying to be reasonable around the days he waited the extra turn just to
Yeah.
not get got.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. I mean, I'm sure Greg has played this deck a lot. I
Yeah.
mean, look at it.
Yeah. Do you think he likes the deck? I'm not sure.
Yeah. Palantir?
Palantir? Okay.
So he did bring it in. He's like, let me pull up the
Yeah.
local text
We'll
for
go
you.
over text.
Bring it up
Yeah,
for us,
this
Tyler.
is one of those. Wait, what in the world is this?
I've
card do?
only had this pop up in like Moto like cube stuff. I've never actually
Yeah.
like had to deal with it in a real game.
Yeah. I mean, even when it's in English, it's still hard to read.
It's just a lot of it does a lot of stuff. It's so much text.
It's just infinity lines of text.
And it's like, oh, at the end, so you do this, but like at the beginning, if it's got this, you
Yeah.
do this, and it's like it's just a lot of stuff.
And then you do this or this, and it's okay.
I don't even remember. It gets a specific
No,
like type
draw.
of counter, right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, does he like those cards? Does he not like those cards?
One top, one bottom. So we see the mill gesture. or draw
Sorta
gesture.
like
mill. Take 4.
Aye.
Okay. Card's very difficult to play against. It's like, when do I take damage? When do I not?
Yeah,
The first couple, you're like, yeah, I'll just take damage.
I mean,
But then later on, it's just like, I don't really want to mill 5.
all the more reason you have to be careful when you're playing like ancient tombs and stuff as well as like
Yeah.
you can't just toss your life away willy nilly. All right, a resolved goblin. Here we go.
All right, now we're off to the races. What is going to kill faster than
Cooking with gas. But I mean, Tyler has answers. He does. Will he find them in time?
Yeah, you seem like hardcast grief here.
Yeah, why not? Seems very reasonable.
Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. He was like, I love it. He's like, it's like a Delver that just thoughts he's your opponent.
Grief
right.
Delver. Yeah, essentially the same
Same
card.
Same card.
You put them next to each other, I couldn't tell the difference.
Yeah.
I mean, out of this, I can't imagine he's taking anything outside of the Reb, probably. Like,
Yeah.
nothing else really matters, right?
No. I mean, the Seeming Spare Guide is kind of a thing, because then...
Is it
he already has double red.
Yeah, it's like, is it better
Yeah.
than the Reb? Like,
Yeah.
Reb catches Murktides and stuff. Like,
Currently nothing.
well, currently nothing.
Currently nothing.
He looked at that grief and he was like,
Yeah. It's like,
doesn't
This
work.
card's gross.
Doesn't work on that. Oh, that's true. I mean, his own chalice is stopping the Reb. That's fair. He casually forget it's down here.
Yeah. You get to see that again.
Miss
Just,
Trigger.
oh, oopsie.
I guess if you're worried about being able to bounce the chalice and stuff appropriately,
Yeah.
taking a chalice is also reasonable.
Ooh, Blood Moon. Okay.
Sure.
Kind of interesting here. I mean, I don't think it's super relevant.
I mean, he has 2 basics in play, so it doesn't change a ton. It makes it so Greg doesn't have to worry about dumpstering a land, I guess.
Yeah.
So if you look at it that way, it's fine.
Yeah. Take 3. We see
Legion
just
War,
hardcast Seeming Spare Guide here.
Legion Warboss really taking one for the team.
Yeah.
It's like he got to mentor. He got to mentor one little
Blood
soul. Yeah, I think
Okay.
I think the Blood Moon makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, should him off additional griefs or
Yeah.
like draw land and they get to play like Lorien Revealed or anything like
Mhm.
that. So
That's, I mean,
Cycle.
it's funny because he has another grief. He could have cast it.
Yeah. He could still definitely pitch cast it.
Yes.
Get him out.
I was like, to what value?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Who knows?
He already knows Greg's hand,
Yeah.
so he knows he wouldn't be taking anything of particular relevance.
Yeah. Like, no, I don't really care about these. Draw. Ooh, explosives. That's pretty good.
I
Here.
mean, getting rid of the tokens, at least he...
And the chalice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he would have to make a choice then. Chalice is on 1.
Well,
Right?
cost 0.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair. I guess it doesn't matter what once it's in play.
Mhm. You just can't cast your EE for 1.
It'd be so awkward.
It's like, oh no. Yeah, Spencer's more worried about. I don't think he's really worried about Blood Moon here. They kind of like just wipe your tokens away, and then we just get to hang out and stare at each
Yeah.
other for
I mean,
a while.
one of these things is pressuring his life total, and it's not the Blood Moon.
Yeah. Oh, he's getting explosives for 3 here.
Okay, never mind. He definitely cared more about it than
Yeah.
we realized.
Yeah. You're right. I mean, this is fine too because it does also hit the Trinisphere, and it does hit like any sort of the goblins.
Yeah,
The Rabbit Master or the Legion War Boss. So
that's fair.
Mill. All right. Hit 1,
Couldn't cast it
Sick.
anyway. But, oh, jeez.
7, 8, 9. Take 9.
That's crazy. You just draw them.
Yeah.
There's too many expensive cards there.
Eventually, you just get to mill your opponent out, right?
I mean,
Oof, another Chrome Mox from Greg.
yeah.
Still not looking too hot here.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is falling into the drawing the wrong side of the deck.
Yeah. Yeah, all the aggro and none of the big stuff.
Yeah.
No adventurer here, no other goblin token maker.
Oh, I was like waiting for Greg's life total to be adjusted. Yeah, it's pretty low.
I think Greg goes for the big game here and just just lets him mill and just be like, yeah, you can't deal me 5. Yeah, for 3.
Blow it up. All right, well, you can play a little more fair now. I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
As we talked about earlier, Murktide is a significant threat, and this one is huge.
Yeah. And he can't even blast it.
I think it's actually the same as before. Is it 7? Or, oh, I mean, it's up to him how big he wants it to be, but
Yeah.
you just want to make sure it doesn't die to a Fury.
Yeah. She's already past that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is
5/5.
probably why he's like, yeah, the rest of it's fine. I don't know if he has a way to interact with things that aren't... Can he interact with spells that aren't, just creatures in his yard? He seemed to care about keeping them there.
Yeah.
Maybe I missed that in his list. Since it's not in front of me.
You got the handshake. there.
Yeah, I mean, there's just nothing he could do about the Murktide.
Yeah.
Back-to-back Murktide
Yeah.
Wins, essentially, out of the scam deck.
Yeah. Yeah. They hit pretty hard in the air.
But it does show you that it's a useful backup plan for
Mhm.
when you're locked out of the scam, because
Yeah.
I mean, Tyler had ways to deal with that part, but he wasn't
Yeah.
exactly worried about it anymore because he could just get Murktide into
Yeah.
play.
Oh yeah, look. Oh, Greg's showing off the cities. Yeah. Yeah. I was talking to him earlier. Yeah.
He said,
This is a
"Here you
3.
go."
Ooh, just gorgeous.
Yeah.
Look at those
He's like-
things.
Now that he beat him up, take his
Yeah.
lands.
He's like, let me get a picture of these.
They are really nice.
So sick.
So, well, good showing by everybody. You
I
know.
was like, I don't want to touch him.
Oh, absolutely. I'm the same way. I'm like, that costs more than my hand. So
Yeah.
you go ahead, you
Yeah.
take it. So we're gonna take just a quick minute or two break. We'll see where the games are at. Because we can't just, again, it's untimed, so we can only grab people that are kind of in between round
Yeah,
or in
hanging
between
out.
games and hope to move them over. So we'll take a minute. We'll see if we can bring somebody else on. If not, it's top 8, so we don't expect it to take too long
Yeah.
regardless. So we'll see where the matches are, but we'll try to be back in 5 minutes. So hang out with us.
Yeah. See you then.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Look at us moving along. Decent
yeah.
clip here. We're moving into top 4 of our Legacy 1K here at Rockets. I'm Michelle Tanner.
I'm Zach Miles.
I'm definitely more sure of my last name than I was previously.
Good to hear.
Yeah, I was worried. So we have a bit of a mirror. It's not exactly the same, but lands v lands, let's say. You know, a handful of differences throughout, but mostly a lot of lands turning into things that matter, whether it's making their creatures bigger or making a big creature.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, noticeably, the Night Depth Deck is going to have a lot more creatures in it. It's kind of taking a little peek-see at Frank's list here. Looks like he's got no creatures in the main board.
Oh.
He's got 2 Endurances in the side, and that is it.
All right, I lied to you. 0 creatures
0
out of
creatures.
Frank's deck. I could have sworn that I looked over and saw. You know what? I probably just assumed that they had the same creatures that care about lands in the yard, and
Oh, yeah.
it does not.
Yeah, the land decks are typically going to be more land-centric. So they're going to lean more into Urza Sagas for your creatures and Wastelands,
Yeah.
and then
The
you still have
pseudo
Thespian
creatures.
Stage Dark Depths.
The-
Yeah, pseudo
The fake creatures.
Yeah, and then you get the neat, like, oh, I'm going to make my Thespian Stage into an Urza Saga and then turn it into something else, so it gets
Yeah.
to just permanently make dudes. Pubs every once in a while, not super duper often. This matchup will definitely be hard to do so.
It's
Lots of land destruction for Tom.
yeah, it's a bit of a grind, right? Because you have only like on Frank's side, right? He has only 1 swords.
Yeah.
So if he's not blowing up, if he's not, looping some like Beseiju shenanigans, if he can't catch Tom slipping, he doesn't really have a lot of ways to deal.
No.
Outside of like he's got 1 Caracas, 2 Mazavith, 1 Beseiju, right? So through all of these combined, you can kind of keep rotating them out of your out of your yard, life from the loam them back over and over for value.
doing that.
You got 1 blast zones again. That's a way to blow up a handful of creatures.
Yeah.
But Tom's deck has creatures of all sorts of mana
Oh, yeah.
costs. You
Yeah.
know, so it's not even an ideal way to do it.
Yeah.
But if you have to blast zone multiple times, I guess you can.
Yeah. It's like, sure.
But it's not the same as like blast zone in like an Urza deck, right? Like
Yeah.
like a Tron deck where you have all the mana to just
Yeah.
do whatever you want with it. You're on a still small amount of like actual lands in play.
Yeah. Using those up pretty quickly here.
Yeah, especially when some are in wastelands and things like
Yeah.
that.
You're like, oh, man. Players taking some pieces here.
And I honestly don't recall which one of them is the higher seed. This might have been a
I
middle
believe it's
matchup
Frank.
here.
I believe Frank was second at the end of the Swiss.
Yeah.
So,
We'll find out shortly. It looks like Frank's on the play though, so it seems reasonable.
yeah.
Look
Let's
at that
see what he gets
miscut.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a lot of miscuts in his deck. His deck is pretty sweet. Oh, he's going to go... Okay, all right, cool. This is an interesting one. So he's going to fetch, Exploration, Beseiju, and then map here.
Sure.
So we get a little bit of value. He's going to get the pretty Savannah instead of the whiteboarded one.
So judgmental.
Yeah, right. Tom is like, fine, all right, sweet flex.
Yeah.
Diamond stage here.
Okay.
Ooh, library.
flurry
That
of
is
spells back
solid
and
here.
forth.
It's like, oh, you played your Beseiju?
Yeah.
Well, don't mind if I just play the Sylvan Library. in turn one
Yeah,
then.
I mean, we already saw there's only 1.
Yeah.
So it's in play.
Yeah.
He has a way to make it not there.
Yeah.
Somewhere else.
He could wasteland his own Beseiju.
Yeah. Definitely looks like a good start for Tom. I mean, both did significant things, but Tom gets a little more value overall, right?
Yeah. See what Frank's doing here. He's got that.
Oh, he does have Stageo, which means he can go get whatever he wants.
Yeah. Looks like he probably might be mapping for Saga here.
Okay.
He might be on that Thespian Stage Saga plan.
Sure. I mean, not an unreasonable setup.
Here, have this dice.
Yeah. Do whatever you want.
Draw step. Sylvan Library. Double Endurance and a Zenith, looks like.
Mm-hmm.
And not bad here. Yeah, so Frank's on actual lands. He's focusing more into the Life and Lorem plan. So
Yeah.
Endurance is a lot better in this matchup than it is in a lot of other kind of lands types matchups.
Yeah, definitely where it'll
Take-
shine that a main deck endurance
Yeah.
is significant.
Oh yeah.
Take his peek in here. Looks like he already has Zenith. That's a flagstone.
Mm-hmm.
It's got another diamond, which is a little awkward. Zenith for 2.
Yeah. Yeah. I
You're
mean,
looking for an oof here.
it's funny because it's like, like Frank's not really ever going to have much of a response to just like a
Yeah.
Zenith for a creature or something
His
like
Zenith,
that.
You got it.
Yeah, true.
The results.
Like, these are things that are happening.
But getting oof here is a little awkward. I don't know what
Yeah.
other two- He is Liberator.
Yeah, I was
so
like,
Liberator definitely
I would say,
works.
yeah, I was like, Liberator seems fine. If it gets to flip, which there's a good chance in this matchup
Yeah.
that they're not actually casting spells, right?
Yeah.
There's a good chance that it'll just get to flip and just start blowing things
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
Which might be the case. I don't. Oh no, Frank's got he's got a crop rotation in his hand.
Uh,
Other than that, he has no other spells.
I
So
was
there's a
wondering-
Force a crop rot this turn.
yeah, but I was wondering why he got the Saga and not just go for depth and just...
Yeah.
Because that also seemed like a reasonable plan this early, right?
Yeah.
It would be putting a lot of pressure on Tom to have an answer quickly.
Yeah, but they just have so many. I mean, with swords,
Yeah.
swords ending plus Caracas, there's just a lot of options for them to do so, especially since they technically have multiple copies of a lot of those because of crop rotation.
Yeah.
So with this active Sylvan Library on board, so it's kind of a tough spot for Frank because it's like, man, do I just kind of just blow this crop rotation here just so Outland Liberator doesn't flip? 'Cause that's
I mean, if it gets to flip, it's eating some of Frank's stuff he'd rather it not do that too.
Oh,
So, I mean, you can crop rotate your Visage you to
Yeah.
To-
Get in the yard.
to get it back later for better value. Get rid of the library and some other stuff eventually, maybe.
Yeah. So eventually, sometime. So.
Yeah, Tom with the one-off Liberator in the main seemed like a good choice.
Yeah.
Overall, I think it's been threatening every time that we've seen it
oh yeah.
pop up, right?
Oh, definitely. It's especially good right now with a lot of people playing those Beanstalk lists. Like, it
Oh,
hits
yeah.
Binding, it hits Beanstalk itself.
Remember what I said about enchantments being
Yeah.
in a dangerous use in regards to just removal? Fine if you pop like a Merilage or something with
Yeah.
a Leyline Binding. You don't care if they blow it up later, but if you try to tuck away like a Knight of the Reliquary or something and then they eventually pop it off, like, oh,
Yeah, like,
it's
oh,
gigantic.
Library here.
Minsc and Boo.
Mix and Boo.
No way to cast it though, unless he's got the land for it in hand. I can't say. I don't know. So right now, Tom's looking for a color that isn't white.
Yeah, plus I think he does have a Mix and Boo already in hand. So
Does
yeah,
he?
so literally any.
Oh,
any
okay. Then I'd
sword
put.
source
Yeah,
is-
I would put the Minsc and Boo back.
I mean, any land is also just fine. Oh yeah, no spells, so this is gonna flip.
Yeah,
Oof. That's gonna be big game.
it
here.
is good. Because like when that's flipped in this particular matchup, I feel like it kind of stays flipped.
Yeah.
It's like difficult. I mean, if anybody's casting 2 spells, it's probably more likely that it's Tom.
Yeah.
So he can just not do that.
Yeah. It's like, no.
Unless it doesn't matter anymore, but
That's a Reclaimer. A lot of options here.
yeah, he's like,
Destroy
sure.
Saga.
Yeah, I mean, let's go for it. Like, he can make something in response. Will he, though?
Yeah. Yeah, just make a dude or make my Thespian stage into it.
Could do that.
I'm not looking to do that. It's like, nah.
a little deep in the tank.
Yeah.
To be fair, I can't see all the cards in Frank's hand.
Yeah.
So maybe he's
Elizabeth, Crop Rot.
yeah, like maybe he's thinking, we do this. Maybe I just crop rotate. Maybe I just
Yeah.
make a token and then crop rotation the Saga instead.
Yeah.
These are all like options, and I have to imagine they're both a little more used to this matchup than
Yeah.
I'm used to seeing it. So.
Yeah. Kind of hard.
So we'll see where he goes with the thought process on this.
Kind of float
Okay,
forwards.
I mean this does look like a crop. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
I mean it's just so hard to not want to rotate a a land you're losing.
Yeah.
You know, you
Yeah.
take the power
yeah,
back
well.
essentially. And there we
He's
go.
gonna go for depths.
I mean, make a copy. What do you got?
Yeah, let's see. It's like she got
What do you
it.
got? What do you got at instant speed right
Yeah.
now that isn't in play? Nothing. Literally nothing.
Yeah. Nada.
Is there anything he can Zenith for that'll matter after this?
No, because the claimer's
No.
gonna have summoning sickness, so you
Yeah.
can't like get your Caracas and try to get through there. I mean, other than that, it got like Diamond and Mix and Boo, Reclaimer, another Sylvan Library, and Endurance. It's kind of like I think Tom's probably thinking,
Yeah.
okay.
Tom can. I was like, if Tom can get a Caracas or a Mazaveth in play, right? Then that's still doable.
Yeah, let's see what he wants to do here. Kind of stuck.
Yeah, I mean, he can't. He definitely can't take a hit.
Yeah. In response.
Okay,
I'll scoop.
yeah. It just, sometimes you have to go for it, and then
Yeah.
sometimes they don't have it. Like,
Yeah, which is unfortunate. Oh yeah, and he couldn't play Endurance because he didn't have double green. So
yeah, like I said, if he
Yeah.
needed to find a color that wasn't white,
Yes.
just straight up, that would have been helpful in a
Yeah.
3-color.
yeah, plenty of
deck.
fetches and then plenty of green sources.
Funny, like, if Frank would have went for that play initially, I think it still would have worked out for Frank, because I think Tom just didn't have anything that lined up at
Yeah.
that speed
Yeah.
to stop him.
Yeah, because it was essentially like I pretty much just have to do this now, or else like Liberator's just gonna take over this game.
Mhm.
Like with Liberator and Endurance both in combination. It's just
Yeah,
like,
you can't allow that to just keep happening. Like I said, Frank has almost no way to flip that back, so Liberator's just eating his stuff every time, which
Yeah.
is just not
yes,
good
no,
value.
gosh, yeah. And then getting stuck on lands in your 27, 28 lands typically plus Dryad Arbor
Oh
deck.
yeah.
Yeah, it's like
So let's see what sideboard options we have. So for Tom, he has a bunch of one-offs, like one Collector Oof, like one Teague, one, does that say Moloch?
Moloch. Yeah.
One Endurance, 2 Deafening Silence, 1 Pyroblast, 2 Rebs, 1 Surgical Extraction, 1 Fourth Aerlingus, exclamation mark,
For
one
the Lingus.
one Guy's Blessing, 2 Force of Vigor, 1 Mind Break Trap, which Mind Break is
Yeah.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Now for this matchup, it's questionable, right? I mean, there's some arguments for, you bring in, I mean, he has 2 Endurance in the main. He could bring in a third if he really wants to
Yeah.
stay well rounded. I think
Yeah.
that's fine. Like, you're never bringing a card like Deafening Silence, like none of these actually
Yeah.
matter. The Surgical makes sense.
Yeah,
Bring the
Surgical's definitely
Surgical.
good. I mean, Collector Oof isn't too bad here as well, just because since he is on the Saga plan,
Yeah.
it kind of is a toss up because losing your diamonds when you
Yeah,
want to be
it's like,
aggressive, 'cause
if
Frank Six has diamonds and exploration.
Yeah.
So,
So it's like, is it hurting you
yeah.
enough to not want it,
want
or
to hurt your opponent.
yeah, it's just where's the line there?
Yeah.
Outside of that, maybe a Guy's Blessing. That's
Yeah.
also not a bad option to have.
It's
Getting
like
some
sometimes
stuff.
it's like, oh, just shuffle your life from back in there. Like,
Yeah.
I don't want you to have that one.
Yeah, because it gives you options, right?
Mhm.
So I could see any of those being useful. Like, he could bring in the Force of Vigors.
Yeah.
I just feel like he doesn't necessarily have the most insane of targets for it. Like, he has
Yeah.
things that are worth getting rid of, don't get me wrong, but
Mhm.
is it winning him the game to get rid of them?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of tough because it does hit Urza Saga. So, like,
Mhm.
being able to just snipe Urza Sagas and not
Yeah.
letting them get to 2 and getting that.
It
you
kind
know,
of depends on
ability
what
to
Frank's
reduce.
start is like. I feel like
Yeah.
as to how good it is, but not a bad thing.
Yeah. It also depends how I end up controlling. Because, I mean, Frank just still have a lot of main board stuff that it is
Mhm.
also very good to hit. Like, I mean, he's got a 1 of Crucible in there. He's got a Pithing Needle, the Shadow Spear, and he's got actually 4 Spear of Resistances. We obviously didn't see those
Yeah.
in the first game, but not super relevant, I don't think, in this matchup. But
Yeah.
it's definitely good against any sort of storm adjacent matchup. So.
Yeah,
Yeah, but on Frank's side, I mean, Endurance is obviously always good. He's also got 3 Force of Vigors, 2 Surgicals. He's got 3 Swords of Postures on the side, 2/7 libraries, a Thorn of Amethyst. And he also has 2 chokes, but I don't think he's bringing in chokes. That seems very poor.
Yeah, yeah, this is
yeah.
exactly where you want the choke.
Yes, yeah, just side of it. They pitch to endurance.
That is something you can do with that card. I
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah. So we've got to see how they want to sideboard here.
Yeah. This is definitely not the first time I'm sure that they've played this matchup against each other, so they probably have a better intuition as to what they're looking for. But ultimately, I don't think either one of them changes much. You know, I would imagine Tom can probably just shave a creature here and there and just bring in some more answers. For Frank, I feel like it actually is slightly more difficult to switch things, only because what he's doing is like very specific.
Yeah, this is a lot more tight. I mean, it's an easy side out for Sphere of Resistance, in my opinion. It's just not.
Yeah.
It just doesn't essentially do anything. Like, when your opponent just is playing lands
Oh,
all
yeah.
the time, you're just like, oh, okay, you could just always pay the 1. Plus, the
Yeah.
spells already just cost so little anyway. So,
Yeah.
a
A lot of spells are just lands that do things.
Yes.
They're just essentially free.
yeah. Free spells, those are not fair.
Yeah. Yeah. Meanwhile, there's a lot of them in all the side.
Yes.
Surgical's free.
Oh,
Endurance is
poor
free. Basically, everything is just, sure, you pay some life, it's good. But we'll see. I mean, Frank gets to be on the play. Or, I'm sorry, Tom gets to be on the play. Frank gets to be on the draw. Kind of just depends. This is definitely more of a toss-up kind of match than some of the other ones.
Yeah. Also, sometimes, like when you're playing depths, you can just,
Depths.
Okay.
you just do the thing.
You just depths them out. Like you just, turn 1 Thespian Sage, turn 2 Yavimaya, turn 3 Dark Depths, go, and your opponent's like, I have to have an answer for these right now, or else I die.
Yeah.
It's like, good luck.
Yeah, I mean, if it's in the name of the deck, that's the card you're probably worried about, right?
Yeah. So then, Sphere lands, you should be worried about Sphere Resistance, right?
I mean, you could be if it wasn't this specific matchup.
Okay. Ooh, Tom's got a sweet looking hand here. Looks like
So Frank's doesn't look
a
bad either,
depth,
though.
A diamond, an endurance, a safekeeper, flagstones, forests, and miscellaneous Magic the Gathering card.
Miscellaneous, my favorite.
Let's okay. Shift this here.
Colorless. Where's that in depths going? It looks like it's going to the yard.
Yeah. Like,
are we
I
tossing?
don't need this.
Are we tossing the depths?
Flagstones and then safekeeper. Safekeeper's sweet.
Yeah, it's a good start. Does not leave Tom with many cards in hand anymore. It's just gone. Okay. Exploration. Sure. I feel like that Visage has ended up in play more often than you would expect in this matchup.
Sylvan Safekeeper beats. Let's go.
Yeah.
Take that one.
Okay. All right. Tom's got green and white mana. Fantastic.
Awesome.
Better than last time.
We're in there now. And double green, so.
Yeah. Port, Saga, everything has a name over here. No basics. No basics for Frank.
There's no basics here.
Like, okay. What would you like to do with these? Is there anything worth casting?
Mazavith. To Mazavith your Sylvan Safekeeper.
Ah, well, we're not casting a Mazavith. Okay.
You thinking what we want to do here?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of want to make use of your mana when you can here, right? Only because next turn you'd rather make like a Saga token or something, so...
Yeah.
But there's really nothing for him to use his mana on.
Yeah.
Like, just kind of go.
Yeah, it's like, okay, go ahead. Man, flagstoning, like in sacking it to crop rotation or Elvish Reclaimer or
The
Nightmare
value!
feels so good. It's like, oh man, let me just get 2 lands.
This is not how Garfield intended. Wasteland, alright.
Wasteland's untapped.
Yeah. What are you getting rid of? Probably the Saga. Maybe the Maze. These are all good options. These are all cards that are annoying.
Hit them all.
The only one you don't want to hit is Besiju.
I mean,
Although arguably it takes them off green. I agree, but
possibly.
outside of that, I think there are bigger threats at the moment.
Yeah. They get Taiga here, Tom. Yeah.
Twang. Okay. Rotated again.
God, the crop rot.
He's had it every time.
Oh, so good.
Talented. The talented draw. But yeah, I mean, you put him in the deck to play him.
I'm gonna pass here.
Yeah. I mean, what else you got to do?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. You got me.
Playing lands in my land-centric deck.
Yeah.
All right.
It might feel a little better seeing a Saga go get a Saga, though. Because if you see that, you're like, okay, he doesn't have the other side of this.
Yeah.
Or at least he doesn't have a way to get the other side of this and just kill me.
Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, looks like we got a life in the loam from Frank here, so getting the engine rolling.
Yeah. Frank's definitely firing on all cylinders. Tom with just a simple 2 cards in hand, which one of them I believe is endurance.
Yeah, one's endurance.
What's the mystery
swords.
card? Oh, swords.
Yeah.
Okay, so not. I mean, still fine. He's still fine. Swordsing a threat is a reasonable thing to do. He can keep that up for pretty much ever.
Yeah. It's like, yeah. See Ancient Tune here. Maybe. Get a loam.
That he doesn't really have much to get back with it yet, though.
Yeah, just one Saga. I think Tom was just like, yeah, that's fine. I'll just endurance your life in the loam away from you. So you get it. Everybody gets one.
Yeah, especially if he gets to just hard cast the endurance.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
that's where the value is, right? He said, here you go. Flash and endurance. Perfect. Put him on the bottom. It's gone.
Get some beats.
Which makes that loam feel even worse then, right? Because then you got... I mean, you got another Saga, but, like, not a ton of value there. Did he swing with just Safekeeper? No. He was just moving steps. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was like, that wouldn't make any sense. Look at this little Karn turret.
Yeah.
That's really cute.
Wind up Karn.
Yeah. There's a little construct.
Yeah, not looking good here for Tom. I mean, just not having any sort of answers right now is definitely rough. Yeah, take your one.
I'm surprised that he went for the swords now.
Yeah, let's keep saving someone Safekeeper around. Probably a little bit. We did a bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, it's a perfectly reasonable argument to get rid of Saga tokens. That's fine.
Yeah.
But I would always be worried about not having the good answer for the biggest threat.
Yeah.
The threat that kills you in one turn.
Yeah.
But enough construct tokens also kill you.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, they get real big.
I mean, map is good, but what are you mapping for? If you have one half in hand, you could go get the other half. If not, another Saga.
Why not?
Yeah, I mean...
That's being staged to have more Sagas.
Yeah.
Or like Yavimon.
It's a lot. It's a lot happening here.
A lot of options.
Oh,
green card.
I heard Tom has Caracas in hand, which I didn't see. So if that's the case, then that makes way more sense.
Yeah.
All right. Caracas pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good at holding back a very large, flying, indestructible, scary entity.
Yeah, at least Tom drew Force of Figure as well, so...
Oh. He didn't have to hard cast it, but he could do it. Wait for the other construct and then force them both away.
Yeah.
Seems fine.
Yeah. Fully reasonable. Saga construct.
Not going for it. Okay. A little surprised that he's not blowing up the construct.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not like in danger of dying right the second to them or anything like that. But the constructs, you can't Caracas away a construct.
No.
You know what I mean?
Not unless they're your ring bearer.
It does make them legendary. I guess that could randomly not in this matchup. It's
No.
not coming up in this matchup at all.
Yeah.
But that is a funny thing to
Yes.
have to consider.
Yeah, I did get to do that once in Legacy one time. It felt real good.
When they made it a ring bearer, you
Yeah.
got to cry.
They made it a ring bearer, and I was just like, oh yeah, crop rotation, Caracas, bounce it. Ah, yes.
They're like, what? Like, that's right. You made it a hero.
Yeah, you did this. You've done that yourself.
Yeah.
In Wasteland here? Okay. He's looking at control. He's debating getting another Saga here, or just going Wasteland and trying to take him off some mana. Nope, just fetch land.
Yeah.
This particular fetch land because it's pretty.
Sure.
Yeah.
Why not? It is an interesting situation because now he has to worry a little bit about Tom getting ahead of him.
Yeah.
So you have to leverage what lands do you care about? Do you want to stay ahead
Yeah.
on lands, or do you want to fight what Tom already has?
Yeah. I mean, these constructs are 3/3s, so
Yeah,
That's
those
quite
crop
big.
rotations have seemed
yeah.
like the stars of the show for Frank.
Yeah.
It's just, oh, you feeling like you need the crop rotation?
Yeah.
Here you go.
Do you even crop them?
If I was on Tom's side of things, I would be maybe not frustrated is the word, but just kind of
Yeah.
like, really?
Really?
Okay.
Really, bro? Really? Thespian stage draw here.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. Just draw Dark Depths Snatty and then easy peasy.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
Frank drew the Dark Depths.
yeah, I was like, does that
It's like-
do anything
Oh no, that was a Dark. It was
here?
a Misty. Okay.
Oh.
I was like, oh.
It did. I
can't
actually,
play that.
I thought it looked the same. It's something about the way the border looked when I was
Yeah.
holding it looked like a depths.
Yeah, because I think he also has the From the Vault one.
Yeah,
like,
I think
so,
it looks
Yeah.
similar at a distance.
Yeah.
With our eyes closed, look rolled.
yeah, it'd be like the most awkward play. Dark Depths. Tom's like, I'll make it Dark Depths. Oh no.
It's like, sir, that's a misty rainforest.
Yeah. Excuse me, sir. This is a Denny's.
Yeah. Funny enough, I still think these construct tokens are really going to be the problem soon enough.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Frank
Yeah,
isn't.
so getting real big.
Yeah, I was like, Frank isn't necessarily incentivized to go for the depths right now. He's more just like,
Mhm.
let me just accrue mono value off of all these constructs. I've already seen you cast a Forcifier. Like,
Yeah.
you can't possibly have too many ways to
Mhm.
deal with these.
Yeah. He is making his Thespian stage into a Urza Saga, so it's gonna be on step 1, and then they
Sure.
get that second one, and then just turn it into something else.
Ah, prismatic away one of them.
Yeah, the less
Okay.
cool one.
Yeah, let him keep the good one. I like that one.
Yeah.
Like, it's so cute. I wonder where he got that one from.
Yeah,
Tom-
now it's kind of like the race of the Urza's constructs now.
Yeah.
I mean, Tom's are going to be bigger
Yeah.
for now.
For now. Dun dun dun. Yeah,
So
that's me saying no. Is your side our
our
saga?
saga.
Funny to copy somebody else's dark depths. Like, oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Sweet deck. I'll do that too.
Yeah.
I dig it.
Okay. I feel like Frank has just assembled a motley crew of every land
Yeah.
in his deck of different kinds. But what will he do with
Yeah,
them?
Wizard Field of the Dead when you need it, just like
Right? Be popping off right now. Sure, that's a legal and useful card to be playing.
Yeah, still holding Caracas. Get
Yeah.
a Flagstones too.
Do
Split Flagstones. Flagstone's sweet here with Safekeeper because it gives him 2 lands to sack.
Yeah, that's
He
fair.
wants to give something Shroud.
Good old-fashioned Shroud. It's so funny that it gets the counters in, like, other circumstances
Yeah.
where this would just turn into nothing.
Yeah.
The saga would just
Just be
go away.
gone.
Like, Blood Moon, nah. Alpine Moon, nah. But Thespian Sage, somehow.
Yeah,
Oh,
This
ding,
works.
like, thumbs up.
Magic's an easy game.
Yeah, definitely makes sense on all layers possible.
Oh yeah.
I love that Tom's just laid everything out for you. Here's the lands all across,
Yeah.
nice and neat. Everything's different.
Yeah. And then Frank is.
and then-
Oh, my lands. Oh gosh, sorry. Sorry, I just threw up a little bit with all
Yeah.
these lands.
Frank has a lot to consider. A lot of things in front of him as well.
Yeah. It's like, okay, well, we'll make my Thespian stage into a basic, I guess.
Yeah,
You can't wasteland it.
sure. Otherwise known as got him.
I was gonna make a thing.
Yeah, that's
I'll be
fine.
doing that next time. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Gotta make your constructs when you can.
Yeah, I mean, a wasteland draw here would be really, really unfortunate.
For who?
Tom.
Well, for Tom.
Yeah, because it's like, oh, do I make the token now, or do
Yeah.
I just make this into a forest so I can't get wastelanded?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you'd rather not lose it if possible.
Yeah. Yeah, at least get your your token value out of it.
Yeah.
Making it do on a turn, drop a turn.
That's a wasteland? I think it is.
Oh no.
I think it is.
Oh no. You sweet summer child. No. Oh god.
Dang, Frank!
Give him a chance.
Yeah.
Give him a chance.
Stop hurting him. Oh,
Ugh.
maybe.
Make a construct.
Sure.
Look at my 3/3 constructs.
I mean, they're not the tiniest things anymore. There's just so much happening. I'm sure they're having a good time. They're
Yeah.
enjoying it. For the rest of us, we're like, what's going on over
Like,
here?
oh my gosh.
There's just so much stuff.
Yeah.
You got construct tokens, you got real creatures, you got lands of literally every type
Yeah.
possible.
All shapes and sizes.
We got graveyards to still consider.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna.
Look at
pick a
Frank's all
needle for
stacked up.
safe.
Oh my.
Brutal.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. Yeah, especially with Frank sitting on double swords right now. It's like,
Yeah, he's like, do this in response?
yeah, like do this. It's like,
But you can't, it's too late now. You already got the...
Yeah.
It's not like you cast it.
Ocho.
How big are these? 3?
4/4s.
Are they 4/4s?
Yeah.
Oh,
3
is that
constructs and a
channel
token.
fireball is another token?
Yes.
How does he only have one cool token and then the other ones are just wildly different?
He's not cool enough.
Oh, we're not saying that about Frank. We're not saying that. I would just like for him to have more of the cool token. That's
Yeah. Frank, when you're watching this later, get on that. We want to see more of those.
Yeah.
Oh, and then Wasteland the best main stage. Oh,
Yeah.
oh. No.
Yeah, if you don't play much Legacy, this is definitely not the
Yeah,
matchup to
no.
watch. Like, we want you to be here. You hang out. Like, it is interesting Magic because of all the layers of things that can
Yeah.
happen, but it's got to be one of the more confusing, because this isn't even an actual, like, a true mirror match. These are
No.
two different decks that care about lands to do different things. Some of the things they do are the same.
Yeah.
Like getting a Merit Legion to play through some combination of cards, but other things are not. Like Tom has creatures that care about lands in the yard and various shenanigans like that. Frank does not, apparently.
Yeah. Oh man.
But what he
See,
does have is sagas that create a lot of little baby carns, little constructs
little
that
baby ones.
that turn into grown giant behemoths swinging on Tom's life total.
Yeah. Oh man.
Which is this life total correct? Is Tom not taking? No, that
He
can't be
took 4 last turn.
right. He can't be at 20 anymore. He hasn't gained anything, has he?
I don't believe so. Oh no, he gained 2 from the swords.
Oh, okay, it evened
So he
out.
took
Yeah,
2
yeah,
last
yeah.
turn. Unit for
Yeah.
2.
Sure. What are we getting?
4th Ailing is for 10. Got him.
What?
Wait.
That's not legal. I was gonna say Liberator seems fine.
Yeah.
Seems.
I mean, it's a
fine.
block and kill, I guess.
I mean, again, this is if Frank doesn't cast anything, then he could just attack with it, blow up a construct token, sack it if he has to kill another construct token.
Yeah. They also just, might die.
Yeah, sure. If you want to be negative, you want to be negative about attack, it might die. Oh yeah, I don't think Alan's deck has quite done the whole thing with punishing fire for a minute.
Yeah.
They have better
For a
options
while.
now.
Unfortunately, because that was such a sweet.
That
way
was
to
the slowest thing in the world, though.
kill you, dude. You
Like,
get
all right,
it.
we'll be
Kill
here
you,
for
dude.
half an hour while you punishing fire your opponent to death. Yeah, like the Saga's probably the most reliable, right? Like you can go get Mariliege and hey, look, you sometimes it's just super free. You swing
Yeah.
the 20, like they're dead. Saga tokens can be a little more reliable just on like the spread, right? You get options, you make bodies, you
Yeah.
get your free card off of your Saga going to the yard, and then you can just keep loaming and doing them over and over again. 2 or 3 Saga tokens is usually enough.
Yeah.
It likes to beat somebody up.
Yeah. Gonna port the green. Okay. During Frank's own turn.
Oh,
Swords Liberator.
Okay.
Big Wolf.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can sack it
do
in
be how it
response
do
if you
be.
have land, but you don't have the land.
Yeah. Lee forgot to float the green.
Yeah.
I mean, it's also like float the green, go to end step.
It
Yeah,
is
mana goes away and then
unfortunate.
do it. Oh yeah, look at Tom has 2 lands. See if he's gonna sweat him. I want to see him sweat him here.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Is
See
like
the shuffle and then pass.
Caracas does not help against construct tokens.
No.
Like if Frank specifically had gone for that plan, it would not have worked out very well.
Yeah. I mean, it was a good spot for Tom to endurance that life in the low way, because otherwise,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
at least Tom like had a chance if he had drawn something
Yeah.
at one of these points, but like just the fact that he didn't, it was just like, oof.
Oh, absolutely. That was a incredibly
Oh, yeah.
reasonable
Tap your
time.
land. Blocks.
Rude.
Take it.
Yeah.
Fist bomb. Yep. There we
I
go.
mean, there wasn't much of a way out of it.
Mhm.
This matchup's kind of hard.
Yeah.
It just is. There's a lot of stuff happening. Frank is real good at drawing crop rotations on
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
And that adds another layer.
Yeah.
It's like if you go to
Like,
blow
okay.
up a land, will they just do something in response and you get blown
Yeah.
out? Which
You're like,
we
oh,
saw. We saw
awesome.
game 1. That's kind of what happened.
Yeah.
Like Tom got blown out by a rotation. Frank assembled the combo,
Yeah.
assembled Tron over there in
Assembled
another
Tron.
way, and then swung real hard. One
Yeah.
2020, please.
Yes.
With flying
please.
and indestructible.
Thank you.
Why does she have flying? Yeah, I don't know. Big old spaghetti monster out of the water. You don't know.
Terrifying.
Yeah.
It's absolutely terrifying.
Oh yeah.
You thought Emrakul was terrifying. Nah.
No,
Mariliege.
Mariliege.
She's far worse.
Yeah, Mariliege was the OG, right?
Oh,
like
yeah.
she's the original spaghetti mom. But super cool matchup. So we saw, Frank took it. So we're gonna go double check on where our other match is. They might even be done. We just don't know. So we'll see if they have completed their games. If so, then we'll just quickly get the top 2 on here.
Yeah.
If not, it might be, just a minute or two, because, again, this is Legacy, and these rounds don't take that long.
Yeah.
This matchup, I imagine, was slower than the other one.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it does definitely help that both of them are very experienced with their decks. So
Oh,
they
yeah.
play a lot faster.
Yeah, I was like, this was the fast version
Yeah.
of this
Yeah.
matchup.
Yeah. Could you imagine me playing all these? Oh my gosh, we'd be here forever.
I would just be sitting there crying, going, what did these do?
I'll just play a land per turn.
So give us like 2 minutes, maybe 3. We'll be right back. So don't go anywhere.
We'll be back.
All right. Welcome back, everybody, and love you to Julia. But that's from Frank.
That's from Frank,
That's
yeah.
from Frank.
It's not from my
That's Frank's wife. But hey, look at us. We're here in the finals of
Yeah.
our TC's Rockets Legacy 1K. I'm Michelle Tanner.
I'm Zach Miles.
And we've been with you all day, so thanks for hanging out with us. And if you're just showing up, well, it's a little late, but you made it in time for the finals at
Yeah.
least.
Arguably the most important match of the day.
Yeah. We've seen both these players on camera a couple of times.
Mhm.
This is an interesting matchup, only because Frank, we saw is playing a deck mostly just based around lands. Tyler playing Prison. Bloodman's pretty good.
Oh, he's not playing Red Prison. He's playing Blue Black Scam.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't remember him. I remember Prison, but I thought that was Greg.
Yeah, that was Greg.
Yeah, we'll switch that up. So not the same, not as good.
Mhm.
Less options, let's say.
Mhm.
I mean, if you're opening on, like, let's say a perfect scam, you open with the grief, you know, Thoughtseize, griefs, reanimates, like whatever. There's not a whole lot to take from Frank.
No, yeah. I mean, really, you're looking to keep, you're looking to keep like wastelands, like.
Yeah, I mean, there's not. Michael. Oh, what? Michael and Olivia. And, he's
man.
running out of room. Tyler has a lot of love.
Yeah, look
Oh,
at all that
Emma.
love, man.
I think that's his little kiddos. Aw.
Yeah.
This is a family store, everybody. We love here.
Love to see it. Loves to see it.
But yeah, so an interesting matchup. I think Tyler has a well-rounded deck against a lot of the meta. I think this matchup is not the one he wants. Now,
Yes.
funny enough, no matter what would have happened, he was playing against a lands deck or a lands deck.
Yes.
But I think he arguably had more answers to Tom's version specifically,
Yes.
only because he can kill creatures. He can do that kind
They've
of
got
thing.
more spells that he can get.
He can surgical certain things. He can really, he can do stuff.
Yeah.
Here, Frank's making it hard. This is
Yeah,
hard. This is
it's a
hard
little
mode for
difficult.
Tyler.
Yeah, I mean, really, some good cards in here. Obviously, going to be. I mean, Force of Will is always kind of awkward in this because they're like exploration, and you're like, do I want to counter this? I mean, you got reanimate, so you can go kind of aggressive in this with the trolls and the Murktides and everything.
Yeah.
But the counter spells are just kind of difficult when your opponent's only playing lands. He does have 4 wastelands, so those are definitely going to be really important in this matchup.
Yeah.
You want to get those lands out nice and early, and then siding into those surgicals later is going to be real good.
Yeah. On the plus side for Tyler, if he can rush out some aggression quickly,
Yeah.
he can force the game to be over faster than Frank can assemble the pieces, right?
Yeah.
Because I mean, a very large fast Murktide and things like that, Frank doesn't have a ton of ways to interact because Tyler doesn't have things that you can like Caracas and stuff like that. I mean, Maze is fine.
Yeah. I mean, super aggressive kind of just like, cycling troll on turn 1, turn 2 just reanimating, wastelanding your maze that you're trying to get, and then just going to town and
Yeah.
just smacking for 6 every single turn. Because I mean, Frank doesn't have any answers to creatures
No.
in his maze.
Literally outside of Maze being able to turn him out,
Yeah.
turn him away from
Yeah.
from the fight, right?
Yeah. Ooh, you know what eye peeks in Tyler's hand? That is a Underground Sea, a troll. Looks like grief,
Reanimate,
Murktide,
oh.
reanimate and a ponder. 2 Underground Seas too. So
This is a solid start.
Yeah,
He
this is
definitely
not
has
a
the
bad start at
potential.
all.
Frank being the higher seed does get to go first, though.
Yes.
So, I mean, still a good turn 1 no matter
Mm-hmm.
what. Now, we do have to remember that Frank has access to, Bajuka Bog as well.
yeah.
Which is not an insignificant thing
Mhm.
for turning off, later game reanimates and Murktides and whatnot, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
But-
see, I mean, with his track record of drawing,
yeah, drawing
crop
very well.
rotations right on time is, might be.
Yeah, a
might be
quick
little bit
rotate
here,
into
so.
a bog on somebody's upkeep or something like that can be absolutely
Yeah.
devastating. Or in response to reanimate, even.
Yeah.
These are all things that he has potential to do. I don't believe it's an option right now, though.
Mhm.
He's got Caracas. Caracas arguably just does nothing in this.
Oh yeah,
match.
it's a overpriced place.
I don't think that there's a single legendary card in Tyler's list.
He does have Sauron's ransoms, so he can make his creatures legendary.
hilarious. I'd be like, I don't want to.
Yeah, no,
I
no,
don't
thank you.
want to make it.
Can I choose nothing as my ring bearer?
But yeah, other
It's like,
side,
oh,
other than that random interaction outside, he's
yeah.
just got some creatures that do stuff: bowmasters, brazen borrower, troll, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Tyler's gonna lead off with the ponder here.
Yeah.
Frank, threw up his hand again.
He's that jerk.
Yeah, we'll just jam these. It's fine.
Yeah.
Ponder random wasteland. Okay, that's pretty good here.
Yeah. It does things. Does stuff. Holds him back a little bit.
See wasteland from Frank.
Wastelands on both sides, honestly. We're gonna start the game no lands. We're gonna be on turn 4, no lands in play.
No, thank you. Because I'm pretty sure Frank also has 2 wastelands. So.
Yeah,
Ooh,
I mean,
Squirter, that's a good one here.
see, exploration. I mean, getting to play the extra lands is nice. Being able to still make your saga token while popping somebody else's land out of the way is pretty good.
Yeah, Tyler's got a little bit of time here.
Mm-hmm.
Frank's got no cards in hand right now, so
Yeah.
that saga was the only thing that he had going for him. But
Oh.
Mm.
Ah, there you go.
an actual con, not even the cool one.
Yeah, where's the cool one?
Oh man,
Where'd it go?
that was a card. I don't know what it was.
Okay, just
Right.
just a
Getting
equip and
prepared.
go. I mean, this is a large construct. Funny enough, just it's a handful of artifacts out. Tyler playing blue-black, not the best color combination to deal with artifacts either, specifically.
Yeah.
I mean, a random like Fatal Push or something like that can do it, but it's the Shadow Spear that matters here. The life gain is
Yeah.
significant.
Big life swings.
Like, if Tyler wants to reanimate things, that comes at a cost.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see if
And-
Tyler's thinking about griefing too here, because freaking not playing a card might signify that he does not have a land.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky, right? Because if you grief the lands person, then they have nothing to take.
Yeah.
Okay,
oof.
cool.
Yeah. Oh man.
And he just
He's
said,
gonna
nope,
pass.
no thanks.
That's
Okay.
the turn.
I mean, he could be thinking troll, go get a land, next turn reanimate. It's just fine.
Bash.
It's fine. I'm curious why he wouldn't do it this turn, though.
So some stuff. Look at that as a expiration and a life and blow. Oof.
Oh, that miscut alone.
Yeah. Get it spicy here.
Yeah.
What's in Tyler's hand? I think he did draw. I don't know if he drew force or if that was a Lorien revealed, but ooh no, he's just gonna get the whole shebang.
Oh, the wasteland lock is gonna be significant. I mean, does a miscut loam only get like 2 lands back?
Actually, it's 4.
Oh, it's more. There's less of
It's
the
more.
card there. That doesn't seem right. You're like, basic swamp.
Basic swamps.
Yeah.
It's like, oh no, I could still get ghost.
Yeah, not this turn, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, let's see some
If you know that your
power.
land is on borrowed time, I suppose you just do what you gotta do with it.
Yeah. It's not long for this world. 42 undergrounds down, so
Frank get a very healthy 28.
yeah.
If that number is accurate, this is an uphill climb for Tyler for sure. The only plus being that Frank only has lands.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing unknown specifically to Tyler, but it also makes it so he knows like his griefs and stuff don't do anything.
Yeah. It's like, okay.
Like I guess.
Yeah.
Just here's a 3/2 with menace.
Yeah. Wow.
So yeah, I mean reanimating troll is great. It's a good card. It's gonna cost him a billion life.
Yeah. He's got to deal with that construct here pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
He knows he's got lanes.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure why we'd run this grief out there. Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Well,
it's
he still
See
hit
the
something.
unknown. Yeah.
Sure. I mean, it's a
Yeah, come on.
card. It's not a card that mattered, but
Yeah.
it's a card.
Magic the Gathering card.
I mean, this matchup is already not in Tyler's favor. So, like, at some point, he's just got to make the plays that at least get him somewhere.
Yeah.
Get him
Right.
something.
Go to Sace.
Yeah.
That
It
can
blocks.
still block the
It
construct
blocks.
for a turn. And it dies.
Does it?
Yeah, because it's currently a 5/5 now, right?
1, 2, 3.
Oh, so it's
It's
currently
still
a
4,
4/4.
right?
Yeah, so then it'll become a 5/5. Get a bunch of lands.
Yeah. Play 2 of them.
Yeah. Plenty of life to spare here.
Oh, well, I mean, that's also just
Yeah.
a port, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, still kind of. Yeah, he's gonna screw
Yeah,
it up.
I
Yeah.
mean,
It's kind of like I have to block, but then I just lose troll, and then just like lost a 6, but then you're just gonna get the construct back, and it's like, oh man.
it's a difficult position to be
Yeah.
in. Unfortunately, Tyler just didn't have an explosive surrender door.
Surrender.
Wheelchair, Sunny.
Who let them
more
have
messages.
Sharpies?
Sideboard.
Sideboard.
Sideboarding. 4.
Were you? Well, I'm glad Frank's having a bit of fun.
Yeah,
with
right.
it.
If you're not having fun, why even play?
Yeah, that is an argument.
We get to watch them sideboard and guess what they're putting in and taking out here.
Yeah. Sideboarding for you, Julie.
Sideboard for Julie. Alright, let's take a gander to see. So Frank, I mean, he can bring in chokes this matchup, endurances,
Mm-hmm.
probably also surgicals are fine, swords are probably fine, and then enough thorn and damp this because you have the force sphere resistances and then an extra thorn on the side.
Yeah.
So maybe those are an option. Or then Tyler's side, we got dress downs are good, engineered explosives,
Sure. These are all solid things to bring.
Norod, Palantir, Plague Engineer, Surgical Extraction. So they both got decent sideboard options in this matchup.
Yeah. I think, funny enough, I think the sideboard shores up Tyler's matchup way more, like, to making this not exactly even, but
Yeah.
much, much closer.
Much better. Oh yeah.
Like, he
yeah.
just really needs some of these answers. Like, the dress down, super important. The engineered explosive, super important.
Mhm.
Anything else, I mean, the Palantir, that's kind of up to him. The
Yeah.
surgicals are also good, you know, like, so, and the other brazen bar, I mean, being able to just bounce a random merit is just still fun.
Yeah.
It's still good.
Yeah.
Will
Or
save your life.
Concert
Or
tokens,
concert
like, ooh.
token. These are all good targets. So yeah, some amount of those, and he probably feels a little bit better about his life. Still a hard matchup, but he gets to be on the play. I mean, an early grief is like your best grief, right?
Yeah.
It just specifically because this matchup does not have enough non-land cards to wait till later,
Mhm.
and because you're probably just not getting anything from them.
Yeah.
So your best spot to interrupt is
When
now,
they've got a full grip.
turn 1.
Yeah. Yeah. Because even sniping like an early exploration is still,
Yeah, I mean, you take
still
exploration, you
serviceable.
slow them down.
Yeah.
If you buy yourself 2 turns,
Yeah.
let's say,
Great.
that's a big difference than just
Mhm.
getting mangled by
Yeah.
by a super early, like, just
No.
depth kill you,
Yeah.
like,
Like, oh, okay.
especially against decks that don't have access to white.
Yeah.
You know, like, Tyler is far more limited on his options once Merit Lage is in play, right? Like, I mentioned Petty Theft because that's literally one of the only things that works.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like
Dressed down to
block
Fatal
it.
Push.
Yeah.
You can still do that.
Yeah. That's
That's 2 cards though.
true. Yeah.
And does he even have the pushes? Am I forgetting? I think.
I
Oh no,
think
he
it's
does.
some in the main.
He does still have 2 fatal, and you would leave them in because they blow up construct tokens and everything
Yeah.
else too. So like they're still good. So yeah, so there's some window of dress down fatal push
Mhm.
to take down a
Take
titan.
down the-
You know?
yeah, to take down the swimming, flying spaghetti monster.
But yeah, I mean, Tyler has more answers to saga tokens specifically now than he does or did, you know, to one giant 2020.
Looks he's citing out quite a good number of cards. Got Dazes. He's taking
Well,
out at least one fatal push.
I mean,
Maybe
I'm sure there are cards that aren't nearly as useful, like some amount of the counter effects and things.
taking out Snuff Out because that is essentially
That card does nothing here.
it kills your own Murktide, and that's it.
Neat.
Yeah.
That's what we're in the game for, to
Big
kill our own
brain
creatures.
plays.
If your own Murktide was about to be stolen to kill you, sure.
Yeah.
I don't think that Frank has that potential anywhere in the 75,
no.
but
Yeah, threaten your Murktide. What are you doing?
What?
What's going on?
I feel threatened just thinking about it. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
Ryan's like, oh no. Ah. Oh, Ryan, looks like Sideboard's finishing up here.
Yeah. We'll see what they made decisions on, but again, I think the matchup will be closer now, but Tyler's got to draw his cards.
Yeah, yeah.
Draw them in the right order.
Yeah, you have to put them in and also draw them. That's
Frank-
a big ass.
Frank, we already know can draw his cards well.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
that's not even a question.
yeah. Given the good old shuffle.
Oh yeah.
You gotta shuffle carefully with a legacy deck. It's a delicate instrument.
Riffle shuffle?
Oh yeah, take your opponent's deck and just let's just jam them.
The hardest flex. Just
Yeah.
oops, sorry, I broke 5 of these.
Could you
sleeves,
imagine
my bad.
you take Greg's insanely expensive and just even if I
gosh.
was him, I don't even know if I'd let other people touch it.
Yeah.
No, I'll shuffle it. It's
Don't
fine.
breathe on this, please.
Yeah,
Please.
I'll call a judge to shuffle it before I just let some person I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh.
You play against a person that's like, you got any games on your phone? Let me cut your deck. You're like, he's like, oh no,
No. I'd say
Booker City of Traders.
we have a pretty good legacy group. Everybody's
Yeah.
fairly respectful of each
Yeah.
other's investments.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it earlier with Tyler. He was just.
Oh
like, I
yeah,
don't
absolutely.
really
Yeah, he said no, please, please don't make
thank
me, please don't make me do that. I just wanted proof.
want- Yeah, it's just wanted documentation.
Yeah.
All right, draw some hands here.
Mm-hmm.
See if we can get a little gander here. This is a petty theft.
I feel like Tyler motioned to
Sun's
himself like, yeah,
Brainstorm,
on the play.
Reanimate, ponder, reanimate, underground sea.
What are we
Okay,
reanimating though?
Nothing.
Okay, his
Yeah.
hand looks
Oh,
infinitely worse.
Yeah.
I mean, you have the ponder and stuff, but like that, yeah, I can honestly see putting that back. It didn't really do anything. Like it was a very dirtily hand, right?
Oh,
Just
yeah.
kind of slow and hoping the top of the deck is forgiving.
Yeah.
Which, in this matchup, I don't think you can take that risk. I think it's better to just hope your six is a little more explosive.
Yeah, definitely a little better. I mean, Frank looks like definitely saw Dark Depths, Urza Saga, and a Savannah.
Okay.
You got a couple of spells in there too.
Sure, spells.
Those things that had
Spells in
mana
the land
cost.
space?
Yeah,
Whoa.
right?
Crazy. You might actually have things to take.
Seems like a mistake
Yeah, to keep that hand?
to keep spells.
Yeah, you're like, no, the lands only. Yeah, I think you're right. I think he had a
Fetcher
couple.
alone. There's a troll, grief, delta, surgical. That's a
sure.
good one.
Yeah.
Ponder. Okay, looking better. Swamp.
Oh,
And a grief.
Uh,
That's
I
not too
mean,
bad. I mean, it
better.
could definitely be a lot worse.
you gotta pull him back though.
Yeah, a reanimate would be sweet with this.
Yeah,
hand
see,
here.
this is you trade any of these cards for a reanimate, and this would have been fine.
Yeah.
It's a little awkward.
Yeah, let's pitch in a grief here.
Well,
Shot Port.
putting it back.
Crucible is one of the spells. Looks like.
It's pretty good. It's a pretty good one.
Ponder.
All right,
Ponder
will
my
he find? I was
decisions.
like, will he find what he wants out of this ponder? Will he find where the reanimates went? Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
They're in there somewhere. Frank's like, no, you can't do that. You have to play non-basics.
Oh.
Oh, wow. So trying to like peek what's in Frank's hand.
Mm,
Can't see nothing.
I'm gonna bet lands.
Lands?
Yeah.
It's a pretty good chance.
Oh, there's a reanimate. Okay.
Okay.
Got that. Brainstorm
Solid,
and something else that's not
Something-
as relevant.
Blue and shiny.
I mean, you can grief pitch something. Well, no. Next turn he could cycle the troll and then reanimate that if he wants.
Yeah, right away.
Depends on what he thinks is more important. The troll is more value, like it's more damage overall.
Yeah.
It's not getting blocked by any construct tokens or anything. The grief is better early, but does not hit nearly as hard. It takes double the amount of time to kill Frank.
Yeah.
So depends on what he prioritizes here. So I'll be interested to see what he thinks is the better line.
Yeah. It looks like it's not starting off with an expiration, which is great for Tyler.
Yeah, no fast way to do that. Just look, a reanimate.
Oh.
Wow.
Whoa, where did that come from?
Whoa. All right. So is it a cycle or no? No.
Yeah, he doesn't have another black card to pitch cat. No, he has the surgical, but
Yeah, I don't think
probably
he.
want to hold on.
I don't think he wants to. Is the thing, right? Like it's just a little awkward. Wait, did he put the troll back? Is that just not in his hand anymore?
No, that was in his hand. It was in
Was
his.
it? Oh.
Yeah, it was actually in the his opening hand. So.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, Palantir, Brainstorm, and the Wasteland.
I thought for sure he'd probably just cycle the troll. Like if he was going to do one of these things.
Just gonna Wasteland, play a little safe.
Okay, sure. I mean that's fair. He just wants to keep him behind.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Saga.
yeah. Funny enough, Frank has multiple, which multiple saga in a row, not the best. No colored mana is a little awkward.
T-Swamp.
Okay. I mean, you can cycle, reanimate the troll, and then next turn have Palantir available to play, and
Yeah.
that's pretty good.
Go to town.
Yeah, and you still have surgical up
Yeah.
to stop potential shenanigans.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, don't don't tap the black sword.
Wrong one. No.
You already played your land, so there's no getting around this.
Cycle the troll.
Yeah.
Get underground because I think he's on 3 underground, 4 underground, 1 swamp, 1 island, and then 1 mystic sanctuary. So
Yeah, that seems good. Fine. And then, yep, reanimate this
Reanimate
guy.
this?
Okay,
Oh,
solid.
okay.
I think it's
Ah.
a perfectly good start.
Yeah.
I can understand waiting the turn for the wasteland to kind of slow
Yeah.
things down a bit,
Yeah.
as Teferi would be happy about.
Yeah, I don't think he's sitting. Frank's not sitting on a crop rot, so he can't like crop rot into Maze of Ith here.
Mm-hmm.
And then he doesn't have Maze of Ith either, so that definitely helps. Yeah, it looks like Life on the Loam, Crucible, some other spell.
Having a surgical ready for, some loam stuff
Yeah,
is good.
yeah.
It's a
Oh, yeah.
solid place to be at.
Choke. Yep.
Well,
Chokes. Okay.
it's a bit rude.
That's like
That swamp is one
untap
tap
my
in the...
swamp.
Yeah.
Ooh,
It's
is
an
it
EE.
engineered
Yeah, it is.
explosives? That's
I mean, it doesn't do anything yet, but it absolutely can.
yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, blowing up diamond and then like a construct here.
Okay.
Doing lots to
Okay.
do. Doing some shuffling, some peeking, some thinking
Thinking thoughts.
thoughts.
He's got what? Crucible, Life from the Loam,
Savannah,
Depths, Savannah, and something else now. Another saga.
saga.
All right, I think we're okay. It's enough sagas. Stop sagas.
Oh my gosh, so many. Switch.
I mean, if he goes to get he could get Shadow Spear again,
Mm-hmm.
which is fine. He could start gaining some of this life back
Yeah.
because eventually he would win that race.
Yeah.
But it kind of depends on what he wants to do. Because
Another diamond here.
I'm just trying to remind myself what his other options to get are. Soul Guide Lantern is okay. In this specific situation, I don't think that's his first thought,
Yeah,
though.
a little late.
So, yeah, out of his options of, Soul Guide, Shadow Spear, Pithing Needle, Mox Diamond, I mean, Mox Diamond makes sense to get back to where he was without getting his Lance Wasteland, to get a little closer to that.
Jeez.
Especially there's so many sagas.
All the sagas.
All the sagas. He's like, a little life from the wall. Is there anything, I mean, Surgicling Saga itself is kind of awkward since there's 2 in play.
Yeah. It's like, oh, I don't even want to just.
You could,
With a
I mean,
long extra.
you can go for the Dark Depths now, and that'll never be a concern for you again.
Yeah.
Which I think is reasonable. I think that's
Mhm.
I think this is a fine time to do it. So I'd probably be incentivized to go for that and just say, look, whatever other lands you got, it
Yeah.
is what it is. 'Cause
Whatever you feel.
you can't cut them off the sagas,
Mhm.
so you cut them off the depths.
Yeah.
You already have the EE for the saga plan,
Yeah.
so then, you know, you're kind of hitting both angles there.
Yeah. Hopefully it works. I mean, no Thespian stage in sight yet, but it is a very easily remedied situation.
Yeah.
So,
Or if he's thinking, hey, I could let him have this, but then take away the loam. But I feel like that falls slightly shorter of actually just taking him off depths entirely.
yeah. Yeah, it's also kind of hard too because it's like, oh, do you want to just
Oh,
like
Okay, you let him do
take
it.
the life from the loam, and then eventually when those Urza sagas are done, they're just done.
Yeah,
Like, they're
they
just gone.
they will be gone, and having the EE knowing you can answer the first couple tokens is fine.
Yeah. I mean, obviously we know that he has a crucible, which Tyler does not know, but
But with a grief into grief,
mhm.
he will not have that crucible any longer.
No.
That will be gone.
No mas.
Because he has almost nothing else to take anyway.
Yep.
So, and I think that's what we're gonna see. Yep, grief pitching grief. He said, "There you go. That's it. That's
Check out my land.
yeah."
Alright, hold on.
Yeah,
Yeah, EE for
just
0.
You like that?
Play a land. I mean, you can still play your land. You know, the choke is unfortunate. Blow it up now.
Okay. Let me take him off of.
I mean, he can take him off the land.
Yeah.
He won't be able to pay for the one that's gonna pop next turn.
Mhm.
So I guess that's fine.
Yeah.
It makes sense because the math works out the same. Like it technically got rid of the construct token that it would have made and cut him off of
Yeah.
2 mana. So
Yeah.
I
Give him
mean,
the map to get the
this
basically,
definitely-
that was a big problem here.
yeah.
Wasteland off the top. Let's go. Nope. Unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, arguably, Tyler has more time than
Rob, you
Frank
made it
does,
to
so...
Mhm.
Do you need me to hit the gong?
All right.
Well,
Trust me,
we're just
it's
gonna... I mean, he made
Yeah.
it. It's like, okay.
yeah.
He can't untap his land, his
Yeah.
blue sources, so it's just this awkward, like, oh, well, you found the maze, so now this
Yeah.
game is longer.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while until I find another wasteland, even though I've used 2 already.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
2? No, I think he's only used 1. So 3 more in the deck. No blue mana though. But even with multiple Lorien revealed and trolls, it'll be easy to find.
Yeah.
another
And no, he
source.
hasn't surgicaled anything yet.
Yeah.
So he's just been patient on
Mhm.
when to use this.
Yeah. What is he looking to pick off here? Just gonna hit that one.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine he got rid of the crucible, so take all your loams.
Yeah.
Now that's not an option either.
Good to see Frank's deck now. Okay, swords. Cool.
Mm-hmm. Like, oh, look at all these. Look at all these. It's like, how many loams you got? Four.
Loam number 3.
Yeah, seems fine. Seems fine.
Loam number 4. Yeah.
Okay. The math checks out.
Yeah.
Any more than that, calling a judge.
Oh yeah. Whoa.
And he only has the one crucible, so
Mhm.
even that, like, once it's gone, it's...
Yeah, it's gone.
So no loams, no crucibles. We're down a handful of sagas. Okay.
Pithy Needle. I'll be naming Wasteland here.
Well,
It's like,
I mean,
okay.
it would make sense given the Mazavith is really what's holding
Yeah.
things together right now. So honestly, what Tyler could use is just a way to get another creature into play.
Yeah.
Like if he would have had a way to reanimate that grief,
Yeah.
I mean, Frank wouldn't be able to survive 2 creatures attacking. You know, he would just have to keep mazing the troll, and this clock would still be moving along. Tyler probably just sitting there like, well, I can't do anything else. I go,
Just hanging out. Surgical again.
Oh, and he's got port, so he's like, "Oh, tap your swans."
Yeah.
So right now
No!
it's basically just finding the tools to cast another creature
Yeah.
or get rid of a Mazavith.
Yeah.
Either way, we would accept either
Yeah,
of
right.
these things.
One of the two, please. Anything.
Like Palantir's not gonna do it. That I think that was a force will. That's certainly not
Yeah.
doing anything.
No, that does not count.
Look at all these
Lands.
lands. Like Frank's
Yeah.
just beyond lands. And
Look at
see,
my
here's the
lands.
problem: is that because like he didn't loam away the depths earlier. Look what I mean. He has literally dark depths and stage in his hand.
Yeah. What's he aiming
So like
for
I
here?
can see an argument for surgically loam most of the time. I think in this case, it might have behooved him to take that away from Frank entirely.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. You know, you have to make these decisions and hope that they work out.
Yeah.
You can't always cut your opponent off of every angle. I mean, he's effectively cut him real off of the saga plan
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, those are gone now.
But stopping Merit Lage is the trickier thing to do out of these two things, right?
Yeah,
So
he's got essentially 2 turns now, to draw an answer to something.
mm-hmm.
Go to my turn. Draw for turn. Looks like it was that Wooded Foothills.
Yeah, I mean just lands and stuff. Seems fine.
Yeah.
And funny enough, stage, even if he didn't have so like he could have just made another maze of it.
Yeah.
So it could just be mazing
Yeah,
all day.
just
Two
mazing all day.
creatures wouldn't even be enough. This choke is really choking him
Choking him
out.
out. Yeah, he's gonna get some mana this turn, because Frank would be able to port plus Thespian Stage this turn.
Yeah, but I mean, does he even care about getting the mana this turn? It's not going to stop this.
Mm-hmm.
This he's going to die
Yeah,
situation.
Just dying.
Yeah.
here.
Just dying, not good.
No,
Not where we want to be.
it's bad for your health. Let's see what Tyler's thinking here. It's like,
Yeah, I mean, I
man.
cannot imagine that this Pithing Needle was naming anything else. We didn't get a post-it, but like,
Oh yeah.
what else could he name out of Tyler besides the Wasteland? Like,
Yeah.
there's no other option, I think. So the only like, it's funny because like one of the only outs that Tyler would have would have been a way to like get rid of the choke or the Pithing Needle, but like, yeah, he's just locked under counter spells that don't do anything and.
Yep.
Merrileash.
Yep. It'll be how it goes.
Yeah, that's why I was just a little afraid of the dark. I was like, sometimes it's good to just get rid of it when you can.
Yeah. Yeah. Just win you the game out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean,
'Cause, I mean, like
it's
if
the
you're-
harder thing for him to deal with.
Yeah.
Out of the like I said before they started the game, Tyler has a decent amount of answers post board to the saga, the construct token specifically,
Yeah.
but he still has very little answers to Merit Lage in play. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
so
It's like literally just petty theft.
yeah, like
It's
you
like,
can petty theft it or the dress down fatal push combo.
Yes.
Which when your islands are being choked, like that's
Yeah.
definitely not a thing that's happening either way. So,
Messed up, so
but there you have it.
Yeah.
That's it. Frank's the winner. Woo! But yeah, so awesome. Then we got to see some Paper Legacy. Got to see
Yeah.
some cool games, some fancy cards. Everybody brought some interesting stuff to the table, and we're done. We're out. But thanks for hanging out with us. We've been here for a good part of the day, but we moved around at a good clip.
Yeah.
Got through the tournament. So we'll always be here to bring you the Rocket series and any other 1Ks that we'll be having, which if you're following our Facebook, our Instagram, just at TCS Rockets, we always try to post when those events will be happening. So if you ever want to just tune in, if you can't make it, if maybe you're not in California, I don't know, fly out here, visit.
Yeah.
It's nice.
You get to meet us. You can meet Frank.
Yeah, or we bring in Frank. I didn't know Frank signed on for that.
Yeah. We signed him up for it just now.
Okay, sweet. But yeah, so just, check in. If you follow our streams and things like that, you'll always be here with us.
Yeah.
But with that, I think we're going to call it.
Yeah.
Call it a day. Congrats to Frank. Congrats to our top 8. And we'll see you again at the next one. So thanks for hanging out with us.
Have a good one.
Bye.